Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn your devices to silent mode. Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. We join you from Mi'kmaq, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As we do every day, please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Through our independent investigation and public proceedings, the Commission is uncovering and sharing new and important information about what happened on April 18th and 19th, 2020. Rather than waiting until the end of our work to share what we are discovering, we continue to involve participants and the public in our understanding of current facts as we go about our work. As we continue, we are all working towards creating the Commission's final report, which will include many more answers as well as recommendations. This week, we've been hearing from witnesses involved in the RCMP Emergency Response Team and Critical Incident Command Post. This is helping us learn more about decisions, directions, and actions during the critical 13 hours of the mass casualty and immediately thereafter. Yesterday, we heard from another witness, and Commission Counsel presented a very large and comprehensive foundational document about the RCMP Command Post, Operational Communications Center, and command decisions. This foundational document is now available on the website, and its related source materials will be posted later this week. Today, we will hear from two more witnesses who can provide additional factual information and important context regarding the emergency response on April 18th and 19th. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel, Mr. Roger Burrell, to introduce today's witnesses. Staff Sergeants Jeff West and Staff Sergeant Kevin SURETTE, both of whom are on-call critical incident commanders in the province. Thank you, Mr. Burrell.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Commissioners, today we will be looking into the role, as you've indicated, of the Critical Incident Commander. Purpose of this is to supplement the foundational document entitled RCMP Command Post Operational Communication Center and Command Decisions that was filed yesterday. And as indicated, this will involve the calling of 2 witnesses. These witnesses will inform you of the role of the CIC, the Critical Incident Commander, and what a critical incident is and how the critical incident package is engaged and rolled out with respect to that. These 2 witnesses were also involved on April 18th and 19th, and they will speak about their experience and their information in the matter, the subject of these proceedings. So with the assistance of my friends, we hope to be able to provide you, the commissioners, with important information that will assist you in your work. And with that brief introduction, I wish to call retired Staff Sergeant Jeff West and retired Staff Sergeant Kevin SURETTE forward, if you please. So I'm going to direct my attention to retired Staff Sergeant Jeff West. You are Jeff West?
Yes, I am.
And your last name is W-E-S-T.
That is correct.
That's an easy one
Yes.
for me. And I understand, Madam Registrar, that Staff Sergeant West has expressed a willingness to be sworn.
If you could just place your right hand in the Bible, please. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear. Thank you.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
And you are retired Staff Sergeant Kevin SURETTE.
Yes,
Last name S-U-R-E-T-T-E.
that's right.
And Madam Registrar, retired Staff Sergeant SURETTE has expressed his willingness to be affirmed.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
So gentlemen, as has become customary in these proceedings, I propose to go over a bit of your background for purposes of identifying who you are, what your experience is, and then we'll move on a little bit more pointedly to a number of topics that have emerged in these proceedings. Agreeable to you?
Yes,
I'll start then with retired Staff Sergeant Jeff West. You retired from the RCMP after 32 and a half years of service,
that is correct.
and you retired in July of 2021.
Yes,
And you joined the RCMP March of 1989.
yes,
I understand that between 1990 and 1997, you were posted to the Surrey, BC detachment on general duties.
yes,
Between 1997 and 2003, you were posted to Salt Spring Island in British Columbia doing general duty work as well.
yes, that is correct.
2003 to 2005, you returned, well, I would say returned, you're a native of Nova Scotia, are you?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
You returned to H Division and attended the Enfield Detachment doing general duty and traffic service work. Is that correct?
Yes,
2006, you were promoted to the rank of corporal.
yes,
2006 to 2009, you were assigned to the Cole Harbour Detachment in Halifax District as a shift team leader.
yes,
2009, you were promoted to sergeant.
yes, that's correct.
2009 to 2013, I understand you were a operations NCO for a watch in Halifax District.
Yes, that's correct.
2013, 2014, you took on responsibilities with the South Shore Traffic Service Division of the RCMP.
Yeah, it was the Southeast Traffic Services Unit.
Thank you. South Shore.
Yeah.
Southeast Traffic Unit. Thank you. 2014, you were promoted to Staff Sergeant.
Yes,
2014, you were assigned the role and attended the role of Risk Manager at the OCC in Truro.
that is correct.
2015, you were involved in the Critical Incident Commander course and you qualified for the position as a Critical Incident Commander.
Yes,
And we'll get into that a
Okay.
little later. 2017 to 2020, you were assigned to Traffic Services. This time, I'm going to try to get it right,
Okay.
as the Commander of the Northeast Nova Traffic Services.
yes, that's correct.
I understand as well that you filled in occasionally in the role of Assistant Support Services Officer for HDIV. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then prior to your leaving in retiring in 2020, you took up the position of Executive NCO to the Commanding Officer at H Division. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So on April 18th, 19th, 2020, you were on call as a critical incident commander and responded to that call. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, before I get to Staff Sergeant Surrette, I'm going to ask you a few questions about your training.
Okay.
And then I'll do the same with Staff Sergeant Surrette. You took the Critical Incident Commander course in 2015. Can you please provide us information of what that is and what the significance of that course is for your action as a CIC?
Critical Incident Commander course is a course that is put on through the Canadian Police College with instructors that are members of the Association of Canadian Critical Incident Commanders. The course is a 2-week course that's held in Ottawa or various locations in which it is very labor intensive with actually working through critical incident, the actual critical incident, the program, the resources, and planning and controlling a critical incident. When I say planning and controlling, the course culminates with a large-scale tabletop exercise in which they bring in, I say actors, but the actors would be an emergency response team commander, a negotiating team commander, a general duty commander, where you run through a 2-hour plus exercise of a critical incident, basically start to finish.
And after you take that course, is it then that you become qualified to act as a critical incident commander?
With that, once the course is basically, it's a pass or fail course.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you've been successful in passing the course, then once you go back to your home unit, whether it's within the RCMP or municipal policing force, because it's a course that's put on for both municipal police forces as well as the RCMP, you're back at your home unit, mm-hmm. and there's an expectation that you continue to be you fall under the divisional coordinator for the first, I believe it's 2 incidents that you are required to handle. Like they could be planned high-risk warrants, or they could be dynamic incidents that are developing. So once you come back to your home unit, there's a period where you're have some oversight of the divisional coordinator to ensure that everything is working. Then you're.
Okay. In terms of standardized training, though, after you have attended the Critical Incident Commander course, is there any additional standardized training on a continuing education basis to maintain that role or that position?
There is a requirement for and an expectation of continuing education as you move through the program. Mm-hmm. Is it standardized? No, it's dependent on the divisional, your unit. In this division, we have a training plan. While I was involved, we had a training plan each year where there's an expectation that all our critical incident commanders, and we've had range from 4 to 8 critical incident commanders in this division, where there's a training plan in place where there's to ensure that there's ongoing training throughout the year. And it can be anything from in-house training to obtaining seminars and conferences outside of this province or and online learning as well. So there's
that's done locally through the HDIV?
Yes.
Okay. And who actually accredits that training or controls the quality of the training?
Usually within our critical incident program here and critical incident commander program, we have a divisional coordinator. Okay. One of the roles of the divisional coordinator is to ensure that their ongoing education and training is in place. That has been filled by various members within the program. It's off the side of your desk responsibility. Staff Sergeant Dan McGilvery initially was, when I joined the program, he was a coordinator. I took over as a coordinator from Staff Sergeant McGilvery during my time as a critical incident commander.
So as a divisional coordinator, then, would you have responsibility for standard control of the training program locally?
Yes, we work as a team. It's a very team-centric program with the critical incident commanders as to identifying training opportunities, what best suits the current needs and requirements of the program, and like say goes with training opportunities, webinar or seminars, also with exercises. We do a lot of exercises with Canadian Armed Forces, joint exercises to kind of bring our program together, all our assets.
You mentioned the Canadian Association of Critical Incident Commanders.
It's the association, it's ACCIC, Association of Canadian Critical Incident Commanders.
Mm-hmm. And do they have a role in controlling and or quality control of training, education for critical incident commanders?
The main role they play is with the course, the Critical Incident Commanders course. The instructors are from, for that, or instructors, facilitators for that course come from the Association of Canadian Critical Incident Commanders. And they maintain the facilitator, the adjunct instructor core cadre for that program.
Okay, let me just move on then. We are all aware of the tragic 2014 Moncton incident. I wonder if you can tell me whether there has been any additional training protocols, arrangements since 2014, the initial critical incident training responses or anything of that nature that you're familiar with in HDIV?
Not that I'm familiar with. I became part of the critical incident program in 2015.
Okay, thank you. I understand that there are, on April of 2020, there were 6 critical incident commanders on call in Nova Scotia. Is that right?
Not on call. We had a complement of 6 critical incident commanders within the division province at that time.
Right, so as total, there were 6
Yes.
critical incident commanders, and you were on call once out of every 3 weeks, is that correct?
Yes, the system we had set up, we'd always have 2 critical incident commanders on call, so it was basically a 3-week rotation that we were on call.
1 week on, 2 weeks off.
Yes, that is correct.
2 on call at all the time.
Yes, 2 on call at on time, and it's not a primary, secondary type setup. We have 2 on call that are available.
Okay. Who coordinates the on-call basis, the on-basis program?
During that time, that was one of my roles as the divisional coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Just want to ask you a few more questions about training, and I'm not trying to ignore you, Staff Sergeant Surrette, but we'll get to you in a minute here. In your role as a Staff Sergeant and your supervisory functions with RCMP, are you able to give us any advice about the familiarity you would have or ongoing continuing education with some of the significant tools that the RCMP would use, in particular the KIDS system and the MWS system with respect to mobile workstations?
Well, having worked in this division since 2003, I do have a good understanding of mobile workstation in the sense that I used it in my day-to-day policings as an operational police officer on traffic services, as well as my role in Halifax District as a general duty supervisor, team leader. So I have understanding of it. I understand that through the MWS, there's mapping available and a good communication link.
Okay. Would you have been involved in a supervisory role of training towards general division or general duty members with respect to these particular tools?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware of any structure available within the RCMP in your supervisory role as to continuing education or ongoing education with respect to these tools?
I believe there is, but I don't know what it would be.
Fair enough. I'm going to ask retired Staff Sergeant Surrette similar questions, but let's first establish who retired Staff Sergeant Surrette is. I understand that you retired in August of 2021 after 35 years service. Is that correct?
Yes.
You joined the RCMP in 1986. You then were a general duty member in 3 Newfoundland detachments, Holyrood, Port aux Basques, and St. John's between 1986 and 1993. Is that correct?
Yes.
I also understand that this is the time when you began striking or apprenticeship with the emergency response team in Newfoundland.
Yes.
I understand between 1993 and 1997, you were a member of the only full-time RCMP emergency response team in Canada at the time in Ottawa. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that was working out of the Ottawa detachment?
Out of Ottawa, yes.
Yeah, thank you. You were trained specifically in a particular task with the emergency response team?
Yes.
And what was that?
I became trained as a sniper.
Okay. October of 1997, I understand you transferred to H Division, to the Yarmouth Town Detachment.
Yes.
I understand that in 2002, you were promoted to corporal.
Yes.
2003, you were promoted to sergeant.
Yes.
And I understand from 2003 to 2006, you took on duties as the Barrington Detachment Commander in Southwest Nova Scotia. Is that right?
Yes.
2006 to 2008, you took on responsibilities as the Yarmouth Rural Detachment Commander. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 2008 to 2000, sorry, you were then promoted to sergeant in 2000 and
Staff Sergeant in 2008.
2008, and you took on roles as the detachment commander for the Yarmouth Town Detachment. Is that right?
That's correct.
Am I correct to say that in 2014, you were appointed as the District Advisory Non-Commissioned Officer, the term we've referred to earlier as the DANCO,
Yes.
and that was for Southwest Nova?
Yes.
And your responsibilities were then for supervising and overseeing 6 detachment county areas in the Southwest Nova District. Is that right?
Correct.
2010, you became a member of the critical incident group in H Division after attending the critical incident course that was discussed by Staff Sergeant West.
Correct.
All right. And on April 18th and 19th, you were on call as a critical incident commander, and you attended eventually the Great Village Fire Hall as the, I'm going to call it the second or associate critical incident commander. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to ask you a little bit more like I did Staff Sergeant West about some training circumstances. You actually took the critical incident commander course in 2010.
Correct.
And do you agree with Staff Sergeant West with respect to his description of the course and its programming?
Yes.
Okay. What upgrading and continuing education would a critical incident commander need to take in order to remain qualified as a critical incident commander?
I don't want to be repetitive of everything Jeff said. I agree with. We also would do, we're here for those exercises. We tried to get at least one large scale scenario done per year. So we had our quarterly meetings, we had our conferences, webinars, seminars. We would also at our quarterly meetings, I think it's important, we would hash out every call we'd had in that previous quarter. So we all had a good understanding, make sure we were on the same page with everything that had transpired, lessons learned. So continual development from that perspective. And then the large scale scenarios, there was an attempt to make sure we all had a part in that once a year, to make sure we were staying fresh with our thing. That was divisionally imposed by our own group. It didn't always happen that way, but we try our best to make that happen. And I think it's worthy of note that as a critical incident commander, we have no full-time critical incident commanders in the division. So it was always something that we were doing above and beyond our substantive role.
I understand that. I get the sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Association of Canadian Critical Incident Commanders runs courses or runs qualifications on a national standard basis. Does that sound right?
I'm not sure how many they actually run, but they certainly make it known if there are courses or seminars going on nationally or internationally that would benefit, and they would fan that out to the divisional coordinators across the country, and then we'd of course couldn't just drop and go. It had to be something that we'd make.
Sure, I understand. But in terms of qualifications for you, 2010, and for your colleague in 2015, that would have been a national course that was undertaken with national course standards, correct?
Correct.
Any follow-up in terms of critical incident commander training on national course standards that you can comment on?
No, in my time in the program, once you've done the course, you come back to the division manages the program.
Okay, and would that be managed through what we have identified as the Critical Incident Command Group, or what you have identified as?
Yes, and in answering to the support services officer who ultimately has control of that group.
Okay, I asked the question of Staff Sergeant West with respect to training, programming post-2014 with the Moncton incident. Are you able to comment about whether there has been any change or developments in terms of training, continuing education for initial critical incident commanders?
I think we really pushed, the RCMP, we pushed the initial incident command course, which was a 1-week course geared towards detachment commanders and detachment supervisors to have a better understanding of what the expectations were from the critical incident commander coming in. So many of our members have been trained in that regard since then. And as critical incident commanders, we've often lectured on that course in one form or another. And that a large part of that had to do with The biggest complaint from Moncton, I think, had to do with communication amongst the command group with the frontline members, and that course is geared. There's other aspects, but a large part of that is geared towards understanding the terminology that we use and what our expectations are when we arrive, and who is actually in charge at that point.
So you've actually partaken in this course training with respect to detachment and/or district commanders for initial critical incident commanders?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is that the same for you, Staff Sergeant West?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Let's talk about the critical incident program in each division. We've spoke with Staff Sergeant West with respect to the fact that there were 6 qualified critical incident commanders at the time of April of 2020.
Yes.
Was that a comfortable number for you, Staff Sergeant SURETTE?
Yes, we had talked numerous times about what was the right number, and we felt that we could adequately manage the call volume and frequency with the 6 members that we had.
So the on-call status that was defined by your colleague, the 1 in 3 on 1 week out of every 3, was that a manageable on-call situation?
It takes a toll like any on-call system does, but we felt we could manage that, yes.
How long was that on-call status situation in effect before April of 2020?
I recall not being on call initially when I was trained, 2010, 2011. I would think that the formal on-call system, we got approval for that somewhere around 2012 or 13.
Okay, so it was in existence for a significant time before.
Absolutely.
All right, you were well used to that
Yeah.
schedule.
Yes.
Okay, let me just continue on with a few questions on training, like I did with Staff Sergeant West, with respect to your role. And you, I have a sense, had a significant supervisory role in your detachment commander role.
Yes.
You have a familiarity with the KIDS system and the CAD logging and the NWS systems?
There's a familiarity with it, but in my role as Danco in my last 7 years, I didn't use it. I didn't have an MWS in my vehicle. Prior to that, I would have had access to it in my detachment as everybody else did. So my familiarity with it on a day-to-day basis is a little limited at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
But in terms of training, ongoing familiarity for general duty members, what can you say about that in your role as a supervisor?
Just making sure that everybody who was using the system did have the proper training. We have divisional courses set up for that, workshops, that type of thing, to make sure that people know how to use the equipment. And often is my role both as a commander and as a Danco was to set up training or ensure that the right people who needed the training were going to the training.
All right. We're going to move on then from that sort of general information, training and background information. Yesterday, when we were in the proceedings, there was a foundational document tendered into the proceedings entitled the RCMP Command Post Operational Communications Center and Command Decisions, a long title, but we've referred to it as the Command Decisions document. Are you gentlemen familiar with that, having had an opportunity to look at it on a previous occasion?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I intend to use that document then as a sort of a guidepost for some of our upcoming questions, and it'll hopefully cover some topics that the critical incident commander can provide some insight to the commissioners on. Before I do that, I think it's important for us to determine what is a critical incident from your point of view, please, gentlemen. Can you tell us that relatively quickly?
I think the layman definition, the best definition is that it's an incident which is beyond the scope of your typical detachment and requires some sort of coordinated effort and would include calls where the risk is elevated beyond what we would call a normal call.
Okay. And is the definition of a critical incident something that is familiar to you, Staff Sergeant West?
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
as it's noted in the foundational document, so to expand on that, you think of a critical incident, yeah, Kevin said, beyond the scope of what typically uniformed general duty members would take care of. So you think of armed and barricaded, hostage taking, and even to the high risk warrant service. So you think of along those lines, it's something that just is the elevated risk to the public, elevated risk to the police as well.
Okay. And are you able to give me some insight into who is it that decides what is a critical incident?
Yeah, basically, and this goes down to how the process works in this division, is when our frontline officers, our uniform officers are dealing with some matter, often they'll realize it's beyond their ability to deal with the incident with what they have at hand. Then from there, a call will be made to a critical incident commander, whoever's on call, discussions that. So the decision usually will rest with the critical incident commander once there's information is provided, if it meets the threshold of a critical incident, which then prompts the process of moving forward from there.
So that decision rests with the critical incident commander as to what steps are taken if a threshold is met.
Yes.
And the decision that's being made by the critical incident commander is made in response to information that's being provided from who?
From who? Could be from the risk manager. It could be the on-scene commander. It could be somebody within that chain, that information chain. So it's not set in stone as to who actually calls the critical incident commander, but we're available 24, being on call, we're available 24/7. And it's a lot of times who's the person in the best position to provide that information to us.
But I'm getting the impression that it's the critical incident commander that makes the decision if this is a critical incident such that it triggers something called the critical incident package.
That is correct.
And that's done on the basis of conversations that you may have with a number of people, and it doesn't really matter who they are, just what their basis of knowledge is.
Yeah, really, it comes down to who's in the best position to provide that information. And it may be times where the on-scene person, commander, is so involved in what is going on, he has to rely on whether it's a risk manager or somebody else to provide. So it's very dependent, situationally dependent. And then once we start involving whether it's high risk warrant and planned events, then it's somebody different again. So there's no set that it has to be this person that calls.
In an unplanned event, you're making the decision of what is a critical incident such that it determines what kind of resources are deployed on the basis of telephone calls. Is that it?
That is correct.
Sound right, Staff Sergeant Surrette?
Yeah, and I think it's important to note as well that we often, if we're not getting all the information we want from that initial caller, whether it be the risk manager or a detachment commander somewhere, we may very well say, well, who's your top guy on the scene? Who's running the show on the ground? And we may call that person for further clarification. And quite often, or not quite often, but often we end up providing advice as opposed to activating the critical incident package. Quite often we would flesh out the situation with them, provide some advice or guidance or suggestions, and have them let us know how that goes before we make a decision.
Okay. So I understand that there are different types of mobilization up to the package. Who decides the extent of the critical incident package being mobilized?
The commander, the incident commander.
The critical incident commander? And how is that done? On the basis of information in those phone calls that you have as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that sound right, Staff Sergeant?
Yeah, that is correct. So it's based on the information provided, and lots of times with the follow-up conversation with the commander as to what are the appropriate resources for the situation at hand.
Okay. Do you gentlemen feel that this is a productive and or efficient way of making determinations for the deployment of services?
Yes, I do. The division has moved forward in processes over the last number of years where we've tried to take out some phone calls. The in-between phone calls is almost going too far up the command structure to have information funneled down. The best process we've come up with is to kind of have that more direct line of conversation right to the critical incident commander, because there's where the critical incident commanders are persons that have the knowledge, have the training, to understand what the process is, what the critical incident package can bring to the table.
Yeah, I would agree. As well as the way it was before, the calls may go up the line and back down to us, and the questions that we had weren't being answered by someone who was third, fourth, or fifth party removed. So we had lobbied for the change to the current standard, which was accepted. But I think it's worthy to note as well that once we make that determination, we still do need the authorization from the support services officer to activate the package. But generally speaking, he may have some questions clearly when we call him for that authorization. But generally speaking, he defers to our opinion on that.
Okay, very good. Then what I would do is ask that we proceed on to talking about the call out in this case and the initiation of the critical incident package. And I'm going to ask Madam Registrar to bring up the foundational document, in particular page 40, paragraph 95. And this is simply an introductory paragraph with respect to timing and who's doing what at the time. So it indicates at 10:42, Staff Sergeant Halliday called Staff Sergeant West, who was one of the on-call critical incident commanders. Halliday advised West of the report of multiple people shot in houses in the fire in Portapic. Staff Sergeant Halliday requested such Staff Sergeant West mobilize the RCMP ERT, or the Emergency Response Team, in the CIC package. Staff Sergeant West's notes indicate that the detachment members were on scene. The perpetrator may have been associated to a police vehicle. Staff Sergeant West agreed the situation fell within a criteria of critical incident. So there are a couple of things of significance in that. First of all, Staff Sergeant Halliday is, it would appear, requesting the CIC package and mobilizing of the emergency response. Is that Staff Sergeant Halliday's role in terms of what's going on at this early stage?
He's calling me to provide information on what he has and requesting that the critical incident package be stood up. Okay. Whether it's his role, whomever calls us, their role is to provide us with the information. He may be calling us as a Danko, he may be calling us as the ops officer. I'm not sure what he's calling, what role he's filling, but he's basically calling us to request the assistance because it's beyond scope and ability of the frontline officers to deal with.
At this stage, of course, though, Staff Sergeant West, he would have been the ops officer for Northeast Nova, right?
Yeah, but yes.
Yeah, so he's a person of some rank, obviously, and significance. Does that have any role in terms of how you are engaging with him, obtaining information, processing information, and then delivering it later?
No, it's basically when somebody calls us with information, whether it's the senior NCO in that area, or it could be the corporal or risk manager, they're providing us with information, what they have and what they need to have.
Okay. Any comment on that, Sergeant SURETTE? I know you didn't receive the call, but in terms of rank structure, in terms of people making calls and making requests, how does the CIC react?
I don't think it makes any difference who's calling as far as rank. For us, it's a matter of does it meet the threshold for an ERT package call? And if it does, it does. And if it doesn't, I don't think either of us would have any problem telling them that.
Okay, let's just explore that a little bit. Staff Sergeant West, you had no problem suggesting that this met the criteria for the critical incident package. Am I right there?
No problem at all.
Okay, and that was on the basis of one call?
Yes.
Okay. Staff Sergeant SURETTE, what would you have said under the circumstances?
Much the same. My initial thoughts on this was that we didn't know where the suspect was, because in what we would term a traditional ERT call, we normally have containment of a confined area or building. It's not always that way, as we all know, but and so quite often in the field, we get calls from detachment members where they are asking if it's an ERT call. They don't know where the suspect is. There's been a domestic and the perpetrator has departed the scene and no one knows where he is. Well, clearly that's something we need to flesh out before we would authorize. But I think in this case, that's superseded by the magnitude of what was going on clearly from the beginning.
Okay. There is a procedure that next needs to be followed once a determination is made that the critical incident package to be engaged. What's that procedure, Staff Sergeant West?
Yeah, and this is related to what Kevin had expressed earlier. At the critical incident commander level, we do not have the authority to call out the package, for lack of a better term. The deployment of our emergency response team and all the bolt-on parts that come with it rests at the support services officer level. So once I spoke with Staff Sergeant Halliday that evening, the next call was the Superintendent Darren Campbell, briefed him on what Steve had told me, and then received the approval to call out the critical incident package.
Okay. Do you see that as a problem in terms of timing, response capability? That is Halliday to West to Campbell and then to Mills. We have a number of steps there. Do you
Yeah,
see an ability
it's-
to eliminate any steps in that regard and from a timing point of view?
I think when we're looking at the timing side of it, we're talking, it's happens in a matter of minutes. Like the way it's set up in this division, I believe most divisions are the same. It's the authority to deploy the emergency response team rests at the support service officer.
But as the critical incident commander with the training, the experience, the exposure to these types of issues, would you like the ability to make that call yourself?
No, I think it's still there's value within the process of having the support services. They're the divisional resources. They have them be the say in the deployment of our critical incident package.
Staff Sergeant Surrett?
Along with that, I think we would be notifying the chain of command anyway. So that call really doesn't slow anything down.
Okay,
Yeah.
I hope we'll talk about
was
the
gonna say
chain of
the-
command issues a little later,
Yeah.
but I appreciate your.
The one thing I'd like
Thank
to
you.
add to that, and you're talking about, when we're talking about deployment of the critical incident package, we're talking about 30 plus specialized resources that are coming from throughout the division. These are some members that are in full-time positions. There are members that are in part-time positions with various responsibilities. So we're talking about mobilizing 20, 30 plus regular members from this division in a division that's just under 1,000 members. So you're taking 30 plus resources away from their substantive roles. You're up to 30 from the substantive roles. So.
Right. But in terms of the critical incident commander having ultimate control over the incident,
Yeah.
has ultimate control of the incident except for the ability to call out the package. Is that right?
I think that's a fair statement.
Okay, sound right, Staff Sergeant Surrett?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to finally speak about the issue that emerged in that paragraph 95. That is, information from West's notes indicate that detachment members were on scene and the perpetrator may have been associated to a police vehicle. Those are from your notes as
Yes.
itemized in paragraph 95. That is kind of careful wording, may have been associated. What information did you have with respect to a police vehicle at that time?
I believe what Staff Halliday had told me is that it's basically said there may have been a police vehicle involved, and he was going to make efforts to ascertain if there were any police vehicles unaccounted for.
Okay. Did you make any further inquiries as to, or would you in that position have made inquiries as to, what do you mean? What in the world do you mean by a police vehicle being involved?
I can't recall our exact conversation, so.
Okay. And what did you take from that conversation about the status of the police vehicle? What kind of police vehicle?
Well, with what he said, a police vehicle. Nothing more.
Okay, very good. When the call comes, then you, as the critical incident commander, have to activate some protocols as well, I presume. And those are briefly, Staff Sergeant West?
Well, once have the authority to mobilize the critical incident package, then my call was to the emergency response team leader, which was Corporal Tim Mills at the time, give him a brief lowdown, and then get him to start mobilizing his resources.
Okay. Corporal Tim Mills is a person you knew?
Yes,
You had a working relationship with him?
yes, I've worked with him on a number of occasions.
Okay. In critical incidents?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of your position at that point, what is it that you do as the responding critical incident commander?
Once I ensure that the critical incident package is being stood up, for lack of a better term, then it's my process then is, I'm getting this call, I'm at home. Okay, so then I need to get to headquarters, get geared up, and then start heading towards Portapic to get my command post set up.
Okay. And I understand that gearing up means obtaining physical gear, obtaining your police protective material, things of that nature, but also having to engage a scribe. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I need to know a little bit about that, because it seems to me that the critical incident commander is the person that gets access to a scribe, unlike some other parties in this involvement. I need to know both the importance and the use of the scribe, please.
Basically, within critical incident commander side of the house, we always engage a scribe. A scribe is our note taker. It's our note taker, not the incident note taker. Whether it's an incident like Port Pick or other incidents we have, it's impossible to make notes and do at the same time. Okay, that's what we found, and it just makes part of our job a little easier. They're at our shoulders, we're moving around, they're beside us, they're making notes pertaining to what we're doing.
Is that part of the critical incident package then, having a scribe?
Yes.
All right, and how is it that you meet and or arrange to have this functional relationship with the scribe? How does that work?
I contact the scribe directly.
Okay, is there a role of scribes?
At that time, there was not an on-call. Well, there is a list of scribes, but there was not an on-call scribe.
Okay.
I utilized a sergeant from traffic that I know quite well, that I've worked with over the years, that is a scribe. So I call him directly to have him come with me.
So we have a on-call critical incident commander.
Yep.
We have an on-call critical incident package, but we don't have in April of 2020 an on-call scribe.
Yeah, so I think that's how it worked. I think things have changed since then, but
Okay.
when you say on-call,
Yeah.
you're talking a paid on-call person.
Yeah. Things have changed since April?
Yes, I believe they've moved forward with the scribe portion.
Okay, now you're both retired, so I don't want to put you in a position
Yeah.
where you have to speak about something that you
Yeah.
can't speak about. But did you see, it seems to me that who was your scribe?
Sergeant Rob Lewis,
Okay, and you had a working relationship with him.
a very strong working relationship with
Right,
him,
you make the call to Sergeant Lewis and he's there
if he's available.
if he's available, but he was clearly available.
Yes.
All right, very good. Tell me about scribes. Is there a training regimen for scribes?
There is a scribe course.
Okay, and can you give us some insight into what that might be, and in terms of how it impacts the critical incident commander's role?
I don't have an in-depth knowledge of the scribe course. I know there is a course that is put on that's specific to the critical incident program.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Surrette, are you able to comment on the importance of having a scribe in your position as a critical incident commander?
The importance, yes, absolutely. Without it, there are many things that are going to get missed. I agree with Jeff. You can't do and write at the same time, and some calls are slower, and you have an opportunity to do that. But most calls, including definitely this one from my observations, were the dynamic nature of the information coming in made it impossible to receive the information, think about it, make a decision, pass that along, and then write it all down. So the importance of the scribe is of paramount.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on then to talk about the fact that there were two critical incident commanders in this case. I've described the primary as being Staff Sergeant West and the associate perhaps as being Staff Sergeant Surrette. That sound fair to you, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Is that a usual thing to have two critical incident commanders?
We've talked in this division, we've had discussions in our training, our quarterly, as to there may be situations where there's a benefit to have a second critical incident commander present. Depending on the situation, the dynamics, there are times when it could be beneficial, not all calls. A couple key things that we've, with that, regardless of if there's a second one there, there's truly, and I don't know if you say primary and associate or whatever, there's one critical incident commander that's in control. The second critical incident commander is there in a support role. From anything to, there may be some taskings, there may be just bouncing ideas off it. And I've seen this exercised in some of our larger exercises, as well as in some of our high-risk warrant executions where we've had more than one critical incident commander present.
Okay. Madam Registrar, if you could bring up Staff Sergeant Surrette's interview with the Mass Casualty Commission from January 28th, in particular, page 14. There we go. You're very efficient. In the middle of that paragraph, Staff Sergeant, I'm just going to ask you to comment on it. So that weekend, so that weekend, Jeff and I, of that week, Jeff and I were on call together, and he called me at 10:59 p.m. basically told me he didn't have a lot of details, but he said a call in economy, near economy is what he said at the time, which shows we still didn't have a lot of information. So it looks like you got the call very quickly, or relatively quickly, from Staff Sergeant West. Is that an unusual thing for you to receive a call like that?
No, as a matter of fact, I mean, we all work things a little differently probably, but Jeff and I have been on call together many times over the years. And we would normally, if one of us was moving or mobilizing, we would let the other know immediately, just for awareness. Because if the second CIC is not mobilizing right away, there's always a possibility that that will be the relief CIC 8 or 10 hours down the road, depending. So, as I did in this case, I didn't mobilize right away because there was so many unknowns. The scale was obvious that there was obviously fatalities and fires, but we agreed on that initial call that I would hang tight, maybe get some downtime and see if he needed me to come in now or come in later as a relief.
And the obvious point, I suppose, in these circumstances, as indicated in the document, is that you're at your home in Yarmouth County. So I'm 2:45 from Halifax and then another hour to Truro. So we have some geographical issues here that are of significance in terms of engaging the associate critical incident commander.
Yes.
Is that something that you two thought about in terms of engaging an associate critical incident commander being in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia?
I think the initial thought is that we both know that we're both on call and we're both available, by virtue of being on call. So, had this call been in Digby or Shelburne or Yarmouth, it would have been the other way around. As a matter of fact, the routine from that end of the province or Cape Breton is that now you have to wait that extra amount of time for the ERD package to actually make its way down there. And as an incident commander, you're left dealing more with the frontline members than you would be in a case closer to Halifax.
Yeah.
So it goes both ways, right?
No, this I understand, but it seems to me from the layperson's point of view that 4 hours from the scene, once you mobilize at the best, and that's if weather is good, and I understand it wasn't that good, it doesn't seem like a very practical call-out process.
No, understood.
Okay, does that sound right to you?
Well, it's understood, but again, that was the decision that we made, was for me to travel up. Eventually at the second call, was for me to travel up. And when I left, I don't think we had, fleshed it out as to whether I was going to be the second, whether I was going to take over, whether I was going to get up there and get some downtime and then take over if it was a protracted situation. But at the end of the day, Jeff was there and Jeff was in charge. And it was just a matter of me making my way there to fill whatever role I could.
Thank you. Staff Sergeant West, there are other critical incident commanders on the call-out role, aren't there, that are geographically a little closer than Yarmouth County to Portapique?
Yeah, there are a number, as we stated earlier, there are 6.
Yeah.
The 6 incident commanders at that time are around the province. We have one Cape Breton, Kevin Yarmouth, we have the Valley, we the city, so Bible Hill. We have a number of, but knowing where the on-call schedule, I know that Kevin is available. I know he's available. There's no chasing anybody that we know he's available. We know he can start rolling that way. And yes, it is 4 or 5 hours, but I know he's readily available by phone, by radio as he's traveling down as well. He's available to me.
Now that you look back on the decisions made, and I know Monday morning quarterbacking is a very difficult thing, but if you had the decision to make over again, would you have deployed a second or a different associate critical incident commander?
I believe just because of numbering, but for the simplicity, knowing he's on call, knowing he's available. It's the idea of having that available resource right there, ready to roll. I'm not chasing, looking for him or anything like that.
I know 4.5 hours away is a long way away, man. Okay.
And I did misspeak. I mentioned Bible Hill. We had an incident commander in Bible Hill, but he was currently, at this time, he was off duty, sick, following some surgery. So I didn't want to give the wrong impression that we had an incident commander sitting in Bible Hill.
All right. Further on in the, and maybe we can bring it up again, Madam Registrar, the page 14 of the mass casualty interview with you, Staff Sergeant Surette. There is the discussion Yeah, down the bottom, right there. So right in the middle of what we're looking for. I got another call at 12:27 on the 19th. At 12:27 on the 19th from Steve Halliday. So Steve was acting operations NCO for Northeast Nova, and his substantive role was Danco. So basically my counterpart in Northeast. So he called and he looped in Jeff. Now, I'm wondering about the command structure here again. I understand the critical incident commander has had contact with you to come assist, associate CIC, but all of a sudden we now have Steve Halliday involved. Are you able to say how that fits in terms of your responsiveness to this location?
I honestly don't know why Steve called me. Steve and I know each other fairly well. We've trained together. We're both instructors and stuff like that. Why he called me at that time, I don't know. But he did loop in Jeff, and I just remember him. I have in my notes the details of that call that I recall as to what the situation was, and I think he was probably trying to impress upon us the magnitude of the call, and he certainly did suggest that we might want to bring 2 CICs in. But at the end of the day, after that call, Jeff and I spoke privately, and we made that decision.
Yeah. Did you see that as any sort of confusion of command or too many cooks in the kitchen at this point?
I didn't.
Okay. Staff Sergeant West, any concern of acting ops officer Halliday being involved?
No.
No? Is that something that you would expect to take place in terms of your initial mobilization as the critical incident commander? To have that, the uniform side of the house, so to speak, involved?
No, I can't recall having that type of call before, that from the uniform side.
My experience may be a little different because I generally have a longer way to drive as an incident commander, and I have many times in the past had conversations, ongoing conversations as I make my way to the scene.
That's true, and I'm wondering if is that the case when you're dealing with uniform and command at the scene, but in this case you had a critical incident commander appointed.
Yes.
Yeah, and you still would be dealing with the uniform commander?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought the question was, while we're en route, do we deal with uniform? So the answer to that would normally for me be yes. In this case here, after that call and Jeff and I spoke, I didn't speak to anybody other than Jeff on the way up.
Okay, all right, very good. How easy is that, Staff Sergeant Surrette, to communicate with the critical incident commander as you're driving up the South Shore of Nova Scotia?
Well, I was monitoring the radio, and I called you, I believe, twice on the way up. And both times I kind of picked my time when there seemed to be a little bit of a lull. Now, a lull in the radio traffic doesn't necessarily mean a lull in the command post either, so I'm very cognizant of that. But I felt the need to have a quick discussion on the way up. Those 2 times I called was necessary. And I think probably the first thing I said was, hey, can you talk for a second? Like, if he's busy, I'm not going to tie him up.
Yeah. All right. Let me ask you yourself, Staff Sergeant Surrette, about the role of a second critical incident commander. How useful, in your view, is that?
Well, I think I think in this case it was useful primarily because of the volume of information that was coming in continually, and I was able to provide, at least I think in my mind, I think I was able to provide a little bit of a filter. There's a lot of information coming at Jeff from a lot of sources, so I was able to provide a little bit of a filter there, I think. And in addition to that, I think Jeff and I had many conversations. When you have somebody who's like-minded, like-trained, like-experienced, and you're dealing with this situation, which, let's face it, it's a situation none of us had dealt with a situation of this magnitude before. We were able to bounce some ideas back and forth. I think I tried, and I think I was successful in never stepping on Jeff's toes as the commander. But I also wanted to initiate several conversations with him to make sure that we were on the same page, and I think it was helpful from that perspective, but I guess I would leave that for Jeff to say.
But from your perspective, how comfortable were you in the role as the associate or the second critical incident commander?
Well, I was comfortable in the fact that Jeff was doing everything that I would have done, but it is difficult after years of training and police work and type A personalities to step back. Yeah. Having said that, I recognize that as my role that night, and I don't believe I overstepped that.
Okay. Anything, Sergeant West?
No, nothing.
All right, let's move on then to command post designation and selection. This is an area that perhaps, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up page 89, paragraph 190 for introductory purposes. At 12:12 a.m., Staff Sergeant West spoke with Staff Sergeant Carroll, who confirmed he would contact Staff Sergeant Royce McCrae with the crisis negotiation team. 2 minutes later, ERT team leader Mills spoke with CIC West and advised him that once ERT arrived, they would stage at Portapique Beach Road. Staff Sergeant West instead requested the ERT attend first at the Bass River Fire Hall. So once again, there's a couple of things in there.
Yeah.
The Bass River Fire Hall was designated by somebody somewhere at some time as the command post. Are you
Yeah.
able to provide us insight in that regard?
Yes, early on, just prior to that, I don't recall who my conversation was with from the uniform side, but I requested that they identify a command post for us in the area. I don't know the area. I didn't realize that Bass River was past. You'd have to travel through what we'd call the hot zone to get to. So initially, they identified Bass River as being the location for the fire hall.
And just to be clear, are you able to give us an insight as to who
I
that-
believe I got that from Staff Sergeant Carroll. I think that's where I got
But you're
that.
not sure?
I'm not sure.
No, okay. Very good, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, so once my comments there to Tim was, I believe they'd be passing the Bass River Fire Hall before they got to Portapique.
I see. Okay. I guess my question would be to you, even if the Bass River Fire Hall is the appropriate place, and it's clear that it wasn't in hindsight, why would the ERT be attending at that location as opposed to the hot zone specifically at that earliest stage?
A lot of times, sometimes they will stop at a location close by to stage, get prepped, get mission ready from there to move forward.
Yeah.
So that was the thought process from that.
Keeping in mind, of course, that time is always of the essence in these types of situations. I would have thought it might not have been that productive a move to have them go to the command post as opposed to the scene.
There would have already been the IA team that was moving forward prior to Tim.
I see. Okay. So I guess the more general question I might have is, this Bass River Fire Hall, you didn't know where it was.
No.
You had no familiarity with it. Why are we having a command post set up in a fire hall in a rural district anyway?
Okay. Command posts, we've used various locations. Could be fire halls, could be community halls, could be Legion, could be on the side of the road in a suburban. So we wanted something that was in the vicinity of our location, but outside of what we consider the hot zone, that would allow for a staging area, a large parking lot, a room large enough to comfortably could facilitate a command post within the resources in it. So typically we found in rural Nova Scotia, there's an abundance of fire halls. There's not too many communities you go by that won't have a fire hall. Most fire halls will have some sort of meeting room, conference room that we leverage quite often.
So this desire to leverage a community hall or a fire hall, this is something that has been traditionally done by the Critical Incident Command team?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Any thought given to abandoning that approach and setting up a permanent command post, either at headquarters or otherwise, engaging the use of technology such that you don't have to spend so much time getting to where you think you need to be?
Yeah, and there's always conversation as to moving forward, best practices. What to do. I think it's very important to make note before making those leaps to say, okay, we're going to run out of a tech place or wherever where we have all the tools. That's something that has to be tabletop, that has to be exercised, that has to be really run through the process to know that those type systems will work. Because with rural Nova Scotia, we have there's always going to be communications issue, okay? Whether it's the cell phone radios or whatever. We want to make sure if we're going to run it out of a centralized hub, for lack of a better term, we'd probably want to be very sure that this system has been exercised fully and knows that, you know what, it will work in Briar Island, it will work if we're called to Meat Cove, those type of things.
Right. So my question to you about setting up a command post in a fire hall, now that you've been through a number of years of experience and also went through this Portapic experience, do you have any comments with respect to the effectiveness of actually setting up a command post 8 kilometers away from the hot zone for command decisions?
It's there are pros and cons to being in the proximity.
Yes.
Okay. It allows for face-to-face flow of information, whether it's coming from the emergency response team leader or from maybe the GIS MCU investigators that are assigned under the investigative side. So it allows for that flow of information. Like say the face-to-face, there's always value in that.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Surrett, do you have any comments in terms of, I know you can't talk about Bass River, you weren't there at that stage, but my question was a little bit more general in terms of rural command posts being an effective tool for the CIC.
I think the thought process for years has been that the CIC is tightly tied to the ERT team and the negotiators, and the idea has always been if you bring that whole package to the scene or to a command post nearby, then you can have that face to face. You can have more easily have those conversations with people that have to be done as the situation evolves. I understand, like there are pros and cons, time to get there, but keep in mind the ERT team and the EDU and the negotiators, they have to get there as well, right? So the incident commander is just another cog in that wheel. So getting there, that's going to take time regardless. Some of the benefits, I think probably with advances in technology, running it from a centralized location may work, but I never thought I'd say this about myself, but maybe I am old school. To me, I want to be closer. I want to be able to get a feel for what's going on as opposed to being detached 200 or 300 kilometers away and looking at a screen.
I know a little bit about feeling old school sometimes, but do you think that technological advancements may assuage your thinking in that regard? That is, maybe it's easier to have a permanent command post somewhere.
Yeah, no, I would agree that technology has come a long way. Sometimes we're slow to get it, but I think that would be the primary benefit of having a centralized command post.
Okay. In terms of the command post that was structured eventually at the Great Village Fire Hall, not the Bass River Fire
That's correct.
Hall, is there technological engagements and processes that take time to actually get the command post up and running?
I guess with that, it depends on, there are resources that are getting there.
Yeah.
And I think probably what you may be alluding to is the radio system side of the house.
Sure.
And because that would be one piece of technology that's brought with radio tech. Also, the emergency response team brings a tech support guy as well, that he has to come and set up his gear as well.
All right. And I guess what I'm saying is you're lugging gear to the scene for limited purposes, and I'm wondering whether that's an effective use of law enforcement resources.
I think you'd have to do that anyway. That the radio gear itself, quite often they have to set up an extra repeater for reception. And if they are not there, if they're also in a centralized location in Dartmouth or Halifax, that's not going to be of any benefit to that end of the operation.
Okay. Madam Registrar, could we bring up page 104, paragraph 219, please? And I'll ask you to comment, Staff Sergeant West, on what appears to be difficulties yourself getting to the Bass River Fire Hall. So paragraph 219 says, meanwhile, Staff Sergeant West was traveling to the command post. As his vehicle approached Great Village, he sought directions to the Bass Fire Hall and was redirected to Great Village. So, and in that paragraph, there's excerpts from the Colchester radio that indicate between 1252 and 1253, you had indicated that you felt you were lost. And you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to provide us some context and insight? Because I'm lost coming from the critical incident commander raises some concerns.
Well, I took the exit before one exit early. So I was on the old highway longer than I needed to be.
Right. Okay. And I guess this would take me back to my earlier question. Given the fact that the critical incident commander is lost for whatever period of time, Do you think this is a useful expenditure of your resources and time getting to a community hall?
Well, at that time, that was our processes.
Okay, okay. Were you driving?
Yes, I was.
Okay, you have a scribe who's taking notes.
Yes.
You're obtaining information.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it you have no driver?
Well, with myself and the scribe, I need him making notes. I'm driving. That's what is available to us.
Okay, okay. All right. Was there GPS available for you to find out where Bass River Fire Hall was at that point?
I can't recall if there was an MWS in that vehicle I was driving or not.
Okay. I know from personal experience that I've got lost in rural Nova Scotia before. We wouldn't be the first one, but I'm not a critical incident commander, and the concern would be obviously by Nova Scotians that that's something that shouldn't happen. Any comment in that regard?
I don't quite understand. Could you just state that again for me, please?
The critical incident commander attending at a critical incident goes over the air and indicates, I think I'm lost.
Well, because I didn't come to the fire hall as quick as I thought I was. I knew I was on the right road. I just needed to go further.
Any remedy for the critical incident getting lost, a critical incident commander potentially getting lost that you can think of?
Well, I guess GPS.
Yeah, okay. Any comments, Staff Sergeant Surrette?
No.
No, all right. Let's move on then to the arrival at the command post. And I think you gentlemen can provide a great deal of insight for us with respect to the structure of the command post. Page 112, paragraph 230. Madam Registrar. As a jumping point, at approximately 1:02 a.m. on April 19th, Staff Sergeant West arrived at the Great Village Fire Hall command post. In his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, he said, so once I arrive at the command post, I start seeing who we have there and kind of get our command post set up, start to get that point where I'm comfortable with taking control because I should go back. Like during this time, once they'd called me, I got a critical incident package rolling. I've been on the phone with Steve Halliday, been on the phone with Tim Mills, kind of getting everything going. I haven't taken control yet, okay? That is still the uniform side of the house, is still in control. Now, when you arrive at the command post at Great Village, after we get that straightened out, who was there?
There was uniform resources. I believe there was an EHS was staged there as well.
When you say uniformed resources, are you able to give us more detail of who that might have been?
I believe was Dave Lilly was there with the children in a vehicle.
Okay, that's Sergeant Dave Lilly of
Yes,
Cumberland, right?
Yes.
He was attending to the children at that point?
Yes.
He had his hands full.
Yes.
Okay. Any other uniform members?
I don't recall who else was there.
All right, very good. EHS was there?
Yes.
All right. Anyone else there in a position of command?
I like to say I don't recall who else was there.
Okay. To be entirely accurate, are you having conversations with Constables Basalt, Patton, and Merchant in Portapique proper?
No.
No. Okay. You are conversing, however, regularly with Corporal Mills of the ERT team.
That is correct.
All right. And in terms of you determining what your next steps are, how is that being made as you transport to Great Village?
Well, initially we wanted to get Corporal Mills and his team there.
Yep.
Get into the hot zone, establish their position in there,
Yeah.
and then move forward with what information we were able to glean once they were in there and decide what our taskings were dependent on what was happening at that point or what information we were receiving.
Okay. And did you make any strategic decisions as the critical incident commander as you were arriving at the command post or when you first arrived at the command post?
No.
No. Okay. And why is that?
I had not taken command yet.
Very good. Tell us about that, please. What do you mean by you had not taken command?
Well, once I arrive, I need to gather what information I can, get in a position where I'm comfortable. I'll be able to go on the air and announce that I'm in in control.
Right.
Okay, I'm the critical incident commander, and I have control of the matter.
So when you say that the uniform side of the house is still in control, what exactly do you mean by that?
That would be whether it's the risk manager or whoever the uniform commander is at that time.
All right, and that clarity is important to me. It doesn't mean that there was uniforms at the command post in control.
There were uniformed officers at the command post, but they were not the command team.
All right. Okay. So did you have any engagement then with the uniform side of the house as you were setting up the command post?
I believe just a quick conversation with Staff Sergeant Lilly that they had the kids and they were going to be transported to the hospital.
Okay. So how do you engage with the uniform side of the house and their command, the command structure they're in? At that point when you arrive, what takes place with
that?
Yeah.
Well, once I get there and get set up, I had a conversation with Steve Halliday, and I told him that I'd be taking over command, and then I'd go on the air and announce that I'm at the command post. I have command.
Okay. All right. So when you get to the command post, what is the state of its setup?
There is no setup yet.
None yet? None
No.
at all?
No.
So is it your role as the critical incident commander to engage in the time-consuming process of setting up the machinations of the command post?
Well, the command post, the room.
Yeah.
Okay. What I would set up when I have an opportunity would be basically our boards on the wall. I'd have our scribe set up. The radio tech sets up the radio, the crisis negotiation team members, they'd set up whatever they needed. And then once the general duty commander got there, he'd set up what he needed. So the physical hands-on of doing stuff in the command post, that would not fall to the critical incident commander.
So when the critical incident commander arrives at the Great Village Fire Hall, it's pretty bare bones at that point, eh?
That is correct.
Okay. And your role then is to liaise with other members of the command triangle and set that command post up.
Yeah, so they've already been mobilized. They're already en route. So once they bring the tools they need for their tasking.
Gotcha. So Staff Sergeant Surrett, when you arrived at 5:40 a.m., things were different, weren't they?
Completely.
It was a fully functional command post?
I would say yes.
Okay. Just Staff Sergeant West's experience of arriving at a command post in its early stages, is that consistent with your experience?
Yes,
Yeah, having to set everything up from scratch?
pretty much.
Okay, that might take me back to the question I had before. Wouldn't it be useful to have a command post set up and running at the moment you get in there as a critical incident commander?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to argue with you on that point, but there's value in both.
Thank you. All right. Tell me about public communications at this time, Staff Sergeant West. Do you have any engagement with informing the public about the situation?
No, I had no involvement in that.
Okay. Would you have thought about the necessity or the importance of public communications from this early stage as you set up the command post?
There's always consideration thought towards that.
So do you recall thinking and or considering a plan with respect to public communications at these early stages of the command post?
I can't recall when and the conversations or thoughts would be.
Okay, all right. Am I correct to say at these early stages of the process, it's an information gathering task from the critical incident commander's point of view, right?
Yeah, early on because of information gathering and then what our taskings are, what's important now, what do we need to address?
Right. Are you, you're getting a lot of information coming in relatively quickly at this early stage.
There's a lot of information that was coming in throughout the entire process.
Right. And that information is coming from ERT and from general duty and other sources.
That is correct.
All right. Is there any way the critical incident commander has at those early stages of filtering the information for purposes of making it prioritized so that you can gauge your decision-making process?
Is there any process? No, there's not. Is there value in some sort of filtering process? Definitely, whether it's there are various things that could be, but is there value in a filtering process? Yes, it would be.
How would you be able to do that, Staff Sergeant West? How would you be able to filter information such that you're only getting the important stuff at this point?
And well, it could be, and now this is more hypothetically speaking.
Of course.
Whether it would be dedicated real-time crime analysts in our comm center or stuff like some that is able to filter information, but that's a position, that type of thing, wouldn't be off the side of anybody's desk.
I understand. Did you experience I'm going to put this in quotation
Yeah.
marks because it's something I've used periodically. Information overload at that point?
I don't know if I'd say overload. There's an abundance and constant inflow of information
Yeah.
that was coming in throughout that has to be processed, prioritized, actioned, relevant. So overload, some people may say overload, abundance. It's just a constant inflow of information from various sources.
But you're trained to deal with that as a critical incident commander. Did you have any difficulties yourself, Staff Sergeant Surrette, processing and dealing with the amount of information you were getting that stage at the command post?
Are you talking to me because you said Staff Sergeant
I
Surrette?
meant- I'm looking at West and saying
Okay.
Surrette. Sorry, Staff Sergeant Surrette. West?
Yeah.
Did you have any problem with that?
You know what, like say, there's constant, that's one of the benefits of a scribe. It's a second set of ears for you, but it's impossible to listen to radio traffic, being on the phone, and in-person conversation all the time. It's impossible to listen to everything that's going on. So there is the opportunity to miss something.
Okay. What do you say about that, Staff Sergeant Surrette? Got the right guy this time.
No, I agree. And certainly on the front end, the first hour or two of setting up your command post and getting a handle on everything is probably the most busy. As people settle in, I think it's important to know too that as incident commanders, we delegate a lot and we have to trust our people. So in a case of like information flow, there may be some things that come to the patrol side that the commander of the patrol side, in this case, whether it would have been Halliday or Carroll or McCollum, they may just deal with that but if they'll bring it up to the incident commander if they feel that they should. You have to trust your people to some degree. And as time goes on, I think we tend to get better, more comfortable in our roles. I mean, time in any critical incident. So that initial 2 hours or so is really busy. And I don't see a way around that because as an incident commander, I don't want anyone filtering my information too much because I might not get the proper information or the right information to make that decision. So I don't really see a big way around that. You're stuck with managing. What helps though, as Jeff said, is having that scribe or having people around you that you trust and you know are competent to make sure you're getting that information. You may not get it on the first flow, right?
Yeah.
You might have to ask, what was that, right?
Okay. So that's kind of what the boards are for, what I've learned about the boards. Can you, Staff Sergeant West, tell me about the boards and what role they have in terms of information distribution and common operating picture?
The boards, for lack of a better term, are usually paper sheets put up on the wall, but they are almost like our tracking. We keep track of relevant stuff. It's kind of like we have key things, whether from a situation, our mission, execution, admin, command and control. We have all these boards we put up, and it acts as a way we keep track of certain things that are going on, what our mission is. It also it serves as a briefing point for when Kevin came in, for when Staff Sergeant McGilvery came in, or when Staff Sergeant Morin came in. So it acts as a brief, one aspect of a briefing for them. So when we put the boards up, they're for the critical incident commander.
Right.
So what goes on them is controlled by myself. It's either going on by me or somebody that I direct to. In this time, most of the stuff went on. Rob Lewis, Sergeant Lewis, put most stuff on the boards for me. But they're a tool we use within our SMEAC process of planning working through our mission and our taskings.
So the boards are a priority at the command post, are they?
They like say they are a planning tool. We get to them, we get stuff. Sometimes we'll have a lull, we get some stuff put on them, and it's back and forth, but we don't allow it to take away from what the priorities are. It's like anything else. What's important now? What do we have time to do?
Right. But in terms of information distribution and common operating picture for people at the command post, the boards is the methodology that's used for that, is it?
The boards are geared towards the critical incident commanders.
Okay. And that information is up for you to process and engage in because it's there.
Yeah.
Sound right, Staff Sergeant Surrette?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So are the boards set up immediately upon arrival?
I believe shortly after we got there, we had them out.
Okay. So I just want to get a sense of what the boards are from an informational point of view. And Madam Registrar, the Emergency Response Team foundational document at paragraph 134. Forgive me, I don't know the page. Paragraph 134, if you scroll down, will give us a sense of what I believe you're talking about are the boards.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm looking here at 3 photographs from, I believe that were isolated from the command post later on in the morning. But is this the description, what looks like sheets of white paper with tape on them in terms of that? Okay,
Yes.
and that's what you've used for years?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're comfortable with this methodology?
Yes, in the sense that, you know what, it's paper and markers. We
Yeah.
know it's going to work.
Yeah.
And it's easy to add on to. And as I mentioned, like our boards are usually based on the SMEAC, and then eventually, if an operation runs long enough, you may see them all around on all the walls. But we start off with our SMEAC ones, and then you may see some other plans on there, or with these were boards that were put together from information that Staff Sergeant McCollum had put together for me when we were tracking residences and that.
Precisely,
So
and the content is less important to me at this stage as opposed to
What they're-
methodology
yes.
and information distribution. Does that sound right to you? Is this a familiar process to you, Staff Sergeant Surrette?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah. You have any suggestions from your role and your experience about whether this is an effective way of communicating information, or maybe there's a better way of doing it?
You know, I know it looks rudimentary, and I look at that. That was a preparation for evacuation. There are boards which are much more populated than that. However, I don't really see an alternative. That you could type it up on a nice little document and put it up with a projector on the wall, but it would serve exactly the same purpose. And like as Jeff said, this, you know, you've got paper, you know, you've got markers, and you know it's going to work. You don't have to set up any additional equipment, and it serves its purpose.
Who's responsible for the boards? Did you answer that already?
the responsibility, the information that goes on the board is the critical incident commander.
Okay. Are you physically well doing it, or is that the scribe?
It could be a scribe, it could be the critical incident commander. But the key point there is the information that's going on there is what the critical incident commander has asked to go on there.
Thank you. And I think that's important. If a general division commander decided they wanted some information known in the command post, would they touch those boards?
No, any information that's going on there is going on either by myself or directed by me.
Okay, thank you. All right, in terms of the physical setup, and the boards are useful to me getting a sense of the physical setup, you also described that the crisis negotiating team had a place. This is actually on the second floor of the Great Village Fire Hall?
Yes, for the second floor, basically, it's a big open space at the Great Village Fire Hall. And so in that space, like we would have had set up for where the critical incident commanders were working. The crisis negotiation team, they have a space, and they also require a separate room. I think they were in the kitchen area. The tech support for ERT was in that room as well, along with the radio operator for ERT as well.
Okay, all right. Madam Registrar, page 113, paragraph 231, I just want to ask for a comment. This is from the command decisions document. And this is paragraph 231, drawing from Staff Sergeant West's timeline notes. You've indicated the command post is there. You would then talk about the next paragraph, CIC at CP command post. And at the bottom, it says the uniform command team transitioned to the CP command post at Great Village at my request.
That's correct.
All right. Now I'm interested in why you would have requested to have at that time have the uniform command, and who did you mean by the uniform
That
command?
was Steve Staff Sergeant Halliday and whomever he had with him.
Okay.
The rationale is I wanted to have the uniform command. Typically, we'll have, when we're set up, we have the uniform command with us in the command post.
And in terms of the critical incident, what role is the uniform command playing, and why do they need to be at that command post?
They play a very significant role in the sense that if you think of a critical incident, the emergency response team, they are truly in the center, the hot zone, whatever you want to call it, but that's it. The uniform side of the house, when I say uniform, general duty officers, patrol officers, whatever you want, they play a significant role as to controlling odor points. So we need to have the uniform commander there because he's one that will make stuff happen for us with the uniform side of the house. So it's very beneficial for us to have whoever the uniform commander is in the command post with us to facilitate what we're requesting from the uniform side of the house in relation to the response to a critical incident.
Okay, and you say it's very important, and I'm going to say again, what about having them technologically connected at the Bible Hill detachment or at headquarters? Why do you need to have them physically there?
Once again, I guess it goes back to traditionally that's how we've done it. The benefit of the face-to-face and the interaction at the command post, because as Kevin had mentioned earlier, and you had mentioned as well, the inflow of information, okay, making sure we catch everything. So they're in the command post with us. They're gleaning information that we may not be hearing or fielding a call that we're not hearing that they can bring to us directly.
Okay. Are you able to estimate or give us a sense of how long it took to set up the command post, Staff Sergeant West? Any idea?
Well, when we talk about the setup of it,
Yeah.
okay, the setup for just the critical incident commander with the stuff on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. But as the radio tech shows up, he sets up his stuff. As the tech guy, support guy for ERT, he sets up. So when it was actually, we had all the resources in place and they had everything plugged in and fired up, I cannot say.
Okay. All right, let me ask you then about your actual taking of command and the announcement thereof in terms of what took place at the Great Village Fire Hall. Page 118, Madam Registrar. Paragraph 243. In his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, Staff Sergeant West described his radio challenges and how they were subsequently resolved. And I'll read this quite quickly so that we're all on the same page. I go over the air. One of the struggles initially was radio coverage. We're in a rural province. Our radios there, it's like cell phones. There's areas because our radios, I think as they described it, they basically work off the same cell towers. So I was having trouble getting out on the radio on my portable to say I was on the scene, I was in control and stuff. So it took me a couple seconds, couple minutes to go through, find a spot where I could stand with my radio to get on the air. And then the quote goes on to say at some point you even had to physically move a location next to a window in order to get cell phone coverage in order to announce your command. Now, once again, Staff Sergeant West, from a layperson's point of view, that appears to be sort of problematic. That is, the fundamental pinnacle guy at the top of the triangle is trying to announce he's in command, and he can't do that because he's in a rural setting at a command post where he has to stand by a window to do so. Can you comment, please, on that from your experience having been there?
And like I said, I was having a problem whether the radio was bonging out or bonking out. I'm not sure the correct terminology. And for what the rationale, whether it's too much traffic or whatever. But it is problematic that we see being able to get airtime to make these announcements. And where I was only operating off a portable radio at that time, it makes it more difficult. It doesn't have the, I guess, the power, the strength of a mobile base station or whatever. The resolution to that was once our radio tech, that's why a lot of times we have a radio tech come with, he brings a mobile base station, basically a radio system that would be in a police vehicle. It's brought in, it's plugged in, and an external antenna is set outside. That will alleviate it. But I agree, yes, it does impact, it's an issue when you can't get on.
Right. And in this case, it may not have been significant, but certainly there was a degree of delay for the critical incident commander to announce to all on scene that he was in command. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Staff Sergeant SURETTE, you experienced similar difficulties with radio comms in rural Nova Scotia responding as a critical incident commander?
Yes.
Yeah. Any suggestions for the commissioners with respect to how that might be tackled?
Well, you know, I've been involved in the tactical world since the early 90s, and it's been a problem at almost every operation I've ever been involved in. So what the solution is, I really don't know. We've come a long way. The TMR system in this province is generally pretty good. It's when it gets overloaded. And I don't know what the solution is. I'm definitely not a techie, and I don't know what the solution would be there, but it certainly would bear some sort of investigation.
Commissioners, I'm going to move on to mapping next. Is this a good time to break at this point?
Yes, it is, Mr. Burrow. Thank you. We'll break for 15 minutes. Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes. Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. I have a reminder for you and the two witnesses about the translation services, so we'll wait for the witnesses to come in. First. Thank you again, Mr. Burrell, and thank you, officers. We understand that it's a real challenge for the translation services to keep up. So we would just ask that you speak as slowly as you can, and that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you.
The translation services requested me to do that as well, so I suspect it's my pace that's speeding you up, but we'll try to moderate that a little bit. I wanted to make sure before I moved on to mapping that I was fairly providing information to the commissioners with respect to your roles attending at the command post, because I didn't want to leave the impression it was just a physical setting up of material. I know there are checklists and there are engagements that are undertaken by the critical incident commander in particular. I think you referenced one, the SMEAC checklist. Perhaps it's best if that's explained by you staff sergeants in terms of what that is and what implications it has for your work when you arrive at a command post.
All right, so SMEAC is it's a planning tool we use within the critical incident. SMEAC stands for Situation, Mission, Execution, Admin, and Command and Control communications. So basically, when we talk about our boards, that's how we set our boards up under some of those initial categories. We use that when we're talking about, it's a planning tool. It's used widely within the policing environment with the critical incident program. It's also widely used within the military environment as well. So when we're talking about our situation, basically, what do we have? Okay. And within a situation, it's location, suspect information along that. Mission, very simple. What are we here to do? And that includes what our authorities are to act. Execution, under the execution side of the house, it's everything from our immediate action plans to deliberate action plans, breakout plans, and stuff like that. That are on the tactical side. I don't develop those plans. The emergency response team leader will develop those plans. Then we move on to the admin side. That's where we often categorize what resources we have available to us, what we're requesting when we have them on site, and that. And finally, with the command, the C is command communication, command control communication. Basically, who we have, who's in our command triangle, what are our contact persons, what are we radio channels we're working on. Information when we're starting to looking at turnover plans, sustainability, and all that. That's really what our SMIAC is. It's truly a planning tool. It's one of the key points that within the Critical Incident Commander training program, everything's based on SMIAC when we're developing our response to a critical incident, even in the training environment or in the real world environment.
Sound right to you, Staff Sergeant Surrett?
Couldn't have explained it better.
Okay, so that tool that you're using, that planning tool, is that being used throughout your engagement as a critical incident commander to this incident?
Yeah, our SMIAC is basically, it's ongoing.
Thank you. Any other tools that you're using when you're attending at the command post for purposes of responding to the incident?
Well, I think that's our big one. That's kind of like our launching off, and then situation dependent is what's next. We may have developed different plans as it moves on, depending on what the task at hand is.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then, Madam Registrar, to the mapping issue. In particular, I'd like you to raise Staff Sergeant West's Mass Casualty Commission interview, and particularly page 24, 25. And this is an interview where Wayne Fowler is making interviewing, asking some questions about mapping at 3059. I'm just going to read a portion of this and ask for your response. Wayne Fowler, okay, and so you're in the command post and you're set up before you announce command and control. Are you able to tell us what you had accessible to you in regards to mapping, resource placement, resources available to you as they were coming on board? Or Jeff West, early on, mapping, short of maybe somebody had some Google Maps up, maybe a hand drawn of the area, okay? It's a, Portapic is a fairly small area, and with the streets and some of the hand drawn is kind of, okay, here's where this is with the bay and all of that. So early on, it was just like I say, somebody could bring up Google Maps, a hand-drawn map on a piece of flip chart. That was early on kind of where we're at, where things are happening. And then as we kept going on, trying to work on, okay, where are our uniformed resources and where are our emergency response resources? Where are they staged? Where are they deploying from? But early on, that would be it. So are you able to comment in terms of the information early on with respect to mapping as it's described there?
Yeah, as kind of is laid out there. When I first got there, I can't remember when it was, but I was presented with a hand-drawn map. The hand-drawn map was included in my board's material. That I do not recall who provided that with me, but at the onset, that was the best that we had and description of the area. As we move forward, as resources were arriving at the command post, and I say the main resource would have been the tech support for emergency response team, Corporal Kevin McDougall. He comes with laptops and some projection screen. He's able to bring up some Google Maps or Google Map type material for us to view.
Okay. Are you familiar with pictometry?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar that it's a platform that's usable or accessible by RCMP?
Yes.
Was that accessible to you at the command post?
Directly to me, I did not have a laptop with me.
Right.
I believe Corporal McDougall would have had access to that.
Would you, in your position as the critical incident commander, have mandated him to access that for purposes of making situational awareness clarified for you?
Yeah, I do not recall if I asked Corporal McDougall to do that, but he would have had that available to him.
Okay. Once again, we talked a little earlier about kids and the computer information, dispatch system and so on, where you can actually have access to where resources are deployed. Is that your understanding of how that works?
Yes.
Yeah, and I know you have some risk manager
Yes,
experience in
that's
that
correct.
regard. Would you have had access to that platform for purposes of determining where resources were moving and located?
I believe at some point through the night, somebody did have access to a kid's term, whether it's a kid's mapping. One key thing to remember with kids, and we're talking mapping of police resources,
Yeah.
you're mapping police vehicles that are GPS enabled. So you're mapping where police vehicles that have a mobile workstation in them that has been turned on and logged into. That will tell you where the vehicles are. That doesn't necessarily mean our police officers are in that same location. So when we're talking about mapping through the kids portion of it, we have to be cognizant of the fact that that shows where police vehicles with MWSs are stationed.
Okay. You now know, of course, in hindsight, about the importance of the Blueberry Road in terms of egress from that community. What can you tell me in your role as the critical incident commander you knew about Blueberry Road?
We had no knowledge of that.
Okay. And you, of course, didn't arrive and set up until well after 1 a.m. in any event.
Yes, by the time I showed up in Great Village, we're talking 3+ hours post initial call.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to tie this up by making sure that we've got the maps clarified. Madam Registrar, yesterday we had some maps that were exhibited in these proceedings with Staff Sergeant Halliday, in particular Exhibit 1462 and Exhibit 1463, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just going to ask either of you, given your exposure and your location at the the command post, whether these are familiar to you. Have you seen that map before that's displayed? Is this 1462, Madam Registrar? Thank you. This is identified as 1462. Either of you gentlemen recognize that?
I do not recognize that.
Okay,
map.
if we could put up 1463, please, Madam Registrar. (1463) is now before you. Looks like a map of some nature on a piece of paper. Any comment, gentlemen, about whether you recognize that, either of you?
I do not recognize that map.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Surratt?
No.
No. So from your discussion earlier about hand-drawn maps, are you suggesting that it was a different map that you were looking at that stage?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to describe whether the amount of detail on the map that you were looking at was the same quality, more rudimentary, or more sophisticated?
The map that I was shown or was looking at was more Portapique side centric.
I see, as opposed to what we'll see in 1463 as both Portapique and Bayshore side.
That is correct.
Okay. And you're comfortable that it was a hand-drawn map?
Yes.
All right. Forgive me. I think you answered this. Do you know who drew that or drew that up?
No, I do not.
All right. Very good. Any further comment you have to say with respect to mapping? Are you concerned now that we look back that the quality of mapping may have been substandard for a critical incident commander to actually do his job?
I believe when we're looking at what we had available to us at the time, okay, we work with what we have available.
Of course.
Is there possibilities of better mapping? Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the issue of credible leads and movement of the ERT team, because I think that you would have had some role in that, Staff Sergeant. Page 119, Register, paragraph 244. Moving on to now what the command post is established. 244, once CIC West had established his command, Corporal Mills advised them there have been reports of lights flashing in 5 houses area to the west, and that RM Rehill had directed ERT to head to the 5 houses area. And then there is a brief transcript of radio transmissions from 127 to 143. 127 to 128. It looks to me from looking at that is that decisions have been made with respect to locations and response to credible leads in advance of you taking command. Is that possible?
Yes, I believe, because prior to me being on the air taking command, I believe there could have been conversation between the risk manager and the emergency response team leader as to what was information was coming in. Was there actionable information that ERT needed to move on?
Okay, and so at 12756, Sergeant West indicates, copy that, you're going to Bayshore Road. Was that at that point, given your state of information, an acknowledgement of what the ERT were doing, or was that a direction to the ERT?
It was an acknowledgement of it.
Okay, and I understand that you rely on the ERT team from an operational point of view to provide you information and to provide you advice on what their next steps are. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that something that happens regularly in an incident like this?
Yeah. Well, with this and for this set of circumstances specific, it was basically the ERT tasking was initiated by the risk manager with information that was coming into the operational communication center. Yeah. Once I had taken over control, then it becomes on me. Okay, is this a tasking that we're going to continue on? And with the information that was coming in 3+ hours from the initial, we've got a possible sighting in the area. That's probably one of the first possible sightings. Somebody's in the backyard with a flashlight. We have a responsibility to investigate that, and given the circumstances of what was going on, the appropriate response to that would be the emergency response team to address that information.
So on Monday, when ERT team members were here, I asked them the question about credible leads. Yeah. That is, this is on the western side of the Portapique River. Yeah. And we know that there are fires, structure fires, and there are casualties and deceased in the Portapique community. What type of analysis was undertaken by the critical incident commander to authorize and or permit the ERT team to go over to the west side in response to that lead?
Okay, and as I said just previously, this is probably some of the first information we've had come in a number of hours in relation to possible sightings and all. We've got somebody in their residence in the close proximity. I know we're saying it's across the bay, across the river. It's not that far away that a person could not, it's inconceivable that a person could travel that over that period. So we have a person saying there's somebody in the backyard with a flashlight. Given what had transpired, we have an obligation and responsibility to determine whether there's a threat in that area to that person.
Staff Sergeant West, in terms of responding to credible leads, is that usually initiated by the ERT team leader or the ERT team, or is that initiated by the critical incident commander directing the ERT to attend?
It's, nothing's set in stone. Okay, it's dependent where that information is coming from, who is funneling in. It could be some information that ERT is gathering on the ground. It could be information that's coming in through the Operational Communication Center. It could be coming in from observation somebody else is made. But when this information comes forward, there is always going to be some sort of discussion. Is this a credible threat? We use a number of different words, but credible seems to be the one of choice. Is this something that needs to be actioned? And when we put that through our decision-making process, we think of things, why here, why now, what has changed? We also think of, is it necessary, risk-effective, and acceptable?
Okay. What can you tell us then about your thinking as the critical incident commander about the credible possibility that the perpetrator had actually left the community of Portapique, Bayshore, Five Islands, and was elsewhere in the province at that time?
Well, at that point, we had not received any information to suggest. We were based on our decision-making process throughout those number of hours was based on what we knew at the time. And the majority of our information would have come in those early hours of the incident, and then as information is coming in through the night. And one of those examples would be this report of somebody in a backyard with a flashlight.
Okay. Any comments, Staff Sergeant Surette? I know that you weren't there at this time, but do you have any comment with respect to the issue of credible leads?
No, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with what Jeff's saying. One of the, he mentioned NRA and another one is the priorities of life. And at the top of the list is, innocence, public hostages, with the police second, with the suspect or whoever third, and preservation of evidence fourth. Well, if you don't go check out that lead, you're not doing a very good job with that overlay in that decision-making process.
As you're attending or driving towards Portapique and consulting with your colleague, are you discussing, thinking, reviewing the possibility that the perpetrator is actually left Portapique and maybe in some other location in the province?
I don't recall that we discussed that specifically. I think at that point, there were still so many unknowns. I remember, even though in hindsight now, knowing what I know now, that at one point I remember saying that first phone call to Jeff at 2:26, I believe I said, you know, have you considered, I was just throwing ideas out. I said, have you considered a contain and call out with the tab at his residence, right? I had no idea that his residence was one of the ones that was burnt at the time, right? But these were the things that we were doing. We were still trying to narrow that circle and try to determine where he was.
Thank you. All right, I'll move on to the next topic, perhaps of significance, and this emerged from ERT discussion on Monday as well, and that is that having a TAC ops officer or member embedded at the command post for purposes of facilitating operations. Page 145, Madam Registrar, paragraph 300, I think speaks to this. So at paragraph 300, it indicates that around 3:15 a.m. West tasked ERT with checking the residence of the perpetrator at 200 Portapic Beach Road. Corporal Mills was then directed to head to the command post to discuss timelines and upcoming CIC shift change. However, at 3:23, Corporal Mills confirmed with Sergeant West that ERT members were heading to 5 houses to check that house with flashing lights, cast the dog around and see if we get a track. So I'm getting the sense that there is an effort made by the critical incident commander to have the team lead return to the command post for purposes of designing operations upcoming, but that didn't occur initially. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, am I correct to say that if you direct him to come, he's supposed to come?
Well, given the circumstance, situational factors dictate everything.
Yeah.
So yes, I wanted Tim to come back.
Yeah.
When I say Tim, Corporal Mills.
Yeah.
However, there was a task at hand that they want to check. So I look at where's our priorities, what's important now, why here, why now, what has changed. Okay. This flashing light thing had been come up a couple times that our members were reporting flashing lights. Okay. Our emergency response team were heavily engaged tasking from the moment they arrived right through the night. So we had to look at when can we get to these tasks. Okay. So now it was at a point Tim, Corporal Mills recognized they wanted to check the ability to check that out. Could our meeting be pushed back?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Would there have been any advantage to having a tactical ops officer with ERT actually embedded at the command post at that point?
Yes. And
I only say that because Corporal Mills and Corporal Milton seem to have some commentary on that. Let's
no,
put it that way.
there's no disagreement there at all with the value of having TAC ops or some ERT component assigned to the command post. However, on the night of 18th night, through that period, our emergency response team was not fully staffed. Okay, we're weighed, and these would have been discussions we had. We weighed taking a trained ERT operator out of the hot zone. So then you're going, initially they respond with 12 and they're up to 13. So you're taking a trained ERT operator out of the hot zone, out of the response zone to being TAC ops. Okay, so there's pros and cons, but we looked at trying to look at the big picture. So Corporal Mills is readily available to me by phone, by radio, but you've seen radio, we can't rely on two-way conversation for an extended period of time on the radio. So that's why we're looking at that those early morning hours where I need to have my command team back together to have that discussions as to where are we now, what's next.
Right. So you talked to us about SMEAC, and we've heard reference to iClear, these terminologies, but there is something called the command triangle, isn't there?
That is correct.
Could you explain that for us, please, what the command triangle is?
Okay, so the command triangle, and you'll see a picture of it in our boards.
Yep.
Okay, the command triangle basically is made up of the critical incident commander, top of the triangle. Okay, there's where the decision point is. Okay, within that triangle, so you have on one side you'll have the emergency response team leader. On the other side you'll have the crisis negotiation team leader. Those are the three key points of the command triangle. And then under that triangle, you'll see branches. For one branch will be for the uniform command, the general duty side of the house. So when we need stuff done by the uniform side of the house. On the other side, you'll usually see GIS or MCU written in there. So we need the investigative side as well for, all right, it could be who's drafting the judicial authorization, who's doing these investigative steps away from that incident scene.
But in terms of the command triangle, am I correct to say that it's meant to be a structure for purposes of being very responsive to an incident as it emerges?
Yeah, and it's basically, it's kind of like, typically when we're talking about critical incident, when we talk about command triangle, those are the three key people. It's either the tactical response and the crisis negotiation side of the house is because what you talked about earlier, traditional critical incidents. They're armed and barricaded, hostage stations, some sort of communication is going to be established. So that's why the key point of having the crisis negotiation team in there. It's kind of like when we're weighing our options. What will this do? What will that do?
Right. And I guess my follow-up on that is if you've got the critical incident commander at the pinnacle of the triangle, the crisis negotiator commander at one of the points of the triangle, and also at the command post. In this instance, the connecting point on the triangle, the ERT team leader or that TAC ops officer was not within your grasp at the command post. Was that a problem for you in terms of operations?
I think given what we had that night, when we're looking at resources, and we all fall back on what we knew at the time, what resources we had available to us. Okay, typically, if you're looking at a fully staffed emergency response team, that's 18 members. Okay, then you have, once you're getting close to those numbers, you have the luxury of having that resource with you. Once you're getting down to 10, 11, 12, 13, you've got to weigh the fact that you're having that person out of the ERT operation. And it makes it very difficult for Corporal Mills to wear both those hats, and I recognize that. So that's why you recognize what you have and the impact it does have on your command triangle.
Okay. All right. We'll go to page 158, paragraph 333, just moving along here. And between 4:15 a.m. and 4:55 a.m., Corporal Mills actually met with the CIC West, Royce McRae, Stephen Power. So am I to understand from this paragraph, reviewing the materials, that this would have been the first time that the third member of the command triangle actually physically met with you for purposes of planning?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. That concern you at all, as a critical incident commander, or are we just back to where we were?
I think we're just back to where, ideally, there's no question that it would be benefit when you have that luxury to have TAC ops there, or the team leader, or whatever you want to refer to him as.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Any comment, Staff Sergeant Surrett, with respect to that third member of the triangle being present at the command post or otherwise?
Yeah, well, I can say, I think what we have to realize is that command triangle, the ultimate decision rests with the CIC. That's true. However, it is a very collaborative effort. And, the value of having everybody there, including in this case, the uniform and the GIS eventually present, is that everybody hears all the ideas. But the idea that Tim being, or Corporal Mills being with the team, it didn't stop Jeff from having those conversations with him. What it inhibited was having all the conversation together. So at the end of the day, all that information still funnels up. It's still going to be Jeff's decision. But again, when you weigh the value of removing one of the ERT members or being able to consult as an as-needed basis, I think that's the justification for that decision, right?
Thank you. Okay, let's move on then to evacuation plans, because I understand the critical incident commander had quite a role with respect to evacuation plans. Am I right there?
Yes.
Okay, page 140, Madam Registrar, at paragraph 290 and 291. These paragraphs speak generally to the evacuation planning. In particular, at 290, under the title Decision Point, the suspect, and these are from your notes, Staff Sergeant West, the suspect was still believed to be in the area, priorities of life as this matter was becoming more protracted. It was anticipated that evacuation shelter-in-place plan would be required, and that this information would assist with the plan. So at this stage is when you made the evacuation determination, and how is it that evacuation determination came about as opposed to shelter-in-place?
Well, discussions were ongoing throughout, and these are discussions I had with Kevin as well as Staff Sergeant Halliday, is as it become more protracted, we were starting to, okay, how are we going to deal with the residents that are still there? And to develop a plan that is achievable or executable by our resources, and how can we do that as safely as possible? So part of the initial start planning was determining the knowns. And that's where I went to Staff Sergeant McCallum to say, can you put together a list of the knowns as to, do we know what people have been spoken to, what residents are believed to be evacuated, and then start building from there, and then get to the point where we have a feasible evacuation plan that we can launch with the assistance of the emergency response team. And it goes back to, we talked about this, at this time, we were still functioning on the information that we had received early on, that we had nothing to indicate that our suspect was outside of the area.
Yeah. So am I correct to suggest that your focus changed to evacuation or shelter-in-place issues on the basis that things calmed down with respect to the ability to contain the perpetrator?
Well, yes, because we've gotten to the point where, like I said, our emergency response team was very task-heavy early on.
Yeah.
So dealing with what's important now. So now we're thinking, okay, this is becoming more and more protracted. We've got to start planning it as we move forward.
And can you comment then, please, on how you felt about the quality of information that you were receiving with respect to residents still in the community, residents not in the community, residents who may be in the community?
Well, I guess we'll go back to having, and Kevin alluded to this earlier, we have a number of our people in our command posts with us, and we're tasking people. We have to have some trust in what we're tasking people to do. Then when I'm putting a request forward to Staff Sergeant McCallum, that he's bringing me information that is sound.
Okay. So I showed you earlier those boards from the ERT document.
Yeah.
That's a manifestation of the information that you had received from the people you had tasked?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any further comment with respect to early evacuation efforts made at this point?
No, Kevin?
No? All right. Let me ask you then about updating command, because at page 147, paragraph 303, there is reference made to, according to the timeline of CIC West at 325, he updated support services officers. And I know from reviewing the materials and the documents that this is not a one-off. This is something that occurs relatively regularly with respect to the critical incident commander, that is updating the support service officer. Can you tell me the rationale for that, whether that's a good investment of time for a critical incident commander?
Okay, I guess the rationale behind it is we have a large-scale event occurring in this province that the resources that we're having there impacts our resources across the province. So the value and the theory behind keeping the support services officer updated on what we have that's ongoing, this is where we're at, just a brief thing, the rationale behind it, it makes sense to me. It also allows us to work to the point where, as I mentioned, we're well into this event that's first started that fall, the previous evening. So we're getting to the point is we're looking at sustainability, turnover. Okay, if this runs beyond one operational period, we'll require additional resources, not just general duty resources, but specialized resources, i.e. emergency response team from J Division. So we need to start getting that information out to the support service officer, because some of those processes will have to be initiated by him. So the timing, in this whole process, there's no set timing that every 2 hours I have to provide an update to the support services officer or anything like that. It looks at when I have an opportunity to, it's a phone call. It's not a briefing note. It's not anything like that. It's not labor intensive. It's a phone call to the support services officer to give him a brief update on and what, if anything, I'm looking for from him.
You're going up the chain.
That is correct.
My question to you is that a useful expenditure of your time, given the critical incident that you're engaged in?
I believe it is, just because you have the liberty of when you do it, okay? And you also look at, if I'm looking to leverage resources from another division, okay, that's something that needs to be initiated from the support services side, crop side of the house.
Staff Sergeant Surrett, do you have any comment on this issue of the regular updating of command?
No, I agree with everything Jeff said. With the added, what he mentioned about having liberty when to do it, it's better for us to call than to be interrupted at a really bad time by someone who wants to know what's going on. And don't forget, we are a paramilitary organization, so there is a chain of command. No matter what you're involved in, there's a chain of command to follow.
What about having or arranging in the critical incident response structure for having that chain of command actually physically present for purposes of communication?
Well, I think, just as we as incident commanders would task our ERT leader and our negotiator and our patrol to do something, we have been tasked to perform this duty and this function by the chain of command.
So would it be of advantage or disadvantage to have your SSO or your ASSO or your crops officer or anyone like that in the command post?
To me, I do not see it as an advantage. I think, and this kind of goes back to one thing Kevin said, we are an organization of structure and of rank. And by nature, people may default to somebody who's of higher rank that's not in the decision-making spot.
I see. Okay, I think that answers the question. Great. Let's move on then to another area of interest for many people, the air support situation. So at page 148, paragraph 305, Madam Registrar, your notes indicate that at 338 you were updated by Staff Sergeant Halliday about DNR helicopter. So you would have known relatively early in your role as the critical incident commander that there was no access to the RCMP J Division helicopter?
Yeah, that's correct. Early on, Staff Halliday had advised me that the air services out of Moncton was not available.
Now, is this a common experience, an uncommon experience? Can you make any comment with respect to your experience as a critical incident commander about
Okay,
that?
and this is speaking from my experience,
Yes,
not
please.
anecdotal from what other persons said.
Of course.
I've, throughout my career experience as a critical incident commander, I think I've been involved, other than the Portapix call, one other incident where I requested air services, and on that occasion, air services was available to me.
Okay, all right. All right, how important is the air support piece to your role as a critical incident commander?
I think given situational factors, an air support air asset can provide a situational awareness, lots of information, and situational awareness and tools in which we can achieve our tasking, our mission.
Would it have made any difference to your decision-making role if you had that there?
In relation to the entire,
Yeah, in relation to situational
Well-
awareness in terms of what decisions are made with respect to resource deployment.
well, it's hard to play the what if, because you have to base it on what you knew at a time.
Yeah.
If air service would have been available to us, it would have been another avenue to funnel information into the decision-making process.
I understand that. That's a fair answer. With respect to unavailability of air services, what does the critical incident commander know about contingency planning?
To my knowledge, there's no contingency plan for when our air asset is not available.
Okay. Any name or a person to contact in terms of who's the air support guy or air support person?
I do not have that. no.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Surrett, I'd asked questions of Staff Sergeant West with respect to the importance of air support. You have any comment on that in terms of your role as a critical incident commander?
Well, I don't want to speak in generalities, but overall, the more equipment you have, the more capabilities you have, the better off you're going to be. There's no question about that. In relation to this call, knowing what we know now, it likely wouldn't have made a big difference, but at the time, it would have been nice to have that FLIR in the air, yes.
Did you know there was no air support or there were lack of air support as you were traveling to the command post?
Yes.
And were you in a position to advise your colleague at all with respect to next steps?
No, I think when we did have that conversation, I think Steve was, Staff Sergeant Halliday was already looking at an alternative.
Yeah, and that's the DNR helicopter. What do you know about, and have you had any experience with the use of the DNR helicopter in critical incidents before?
Well, I'll go back first, and as far as contingency planning goes, you asked that question. There is an area of thought where we should turn that back to air services. So in other words, if I call air services and say I need the helicopter and they say it's not available, I say, okay, well, it's incumbent upon you to find me an aircraft. The problem with that, and I agree that is an alternative, but I've never seen that come to fruition. I've never seen us make that request that any other aircraft became available. There was some discussion on a previous call a long time ago about a fixed wing coming out of London, Ontario, but that never materialized either. So I think by experience, if it's not available, the most prudent thing to do is start looking at alternatives.
Right, and that alternative in this case was the deployment of the DNR helicopter.
Right.
And just both of you, from an experiential point of view, are there limitations associated with the DNR helicopter as opposed to the JDIV helicopter? What are those, please?
I didn't know this at the time, but they won't fly until daylight, which understandable, and they do not have flare capability as well.
Right.
And I think some communications
Oh, yeah.
issues as well. So
Yeah.
it doesn't bring the same tools that the RCMP brings.
Right, and I understand that there were actual communication difficulties in this, and that you were involved in that, Staff Sergeant SURETTE, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that, please?
Sure. At one point, when the DNR, we'll fast forward, when the DNR helicopter did get airborne for us with a member from ERT as a spotter, it was discovered that he didn't have access to one of the law enforcement channels.
Would that be an encryption or encrypted type of channel?
Yes.
Yeah.
My understanding, he didn't have that encryption. The radio is capable of doing that, but he didn't have the proper encryption tool. So Glenn Byrne in the command post at one point turned and handed me a radio and said, here, this is...
How do you mean handed you a radio?
He literally handed me a radio and said, you can talk to the pilot on this. So I took that on. I'm not, I can relay that information to Jeff. So I think you'll see in some of the transcripts, there are several times that we tried to communicate that we weren't able to, vice versa as well. So there was some issues with that mutual aid channel that we were using.
Okay.
It wasn't encrypted either.
Right, and that created some difficulties in terms of providing instructions to air support?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Any suggestion on how that might be improved in the future?
Well, considering you're talking about another agency, it's not like we can force them to keep their encryption data with the RCMP channels up to date, right?
Yeah, I understand there were also communication difficulties with respect to the delivery of substantive information to the pilot as to where he should go and under what circumstances, and that involved you, Staff Sergeant SURETTE, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, can you tell us about that, please, as well?
Could you just ask the question again, please?
Yeah, I understand there were communication difficulties with respect to substantive instructions to the pilot about where to go and how to go and what was going on, and that came from you?
Yeah, so I did try to direct him to the Glenholm address at one point.
Yes.
That one worked half decently well. He did get to that area, but not before the perpetrator had left. So it turned out to be of no real value there, because at that point he's gone. You don't know which car is hit. Another time, I know that he stopped. I believe he stopped for fuel, and we weren't aware that he wasn't in the air anymore. I tried to direct him to, I believe it was Plains Road, where he was unable to go. I may be wrong on that, but it was at one point. And then at the conclusion of this entire event, at 11:25 or 30, I was directing him to Enfield, and he was already on the ground at that point in that area.
Yeah. Had you yourself or you, Staff Sergeant West, had any experience in terms of communications with DNR pilots and of this nature?
Not really. A long time ago, I was qualified to operate a police vehicle airside at an airport. There's a certain licensing procedure, but that was years ago, and it's not really congruent.
I understand. How would you rate the efficiency of communications with the DNR pilot and under these circumstances?
4.
Staff Sergeant West?
No, nothing to add to that, Kevin.
Anything that you might be able to envision that would be able to improve the poor communications with the DNR pilot?
I guess really it's the radio systems that are available to them.
Yeah.
That work within the encrypted environment within the policing law enforcement.
Were you gentlemen at all familiar with any protocols or prior arrangements with DNR with respect to contingency of a helicopter or air support for purposes of something like this?
Well, we have used them before. I was peripherally involved with their use in the search for a sunken fishing vessel the year before in the Annapolis, or sorry, the Bay of Fundy. And I know we had used them, and they had been very good. And I just want to point out too that these issues that we're pointing out, the pilot was fabulous, and I mean they came out to help us at a moment's notice, and I don't want to take away from that at all. But the setup clearly is not ideal.
Okay, all right. Let's move on then to further discussion about communications and use of the radio. We've heard from prior witnesses that in a critical incident, communications are often the first to go in terms of difficulties to communicate with your fellow members and provide instructions. Do you have any comments, either experientially or in this incident, as to how the comms worked?
Well, for me, I'd say it goes along with what Kevin said earlier. You know, communications are always going to be initial, because, and it goes down to what you're saying, what's being received, over talk, short and to the point conversations on the radio. I found this regardless of where I've worked, whether it's been on this coast, on the West Coast, in the big city of Surrey, or on South Spring, you're always going to have radio issues. And I feel it's improved here in the province, but it's a rural province with lots of hills that there's going to be some. I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know what the solution is.
Staff Sergeant Surrette?
Much the same. That adage is true. It's always, comms is always the first to fail. Not that it fails all the time, but there's always, it seems every operation, post-operation, we identify comms issues of some sort, which I think is why we have access to a number of different channels to try to mitigate that to some extent. But no, comms are, and you can have great comm reception and someone walks into a house and all of a sudden you don't have it anymore. Stuff like that, right?
All right.
Can't predict it.
I want to direct your attention then, Staff Sergeant West, to page 155, paragraph 322. And this is a broadcast at 4:05 by Staff Sergeant West. 322 says, 2 minutes later, CIC West reiterated the current objective of the critical incident response. 4:05:52, Sergeant West. Yeah, Timmy, I just want to go over our missing and all that stuff. Everybody, just a reminder, mission here is to contain the area, locate and arrest our suspect in this. Our suspect is, authorities were working under they criminal code there of murder, arson. I'm getting the sense that what is being stated there at 4:05 is patently quite obvious, and that given the fact that comms are so important in terms to minimize that, how is it that this information was necessary to be transmitted?
Well, this incident's been ongoing, okay, and it's one of those things. Everybody, you say it seems obvious. But we want to make sure our mission statement is pushed out there, and it's pushed out there to, we've had a lot of different resources. When I say our resources, we understand who they are. We've got other resources coming in as well. So we want to make sure everybody understands what our mission is. Our mission is very simple, and that's what's on our SMEAC boards. So it's another opportunity to push that mission statement out to make sure everybody is aware of what it is.
Is that something that would be routinely done by the critical incident commander, the pronouncement of the mission?
Yes.
Okay, that sound right to you, Staff Sergeant Surrette? Is that something that would be done regularly? And I'm only suggesting it because it sounds obvious.
Yeah. Again, and yes, the answer to your question is yes, keeping in mind that you do have a lot of people coming and going in these things. You have people coming from other districts, many have arrived late to help out, and you want to make sure you push it out. And that, I believe that was born out of the inquiry after the Moncton shootings, where these little things like this to keep everybody informed weren't being done or weren't done effectively. So it is part of our training to ensure that people know A, who's in charge, B, what the mission is, and then pertinent information as you go forward.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on then topically again to issues around command structure and communications as the incident unfolds. Did you experience, Staff Sergeant West, any difficulties with, how shall I say, people or persons stepping on your toes as the critical incident commander?
Overall, no.
Yeah.
I assume I know what you're referencing to.
Let's bring up page 168 so that we're all clear on it. Paragraph 347 is an incident that I would like you to comment on for purposes of clarification. Paragraph 347, as ERT discussed a plan to head back to Orchard Beach Drive, Sergeant Andy O'Brien began to scale back at the checkpoint at the head of Portapique Beach Road. However, CIC West rescinded the directive. And then there's a transcript there, and the final line in the excerpt of the transcript is, Sergeant West, everybody stay in their positions for now, please. Now, I'm getting the sense that there was some conflict of command there from that transcript and
Yes.
that excerpt. Does that accord with your understanding of what was going on at 511?
Yes.
Okay, please provide us some context with respect to that, Staff Sergeant.
And I think if you, like, from what the radio transmission, I believe that's where I heard it over the radio transmission. And it goes back to, we talked about a command triangle and who's the decision maker, where the decision making point is, and where the general duty, the uniform side of the host is part of that. However, what was this? Somebody was standing down resources at one of our locations, and that had not gone through my side of the host yet. So
How can that possibly occur?
it shouldn't happen. I don't know how it occurred. It shouldn't happen. Somebody took something on themselves for whatever reason, but I heard it and addressed it and made sure we're all on the same page moving forward.
Is this a common problem for critical incident commanders, having people in a position to perhaps contramand and or contradict their directions otherwise?
During my time as a critical incident commander, this is the only incident I experienced that.
Staff Sergeant Surrette, any comment with respect to concerns over directions being contramanded or contradicted?
No, same experience as Jeff. I can't think of a time that it's happened to me.
Okay. All right, let's move on then again to the tail end of the evacuation planning process. Page 176, paragraph 363. Sometime between 5:25 and 5:35, West and Halliday discussed evacuation plans. The team considered the risk of ambush while evacuating the residents balanced against the risk of victimization if the residents were left to shelter in place. The decision was made to evacuate. CIC West told Staff Sergeant Halliday that once perpetrator's warehouse been checked, work would begin on the evacuation plan. Now, when I read that excerpt, I'm under the impression that Staff Sergeant Halliday is having a direct role in terms of consultation and or information provision to the critical incident commander about the evacuation planning. Does that sound, have I characterized that properly?
Yeah, Staff Halliday was feeding into the conversation and to what our plan was going to be, and understanding that there were certain roles and responsibilities that he was going to have to take on. And one of his roles was going to be to work on a comfort center, where if we're going to evacuate these people, where we send them to. You got to remember the time, what's going on. We need to provide them a place to go.
Right, I understand that, but getting back to the command triangle with the critical incident commander, the CNT, and the ERT, where is it that Halliday, Staff Sergeant Halliday, has a consultative role in that triangle? Or am I misunderstanding the role of the ops officer in that regard?
When we look at this, he's there, whether you say the ops officer, Danko, he is there as a uniform commander.
Yeah.
Okay. And there are certain tasks and responsibilities that within the critical incident response there's a role for the uniform side of the host to take on. Okay, and it's a lot of it's in relation to, like, for this, where are we going to send these individuals? And recognizing that, yeah, we say it's a command trial. Everything is there's an approach that everybody has value into bringing information to the table to help with an informed decision and a process forward. So with Staff Halliday there, yeah, he was also able to provide information, consultation, all that. But it's still, if we go back to the triangle, we talked about that, but also it's our command triangle. But we do have the offshoots for the uniform command side of the host, the GIS MCU side of the host as well.
Okay. I'll ask you directly. Did Staff Sergeant Halliday overstep his bounds with respect to the manner in which he interacted with you?
No, he did not.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then to drone issues. The foundational document at page 184, paragraph 377 indicates that the drone would have been deployed by 6:13 a.m. on April 19th. The ERT drone repass was airborne. Constable Milton broadcast this information. Now, you're familiar, of course, with the fact that resources available include a drone.
That is correct.
And you're also familiar with the fact that drones can carry certain payloads, including FLIR.
That's correct.
And I'm going to ask you directly as well. 6:13 seems a little late for the drone to be deployed under these circumstances, given what was going on in Portapique. Have you any comment in that regard?
My comments relate to that is it's a tool that ERT has available to them.
Right.
They have to make a determination through tactics, and I'm not a tactics person. I don't dictate their tactics. What's available to them, when they can safely deploy a tactic, and what their goal, what their mission is, or task at that time.
Right. But as a critical incident commander, you would have availability or know of the availability of resources to be used and could suggest it to the ERT team leader,
Yes.
put a drone up there, right?
That's correct.
But that wasn't done in this case?
No.
And that wasn't done because why, Staff Sergeant, are you in a position to say?
I can't speak to why that discussion wasn't had.
Okay, very good. Any comment that you would have, Staff Sergeant Surratt, with respect to the deployment of the drone at 6:13?
No.
All right. Okay, we'll move on then to public communications, which is obviously a significant area of concern for Nova Scotians and others. With respect to public communications, I want to direct you, Staff Sergeant West, to the transcript of your Mass Casualty Commission interview, in particular page 36 and page 48, and I'll ask for your comment on those.
Oh.
So at page 36, when you were being interviewed by Wayne Fowler, at the top, the following is as described. I'm just going to stop you. Yeah, right there, just before we move into this, between the information times, you're starting to get the information from Lisa Banfield and her family out of Halifax, and now becoming aware of this fully replica police car, and Glenn Byrne is pushing out, I'm going to the Bolos. Yeah. Wayne Fowler, to all police services, both internal and external, what communication or what information is being passed on, or who's making any decisions in regard to media personnel? Jeff West, that's with Steve Halliday. Wayne Fowler, that rests with Steve? Yeah. So I just want to move on to page 48 on the statement for purposes of completeness. Page 48 at the top. Jeff West at 5:59. Okay, no, I wasn't involved in any of the media stuff that came out after that part. I don't think so. Trying to think if I ever maybe might have gotten an email from anybody in there, but I don't recall being involved in approving or anything like that. There may have been a question to me or something like that, but I was not in any sort of active role in any media stuff that would have come out through Stratcoms after the fact. Wayne Fowler, right, okay. And I think we clarified it beforehand when you were in the command post. The media releases went through Steve Halliday. Steve Halliday, yes. Let me ask you about, both gentlemen, about the role of the critical incident commander with respect to the dissemination of information to the public from a public protection point of view. Is that a role that a critical incident commander may take upon themselves?
The way, and we're talking about this incident.
Yes.
Yeah, really, I believe early on, Staff Halliday had been engaged with Stratcoms to a certain degree. So it was delegated task to him to carry on with that. And typically, in a critical incident, you won't see the critical incident commander be heavily involved in the crafting of media releases or anything, because as we've said before, we're heavily involved with the critical incident response.
Right.
So in this case, it was Steve Halliday, Staff Halliday was the contact point, the point to deal with the strategic comm side of the house.
Okay. Does that accord with your understanding, Staff Sergeant Surrette?
Yes, and we would, our involvement as CICs often would be if we were stressing that a certain piece of information shouldn't go out or a certain piece should go out, we may make that known to the person we delegated that to. I shouldn't say may, we would make that known to the person we delegated to. But at the end of the day, it comes back to what I said earlier about trusting the people that you're delegating things to. The role of CIC is very dynamic, and sometimes you've got to delegate some stuff, and this is an example of that.
In the circumstances that you experienced that night on April 19th, particularly in the morning, given the protection of the public potentially in Portapique about an active shooter, were thoughts put to your mind to direct Staff Sergeant Halliday to actually make sure that a public communication got out for residents to know and be aware that the risk was there?
Well, I think if I recall properly, around 8 o'clock, around the time that Glenn Byrne was sending out the bolo, I mean, don't forget, we're all in the same room and we're all talking. And I seem to recall some suggestion at that point that should go out. And I'd be awful surprised if Steve Halliday didn't speak to that yesterday.
Right, and indeed he did. I guess what I'm trying to determine is from the critical incident commander point of view, what role do you have if you feel that there may be a deficiency with respect to public protection from an information provision point of view?
I would think that if we knew there was a deficiency, we would address it, or if we want to make sure something was pushed out. But bear in mind, when this is going on, we're not checking emails and we're not checking Twitter.
Right, right. Okay. At page 216, paragraph 453, there is reference to the fact that there was actually a contact between Stratcoms and Staff Sergeant West. Looking at paragraph 453, as detailed in the RCMP Public Communications April 18th, 19th foundational document, media messaging was discussed at the command post at various points of hour 10. CIC West's notes indicate he received a call from the director of the Strategic Communications Unit, Leah Scanlon, at 7 a.m. to discuss media messaging. CIC West's notes say he advised her that I would have Steve Halliday contact her to discuss messaging. This is consistent with what your prior information is with respect to delegation.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Did you at all engage in any form of discussion with Stratcoms and Leah Scanlon in terms of what you felt was important and or necessary from a critical incident response?
No, I did not.
Okay. Tell me about bolos then, in terms of information being provided to policing agencies. Would you have directed or engaged anyone to provide information in that fashion?
From my perspective, for me, I know Glenn Byrne was in the command post with us. Glenn acts as a radio logist for ERT. Glenn Byrne is also at that time was the manager of the Operational Communication Center, and I'd also worked with Glenn during my time at the OCC. There was times when information was coming in, and I'd ask Glenn to make sure that got pushed out through the OCC. The OCC is where our bolos go through.
So once again, this would be a delegation to Mr. Byrne.
Yes.
Commander Byrne under those circumstances. Yeah. Okay. The circumstances, gentlemen, changed after the information was received from Lisa Banfield and from the Banfield family in the mid-morning of April 19th. You agree with me in that regard, eh?
Yeah.
I guess what I'm concerned about is this information and your understanding as critical incident commanders about the replica police vehicle. What was your understanding about the substance of that replica police vehicle before the information came from Lisa Banfield and Lisa Banfield's family?
Okay, so prior to that, our understanding that it was likely one of the a decommissioned, for lack of a better term, former police vehicle. The individual had 3 Ford Tauruses registered to him.
Yeah.
So the understanding that it was likely the police vehicle was likely one of the decommissioned that may still have had some reflective decal on it.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask you a further question. Why that decommissioned adjective? Why did that come to mind for you, Staff Sergeant West?
I believe that was early on, that was decommission of former police car or whatever, because of somebody mentioned that previously he had been seen or stopped with a vehicle that had decals on it.
Okay, so you were aware, of course, that Andrew McDonald had been involved and provided important information with respect to the nature of that replica RCMP vehicle. You were aware, of course, that the children had made 911 calls and had provided very important information as to the nature of that replica vehicle. Did you have access to that information for purposes of formulating your thoughts about the replica RCMP vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you know that Andrew McDonald was available to be interviewed and information had been obtained from him earlier in the morning?
I believe it was in the early morning. I don't know exact time when Staff Halliday made me aware that Mr. McDonald had been interviewed and provided additional information about. But at the onset, I wasn't aware of Mr. McDonald.
Okay. And can you explain or provide any insight into why that fundamental witness who had fundamental information, the critical incident commander, wouldn't have been made aware of?
I can't speculate on why that wasn't brought forward to me.
No, that's fair enough. Any comments, Staff Sergeant Surrett?
No, just to reiterate, I know I talked about this before as well in relation to Mr. McDonald, and in reviewing my notes in preparation for today, I did note the same thing that Steve Halliday provided us with information approximately 6:20 or 6:25 that Mr. McDonald had been interviewed by an MCU member, Corporal Bethune, and that he was, my notes do say, if I recall, that he was driving a Taurus, but he drove into the Portapique area, and Mr. McDonald felt that he had no, or as it was relayed to us, Mr. McDonald solidified our belief that there's no other way out. So I do have that in my notes at 6:25 or so. And just to state the obvious, but when we talk about dynamic command post, that was immediately followed by the call that Lisa Banfield had come out at Leon Jodry's house. And so that's just one example of how quickly some of this pertinent information was coming out.
Yeah, I understand. And I suspect there might be some concern amongst people with respect to the fact that the Andrew McDonald information was well available long before Lisa Banfield and Lisa Banfield's information became available to you. And the children 911 calls certainly would have been well available to, critical decision makers like you. My concern is, what do you say in terms of that information being available, but the critical incident commanders not actually having access to it? How could that be?
Well, it's one of the, how do you speculate why that wasn't available to you? Like, and to theorize why it isn't, I can't say.
Okay. No answer further than that?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm led to believe that prior to Ms. Banfield emerging from the Portapique area, that there was a bit of a dormant period in terms of the investigation. Would that be a correct assessment of what was going on, or am I incorrect in that regard?
I don't know if dormant.
Okay, help me out on that.
And when I think of through the evening and early morning hours, everybody was heavily tasked, whether it was ERT or our investigators, all that. So there was lots going on. So I don't know what you mean by dormant.
Yeah, what I mean is no new information coming in, no actual decisions being made as a result of new information. Is that inaccurate on my part?
I think we're saying there's the initial information, there was that initial inflow of information early on, then when we got to the command post. However, throughout the early morning hours, There was not, and I don't think dormant's the right word.
And that's fair. I'm glad
Okay,
you qualified
but there wasn't a significant amount of additional information or intelligence coming in. There was a lot of background work going on with inquiries and with the suspect's parents and stuff like that, but we weren't gleaning a lot of additional information to impact the move forward.
Yeah. And the reason I used that word dormant that you have corrected me on is because after Ms. Banfield emerged, the family information became aware. Things were moving hot and heavy very, very quickly. Compared to the hour before, things were not quite as busy. Would that be a better and more accurate assessment?
Yes, because I think that's much more accurate, because in those hour plus earlier, that was when we allowed us to start, okay, now we can start working on an evacuation plan. So it allows us to, so I won't say dormant, but be what's important now, why here, why now, what has changed.
Thank you. And I think we're both getting together in terms of our terminology. I guess my question for you then is, once you're thinking of the evacuation plan, do you at that point put your mind potentially to public comms? Or is that still entirely with Staff Sergeant Halliday?
We weren't with, I don't think we discussed public comms at that moment.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm moving along here, gentlemen. I should be done very soon. I wanted to discuss the credible lead with respect to Wentworth. At that time, Staff Sergeant West, and I'm going to refer to page 254, paragraph 543 as a sort of jumping point so we can contextualize it. But at that time, Sergeant West, approximately 2 minutes later, as a broadcast HERT confirmed that EMERT should respond to the Wentworth scene. CIC West then attempted to contact Tim Mills, but appeared to be experiencing poor audio quality. So this takes us back to a fundamental concern that we have been discussing earlier. Did you experience poor audio quality in terms of your ability to speak to ERT team leader?
Yeah, and I think that's evident throughout the radio transcript. And as things change, things start to happen, there's more people on the radio, so there's more reason why you can't get through. So once again, it goes back to, we've acknowledged that radio comms is an issue.
Yeah, all right. Once the mission shifts, so to speak, to Glenholm, how does the critical incident commander's role impact or change? Are you able to discuss your role at that stage, given the fact that we have a mobile active shooter? And any comments you have on that would be, I think, appreciated by the...
And I think that's a fair point, and I believe Kevin and I will both have some comments on that, is because we've always talked early on what a traditional critical incident iron barricade. Now we've gone from not a contained scene, not a contained location, to a mobile. And so it's really, we get to the point, and that's almost our response within getting to it really becomes truly a collaborative response effort with our uniform commander. How do we get our resources where we need to get them? Recognizing that we still have crime scenes and port pick that we have to. So I guess really, and Kevin will probably add to this, is it really changes kind of some traditional thinking of dealing with it. Now we have a mobile threat, and a lot of times we'll almost equate it to, it's almost like an IR type situation that's vehicle borne, in the sense that we're trying to get to the...
Staff Sergeant SURETTE, I know you want to speak to this.
Yeah, no, exactly. As Jeff said, and just to add to that, it becomes, it's no longer a traditional ERT call for a number of reasons. So it becomes much more of a collaboration between general duty and our ERT responders. We have to rely, as an incident commander, we are primarily in control of the ERT and CNT, as we've talked about in that command triangle. We have, in a traditional response, the uniform or GD leader or a commander we may say we want this road, and that road blocked off. It's up to him who he sends to each of those roads, right? So in a case like this, we as incident commanders and we as commanding the emergency response team have to rely on the GD resources. There's a lot more of them out there, a lot more cars, more mobile, to help us try to track this guy down and try to hem him in. And that led to a number of decisions later on that we can talk about as far as, blocking the roads or not and that type of thing. But in reality, it becomes kind of a collaboration of everybody who's involved. And at that point, I don't say that any one person can really have control of everything that's going on. It becomes much more of a collaboration.
How effective is the critical incident commander model operating from Great Village Fire Hall to deal with the manhunt of an active shooter from northern Nova Scotia down to southern Nova Scotia?
It's a very difficult role and responsibility.
Seems difficult.
Yeah.
My question is, how effective is your critical incident command model under these circumstances?
I guess when you look at you're saying how effective is the model? Well, is there somebody in charge? And it goes back to Kevin said, somebody's in charge. Okay, we have to rely on who can get our general duty resources, who can get our ERT resource, who can do that. So this incident is truly a one-off that nobody has been involved in. So to think of, okay, how would you do it differently from a command post, whether a command post in Great Village or wherever your command post is? It's very difficult to say.
Okay. All right. I think I'll come back to it in a moment, but I want to ask you about decisions made about roadblocks, choke points, and checkpoints. Did you gentlemen have a role in that in terms of decisions being made in that regard?
Yeah, and with that, there were all kinds of discussions going on. And with that, I guess we had to look at a timeline where we're at and what we were dealing with then. And discussions were based around roadblocks versus visibility. Okay, and Kevin has mentioned this before in our discussions, and there's one thing to take into account. If we're talking roadblocks are member heavy in the sense that we have to have a lot of resources. Given this dynamic, roadblocks may create a target-rich environment, for lack of a better terminology, when we've got a number of roads all through that area, and it's kind of like almost, do you value that, or do we need eyes on the road there where we can see if we can see the suspect vehicle and then build from there? So I think there's where a lot of discussion centered around.
Right, and there was discussions with respect to roadblocks and checkpoints and so on, and the decision rested with the critical incident commander at this point?
Yes.
So we'll look at paragraph 603 at page 274. 603 and 604 speak about that decision-making process. But essentially, at 603, there's the discussion of the target-rich environment that you mentioned, Staff Sergeant West. At 604, according to Staff Sergeant Surette's notes, a discussion occurred between himself, CIC McGilvery, and Staff Sergeant West about closing highways down versus setting up members at stationary points for them to observe traffic with ERT staged at strategic points for response. It was agreed that ERT members would be strategically positioned to observe traffic. Staff Sergeant Surette explained to the Commission that the aforementioned concerns influenced his decision to direct the monitoring of major roads instead of blocking them. That must have been a very difficult decision, and I suspect that you weren't very experienced in making this type of decision. Is that a fair assessment on my part?
When you
experienced in the manhunt portion of this type of response?
Well, and I think it goes back when you say manhunt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a specific course offered by the RCMP, Canadian Police College, titled manhunt?
Yeah.
Noted. You're relying on your policing experience is that you've developed over 30 plus years of policing, as well as the people that you have in the room with you to make decisions.
Right.
And I think the process remains the same. Your critical thinking, critical decision-making process. So if I can use that as an example, if you block the road, you've got, in practical terms, you've got members out of their cars with hard body armor and carbines probably, but they're vulnerable, they're stopping traffic. Then you've got a lineup of cars perhaps 2 kilometers long on the 102. And then you've got a person who at this point, when this discussion happened, Glenholm had happened, Hundreds Road had happened, Plains Road had happened. You've got a person who's clearly killing at random. And are you going to expose 2 kilometers or a kilometer or even 2 cars to someone approaching in a marked, what looks like a marked police car, and just opening fire? And I'll be honest, I really advocated to not block the roads for that reason. If we could keep eyes on the intersections, we knew that there was likely going to be a shootout at some point, but we didn't want a shootout to happen in front of a lineup of civilians parked on the 102, probably getting out of their cars and looking around, see what's going on, because you know that's going to happen. So to me, that was the lesser of 2 evils there.
No, I understand the decision-making process, and I think it's indicated, and you've given it context. I guess my question to you was earlier about experience and courses, and Staff Sergeant West said there's no courses. You can't tabletop this, can you?
No, and that's in some of our discussions post-event. This isn't something that you table. It's not similar to anything in the exercises at Canadian Police Colleges. It's not a table. It's not something that's been tabletop.
Okay. I promised you 10 minutes ago I was almost at the end. I really am almost at the end. Page 279, Madam Registrar, paragraph 613. I want to direct your attention to the transcript excerpt at 10:23:13. This is Staff Sergeant West communicating with Corporal Mills. Yeah, Tim, I've got the risk manager is going to be coordinating where uniform cars are going. I'm going to leave it with you or get our ERT resources staged in some strategic locations. It appears to me from that a decision was made to hand over decision-making to the frontline ERT personnel at that point. Is that a correct assessment of that commentary?
Yeah, and this was 10:23. This was after Staff Sergeant McGilvery had taken over command.
Right.
Okay, so at that point, it was relying on Corporal Mills to strategically position his members.
Right.
So that's given him, delegating it down to him to where he wants to place his resources.
Right. And the next natural question would be, it seems to me, and please comment on this, that the CIC or the Critical Incident Commander model has become redundant at that point because the ERT is taking over control of placement of his people. Isn't that a fair assessment?
I don't see it as being redundant. There's still other aspects to the critical incident package that are involved. So we're giving him it's one of those things, we're not dictating tactics to him. We're allowing him the ability to place his resources as he feels is appropriate, knowing what he has, who's in what vehicle, where the dog is,
Right,
where the tab is.
He's on the road, on the scene, and you're at the Great Village Fire Hall during that time.
And it would probably, typically, if there would have been attack ops in the command post, those.
And I think really, that there, to me, is a sign of strong leadership in knowing when to relinquish control and knowing when to take it back. And in this case, I think they're on the ground. They're in a better position to determine where they should be going based on everything that's going on around them, while we are, again, in Great Village in a fire hall.
Yeah.
So I think that was a necessary component of that collaborative effort that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. In terms of what's going on at that stage, given the fact you're in the Great Village Fire Hall and the responsibility for placement is given to the ERT team leader, what responsibilities are you having specifically? Is it crime scene containment and follow-up at that point?
Well, at that point, as I mentioned, Staff McGilvery had already taken over. So Kevin and I are there supporting. Our intention initially was to stand down, get rest for the next operational period.
Yeah.
So the critical incident commander at that time is still maintaining the overall, getting the picture of what's going on, what's next. Is it going to turn into an armed standoff in a vehicle? Is it going to turn into armed and barricade or whatever? So there's still that component that being engaged in there to be able to do, okay, what's important now? What's next? Why here? Why now? What has changed?
Because that could easily have transitioned to a hostage situation in a vehicle, for example, at which point our GD guys would have likely been tasked to contain the area and wait for ERT as an example. So if your CIC has become disengaged from what's going on, those decisions aren't going to be made in a timely manner. So you're still trying to be on top of everything that's going on around you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've covered that area, and I appreciate your candidness and response. I want to ask you a few more questions about the topic Alert Ready. Can you tell me, Staff Sergeant West, whether you had any familiarity with the public Alert Ready system?
I had no familiarity with it.
Did you have any idea it was an accessible tool?
No, it was not a tool in our toolbox at that time.
Okay. Staff Sergeant Surrette, can you provide any insight as to whether you knew about the availability or operability of the Alert Ready system?
I knew I had gotten an alert because of COVID, so a couple weeks before that. It had never reached our level as far as accessibility at all.
Any training at all with respect to access to Alert Ready as a critical incident commander?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, okay. I understand that 10:30 in the morning, you gentlemen directed Inspector Bell and Staff Sergeant Halliday to secure and manage the various crime scenes. Does that sound about right? I can point it out in the.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And did you have anything more to do with the securing and management of the crime scenes after delegating that to other parties?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you, or did you consider a direction to those whom you delegated a specific and clear effort to check all houses in Portapique for purposes of determining whether there were more victims or not? Is that part of your mandate or your role?
No, at that point, I don't recall giving any of that direction. I think our focus was operationally based in stopping the threat.
Was there, yeah, okay, I think you've answered that. Okay, the command post was shut down at when, please? Gentlemen, any idea?
After, yes, after the big, so,
The perpetrator was.
because then once that matter's done, then you're moving from, it's no longer a critical incident, now it's a major crime investigation. So we shut down our command post, and then this whole matter transitions from a critical incident to a major crime investigation.
I understand, okay. And then you relocated for a debriefing to the Bible Hill detachment and concluded your involvement in this matter for that particular stage, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, does that sound right, Staff Sergeant Surratt?
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, those are my questions with the witnesses today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burrell. Officers, the process we have developed is that once you've completed your evidence, your main evidence with Mr. Burrell, we will break, and Mr. Burrell and other commission counsel will meet with counsel for the participants and discuss whether or not there are further questions for you, and if so, who will be asking them. So that's the stage we're at now. So thank you so much for your testimony so far, and we will break now until 2:10 and ask you to come back at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:10 p.m. Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes, and just a reminder to turn your devices to silent. Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, council, all council, for meeting and agreeing on a formula for follow-up questions, which will have 4 participant council. I have a list here to ask some questions and potentially some questions from Department of Justice Canada. So we can call the witnesses in, please, and I'll explain that to them. Council, if you don't mind, just briefly explain your retainer to each, to the witnesses when you come up in order. Thank you again, officers. The council met, our council met with council for the participants, and they've agreed that 4 council will ask you questions. Obviously, we may need a break between that, and if any time you feel you need a break, just let us know, and we'd be happy to deal with that. They will, as each one approaches the podium, they will introduce themselves to you and give you information about who they represent. And after that, counsel for the Department of Justice may have questions for you as well. So thank you again so far. And I understand, Mr. McClellan, you are first to go.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeants. Staff Sergeant West, I'm going to take you back to about...
Sorry, Mr. McClellan, can you just...
Oh, of course. I just launched right into it. I apologize.
All right.
My name is Matt McClellan. With my colleagues at Patterson Law, we represent the majority of the victims' families, as well as those individuals most affected. Apologies. Staff Sergeant West, I'm going to take you to about 1 a.m. on the evening, we'll say early morning, April 19th, 2020. This would have been about the time you arrived at the command post, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I think, and you'll have to correct me if I'm paraphrasing this incorrectly, you had made some comment earlier that between that time and announcing that you were taking command, you were information gathering. Is that fair to say?
Information gathering and prepping for the takeover.
Okay. Could you maybe elaborate on what prepping for the takeover means in terms of getting the lay of the land and?
Well, even just to the fact of getting there, establishing what part, where the fire hall, what part of the fire hall we're using, getting just transition up there, seeing who was available, what was at the fire hall at that time.
And this is part of the, I believe, correct me if this acronym is wrong, the SMEAC process, correct?
Well, the SMEAC is more the planning tool, okay? This is just getting there and getting in a position where you're ready and able to take over command.
Madam Registrar, could we please pull up, it'd be COM number 50895. This is the containment foundational document. We'll go to page 13, the associated figure, please. So I don't know if you've seen this figure before. This depicts a containment point on Highway 2 to the east of Portapique. Are you familiar, when you came on, I guess I should ask before that, were you familiar with what containment points were in place when you took command?
No, I was not.
You were not. Were you aware that this containment point, this is the containment point set up at approximately 12:01 a.m., stationed at that point were Constables Nicholas Dorrington and shortly thereafter Trent Lafferty. You were not aware that this containment point was there?
You are correct. I was not aware of that.
And so I guess one question I have for you is, are you aware of when the last sighting of the perpetrator was in Portapique before you took command?
The last sighting? No, I'm not aware of that.
So you wouldn't have been aware of the amount of time between the last sighting and when containment points were set up?
No, it was not.
So you wouldn't have been aware that Andrew McDonald had seen the perpetrator in Portapique around, we'll say 10:28, 10:25, 10:28?
No, I was not aware.
So you would not have been aware, and I'm sorry if I'm just repeating myself, but you wouldn't have been aware that the points east of Portapique were uncontained for approximately an hour and a half?
Oh, like I say, I was not aware. I was 3 hours into the event by the time I'm in the area.
Okay. And so I'll go back then. Is part of the CIC role then to get a sense of what containment points are already set up, or is this, I know you had mentioned this was a bit of a one-off, so if you could maybe just discuss how getting an understanding of those containment points fit within what you understand to be the CIC role?
Well, it's all part of getting the big picture. And the idea is being able to get in place and obtain that information through the resource you have at hand, which is usually through the uniformed commander. And so
would you ask them what containment points are already set up, or is that something you expect they would come to you with?
Well, that's situation dependent. There may be times when you ask for it, they may come to you with it.
But you knew the containment was a major part of the overall effort. That
containment is always part of our critical incident process.
Right. I think, and this was cited before, at least 4:05, the mission objective was to contain the area and locate the.
That was always
the suspect.
There. That was always the mission.
Thank you. And so I'm also going to expect that when you came on, you weren't aware that Constable Colford had radioed earlier in the evening, stating that she was told by Kate McDonald that there was another road somebody could take out.
I was not aware.
Staff Sergeant West, I understand you were using Google Maps during the critical incident?
Me personally, no. When I referenced it, somebody had aerial photography, could have been Google Maps. It was something, an overlay, whether it was Google or one of the other mapping tools. I'm not sure. Can't say exactly which one it was.
And Staff Sergeant Surrett, maybe you can answer that as well. mapping technology you were using once you arrived on scene in in Great Village?
My understanding of that when I arrived was that the map that was up on the screen was a Google Maps or something very similar to Google Maps. It had that look to it.
And what kind of screens were you viewing this on? Are we talking big projector screens or essentially a small laptop?
They were being projected on a big screen at the front of the command post.
And you had testified earlier you were not aware of the Blueberry Field Road at the time.
That is correct.
And there was nothing on these maps that you've seen that would have made you think, well, there's a road there.
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Are either of you familiar with the geography in Portapique?
No, I'm not.
No.
You wouldn't have traveled on the roads there, I suppose. What is the process for interviewing a child witness that you would be aware of?
I guess it's dependent on the situation, whether it's something that I know in the past. It could involve Children and Family Services, but the actual process steps, it's, I guess, situation dependent.
We do have a course, a training course for some investigators in relation to child interviews. And they're normally conducted, my understanding of that is that they're normally conducted in conjunction with a member of community services or Children and Family Services.
So nobody that was present at the command post was prepared or trained to interview the children that were there?
I don't know if we can speak to that way. I don't know the training of the people, the members that were involved.
Was there any thought given to asking locals about the geography or possible ingress and egresses from into and out of Portapique?
I don't recall having that conversation.
Okay. And I'll ask you, by the time you got there, was there any thought given to asking locals about the geography and roads?
I do recall there was a comment, I believe, made by, I can't speak for Staff Halliday, but if I recall, when he updated us at 6:20 or 6:25 about the interview of Mr. McDonald, his understanding of that update and as it was relayed to us was that there was no other way out.
Right. But you, other than that, you're not aware of any conversations with locals or attempts to speak to locals about roads?
I'm not aware of any, no.
So there was, and Madam Registrar, I'll ask that you bring up COM number 50895. This is Exhibit 6. Actually, it's the same one we just had up. Page 15, Figure 9. Okay. So this depicts a containment point at the eastern prong of Brown Loop. Staff Sergeant West, you're familiar with Brown Loop now, I suppose.
Yes.
And you were aware that there was a containment point set up there at approximately 5 a.m.?
I'd have to refer to my notes as to what time, when I was aware of it, but I know there were containment and there was conversations about Brown Loop throughout the night.
Madam Registrar, if you could go to COM number 0003901. This is at about page 6. This is the typed member notes of Staff Sergeant West. And I see at 4:57, McCallum to IC. And sorry, who is IC?
That is myself.
Okay. McCallum to IC has put a car on number 2 highway and Brown Loop after viewing with IC and noting that there was not a resource blocking that intersection.
That's a fair reflection of my notes.
Oh, so it's fair to say then that as of 4:58 a.m. on the 19th, you were aware that a resource was being placed at that intersection. Brown Loop.
That's, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a general question, and I guess I'll put it to both of you. Had you known that the road or Highway 2 east of Portapique was not contained for, say, an hour and a half after the last sighting of the perpetrator, and had you known that there was an alternative route out of Portapique, i.e. the Blueberry Road, would that have changed your containment efforts overnight?
Knowing, like I say, our decisions were made at the time with what we knew. Okay, and the idea is with the point of containment being established and with what was presented to us. If there would have been additional information brought to us earlier on, we would have actioned that as we decided would be appropriate at the time. But it's hard to say when you're with what you know now as opposed to what you knew then, trying to factor in, well, if you knew that, would you have done that? Well, it's something that we process that information, make a determination on whether it impacted what our police actions were at the time.
Staff Sergeant Stress, I'll actually put the same question to you, if that would have changed how you viewed the containment efforts overnight during the time that you were there?
Yeah, I think, I mean, just by definition, containment means to contain. So your efforts on the front end would be to cover off any points of entry or egress. And I think it's worthy to note that quite often on the front end of these things, the local members are normally relied upon to set up containment. The local members, the local supervisors, the local detachment commanders are relied upon with knowledge of the area to guide that containment.
Okay, so on that, are you aware if any of the local members had knowledge of that area?
I don't know. Typically, that's what would happen.
Did anybody ask if any of the local members had knowledge of the geography and roads in Portapique?
I didn't when I arrived, no.
Okay, Staff Sergeant West?
I can't recall what conversations it may or may not have had. I know there was some indication that some of the officers were quite familiar with the area. And that's where some of the maps were created from. The hand-drawn maps were created from the officers familiar with the area.
And that's the extent of your knowledge on that point then?
Yes.
So I have a few questions, not too many, about the what we're referring to as the replica cruiser, or the mock cruiser. So I think Staff Sergeant West, you had stated that what was relayed to you by Staff Sergeant Halliday was that their, quote, I don't know if this is a direct quote, but may have been associated, the perpetrator may have been associated with a police vehicle.
Yes.
What did you understand associated meant?
Well, I believe the information passed on to there may have been a police vehicle. Indication in the initial calls that a police vehicle was seen at the scene.
Did you understand that he was driving the vehicle or just that it was there?
It was, took that there's a vehicle there. I don't know whether the exact words Steve would have relayed to me at that time.
And safe to say, prior to Miss Banfield coming out of the woods, you didn't understand you were looking for a fully marked RCMP cruiser?
No, we were well, at that was the first information that kind of funneled to me that, yeah, around that time was about the fully marked police vehicle. There was, I believe, 3 vehicles that were associated to them. We had accounted for 3 vehicles.
And you wouldn't have reviewed the 911 tapes?
No, I did not.
Staff Sergeant Surratt, same question. You wouldn't have had an opportunity to listen to those tapes?
No.
So, Staff Sergeant Surratt, you had mentioned that, and again, forgive me if I'm paraphrasing this incorrectly, the role of the Associate CIC in this particular incident was to filter information going to CIC West. I believe you used that term, filter.
I did use that term earlier today, yeah. And bearing in mind, this is, you know, as we've established, this is kind of, I shouldn't say, this is not only because of the scope of the incident itself, but we often would have an overlap of CICs, but to bring someone in over this length of time was not something that we do frequently. So we're kind of learning as we go. So I did use that term, but if I could explain that, I think in hindsight, what I should have probably said is that as a CIC, and recognizing that we have similar training and backgrounds and experience in the CIC world, that There's some things that I know that the CIC needs to know right now, and other things not so much. So it's not that I was keeping anything from them, but perhaps triaging that information might have been a better term.
Okay, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. So while you had a fairly lengthy drive, I understand, from Yarmouth to Great Village, correct?
Yes, yes.
You arrived
5:40.
5:40. Thank you. So I understood from your earlier testimony, your information during that drive came from radio chatter.
True, except for 2 brief conversations with Jeff.
So you had radio chatter and 2 brief conversations with Staff Sergeant West.
Yes.
Did you feel then, based on that information, you were adequately prepared to step into that associate CIC role on the ground?
Yes.
You felt fully apprised of the situation, or at least as much as you needed to be.
Well, as much as I need to be, it was, I mean, that's constant, keeping appraised of the situation. So I walked in, had a brief meeting with Staff West, looked at the boards, prepared myself, spoke to some of the people, I don't know in what order, but I knew most people in the room, just to get a feel for what was going on and where we were. And yeah, from that point on, I felt comfortable in my role.
How long would you say those 2 calls were?
I don't know how long they were. They weren't very long. One was at 2:26, I believe. That would have been a 3 or 4 minute call, I think, just brief. And the second was just to let him know that I was getting close. I asked him to text me the address of the fire hall and that I'd be there momentarily.
Okay, thank you. Madam Registrar, can we please bring up, this is COM number 00100715. It's the timeout and events of Staff Sergeant Jeff West. We'll start at page 3, approximately. So, Staff Sergeant West, first, can you define the term, what does decision point mean as it's used in this document? It repeats.
Yeah, it's a decision point. There was some decision made at that point.
So is it safe to say that's a conclusion that is reached at this point? This is the conclusion we're drawing at this point with the information we have.
It's can be that. It's something, there's information come in and we made a decision to whether it's tasking or move forward. I guess it's a decision point.
Okay. Is it safe to say it's the information we are acting upon at this point?
Well, it's a lot of the information. It's kind of, yes, we're acting on whatever's presented and making a decision for an action at that time.
So when you see at actually the second, we'll call it row from the top, decision point, suspect was still believed to be in the area. Priorities of life. Can you explain what those 2 points mean?
Well, and this is from information that we were provided. We had received no information to indicate that he was outside of the area. I think Staff SURETTE explained priorities of life earlier this morning, in the sense that we're talking about witnesses, victims, civilians, then the police, and the suspect, and evidence preservation. I think Kevin described that quite well this morning.
Okay. Madam Registrar, can we go to roughly the bottom of page 6? Same document. Thank you. All right, so this is taking us to approximately 6:33 a.m. on the morning of the 19th. At this point, it's safe to say Ms. Banfield has been located and you're getting a fair bit of new information. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
So at this time, you are learning that the perpetrator had loaded guns in his vehicle.
That is correct.
And if we scroll down just a little bit, suspect had indicated, I understand this to be suspect, had indicated Ms. Banfield that he was going after her sister that lives in, this is redacted, but outside of Portapique, correct? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And then again, decision point, suspect was still believed to be in the area. If we can scroll down to say we're almost there. Sorry, a little bit to the top. Looking for ERT. Yes, thank you. At about the second row from the bottom, ERT to attend suspect property at 136 Orchard Beach Drive to check if there was any evidence to indicate the suspect was in the burnt out structure or vehicle. This was a directive given by you, I take it, Staff?
Yes, that is correct.
Based on information Ms. Banfield had provided.
Yes, that information.
Any ERT members did not find a body or rifles in any of the burnt out vehicles
That is correct.
at either 136 Orchard Beach Drive or 200 Porta Beach.
That is correct.
We could scroll down a little bit further. Again, ERT attended both the 136 Orchard Beach Drive and 200 Portapic Beach Road locations to determine if either Taurus appeared to be, quote, fully marked, unquote, police vehicle. ERT TL T Mills, I understand that to be Staff Sergeant Mills, confirmed that neither burnt out Taurus appeared to be, quote, fully marked, unquote, police vehicle with a patrol screen. Again, this was a directive you had given to go search those vehicles, correct?
That is correct.
And there was no divide or silent patrolman at the time. Okay. And then again, we see at 8:09 decision point, suspect was still believed to be in the area. If we could scroll down to page 9, please. Actually, that's great. So the bottom row that's visible there on the screen, if you can see that, you receive information from the OCC of a shooting in Wentworth with a suspect heading toward Truro on highway number 4. That's an accurate depiction of the information that was available to you at approximately 9:43 a.m.
Yes.
And at that time, ERT was diverted away from Portapic.
That is correct.
On that information.
That is correct.
So, Staff Sergeant West, I have a quote from do you remember you'd provided or done an interview with the Mass Casualty Commission? I believe it was in November of 2021.
Yes.
So if we could actually pull up comm number 35916, so the transcript of that interview, and we'll go to, I believe it's page 42 of the PDF. And largely we're looking at about the final 5 lines into the next page. Oh, it might be the one, sorry, it's the page before. Yes, that's perfect, thank you. So Staff Sergeant West, you respond, okay, at 6:30ish, between 6:30 and 7:30, from the time we know about Lisa Banfield to we're getting some good information from GIS and Halifax Regional Police. Okay, we know there's a vehicle, an additional marked police vehicle. However, there's still no information that's come forward to say that vehicle is outside of the Portapic area. So what's changed? What has changed? Yes, what's changed is we know there's an additional vehicle we've ruled out as it's one of the 2 burnt out Ford Tauruses that we've located. Okay. Could it be burnt out in another location in Portapic? Could it be behind a house waiting on an ambush or anything like that? So yes, at 6:30, that's AM on the 19th, we have additional information about a vehicle. We don't have any additional information about him not being in the area. Okay. And so, so we're still kind of, a lot of our add-on information is now this additional vehicle, okay? So what are we doing now? We're making sure that information is being pushed out to everywhere else. But still, we still haven't got anything to say he's outside the area. And then just a little bit below that, you'll see about middle of the page there, there's a comment where you say, then it's 9:30 before the next big piece of information comes out. Okay. Information that reported the homicide in Wentworth. So then, okay, why here? What's changed? Okay, now we have information to show that yes, he has left the area. Okay, So then that's the key piece that takes us outside of that area, and our policing response has to start looking at that outside area while also maintaining our crime scene. So again, it seems clear that that report was the critical piece of information that moved ERT out of Portapique.
The Wentworth incident, yes.
Yes, thank you. That's the incident I was referring to. So prior to becoming aware of the shooting in Wentworth, when was the last sighting of the perpetrator you were aware of?
Would be shortly after the incident had been reported.
So can you provide a time? I'm guessing you mean the evening, night of the 18th?
Yes, when the initial officers were responded, and then throughout the night there were reports of shots going off, which could have been gunshots, could have been fire related, but the initial would have been for that initial calls to police.
Sometime between 10 p.m. and 10:30 on the 19th, or the April 18th.
Correct.
And you were aware that Constable Milton, you stated earlier, had searched part of the Portapique area with a drone with thermal imaging.
Correct.
And I think he found some animals.
Correct.
So I guess my question is a broad one, and I'll put it to both of you. Did you require evidence that he was somewhere else to act on the understanding that he was no longer in Portapique?
Well, we're dealing with what we knew at the time, and where do you go next? You have no information to direct you to a different area, so where's your point to start?
Staff Sergeant Surratt?
We were trying to cover off both eventualities. We did have nothing to say that he had left the area, and that's why we wanted to ascertain, for example, if those two Tauruses that were burnt out could have been the vehicles that were the vehicle that was referred to. Bear in mind, they were completely burnt out. There's no deckling left, and the first time your team had been by there, they were still on fire, so they hadn't been able to get close. Hence the request to go back and check for guns or a body or a silent patrolman. But having said that, on the possibility that he might have escaped containment, that's why we did push out the bolo and all that sort of thing once we found out about this information. You're trying to deal with both eventualities.
So I guess my question is then, did you require a sighting or evidence that he was somewhere to believe that he was not in Portapique?
Well, I guess it goes back to what I said. Where do you start? You need something to give you a direction.
Right. Like, had we pulled our ERT resources out of Portapique when we found out about that car at around 7:30, or confirmed around 8, where would we have sent them?
So, Madam Registrar, could we please pull up COM number 49654, and we'll go to page 25. This is the Mass Casualty Commission's interview with Staff Sergeant Surratt. So I won't read the entirety of this. Suffice to say, if we could scroll up to, I believe we're at page, oh, sorry, it's at the top of the previous page. All right, so you say, so now we've come to around 8 o'clock there. And I know I'm jumping into this. It's my understanding you mean this is 8 a.m. the morning of April 19th, 2020.
I think so. Yeah.
And in the previous page, you state 7:57, Glenn Byrne confirms that a BOLO regarding the car, including a suspect, had been issued. So if we're picking up on, I recognize there was a break before this, if we're picking up on that,
Okay.
8 a.m. at the 19th.
Sure thing, yeah.
Once we knew for sure about that car, of course, we wanted to fan that out. We engaged the risk manager and wanted to make sure that the neighboring police forces were aware. We wanted to make sure that all the RCMP, of course, were aware throughout the province. I think they sent a province-wide BOLO. You had stated this. You continue, we wanted to make sure Amherst and Truro PD were aware, and I distinctly remember saying COVID had just started at this point, right? Like we were 2 or 3 weeks into COVID. And there's a bunch of DNR guys at the border and Nova Scotia, New Brunswick border. So I distinctly remember saying to Jeff that we had to make sure those guys were advised. And by this, you meant Truro and Amherst PD.
Yes.
And so we are aware that Staff Sergeant Briers provided an update to Truro Police at 8:43 a.m. To the best of your knowledge, prior to this, and I'll direct this to both of you because I know that you arrived at 5:40 a.m. Staff Sergeant West, you were there for a bit of time earlier in your command since a little after 1:15, between 1:15 and 1:30. To the best of your knowledge and prior to this, 8 a.m., did you issue any commands to notify or contact the Truro Police Services?
I don't recall making any direction in relation to BOLOs and contact with Truro Police Service.
Okay. Was there ever any discussion of notifying the Cape Breton Regional Police Service?
I do not recall any discussion on that. I do recall when we're talking about BOLOs, I was ensuring that they go out to all RCMP and municipal police forces within the province.
So in the evidence you gave earlier this morning, you had mentioned regional, and I understood to be regional non-RCMP CICs, that there are regional police services, non-RCMP services that also have members who did the CIC training. Is that correct?
Yes, the Canadian Police College is the holder of the Critical Incident Commanders course. On that course, you could have anybody from RCMP officers to municipal police forces from various municipal city police forces across the country.
Are you aware if any of the regional police services, non-RCMP police services, have CIC trained members in Nova Scotia?
Halifax Regional Police, I believe, have critical incident commanders that are trained.
And at what point had you reached out to, or did you reach out to the individual you known to be trained as a critical incident commander in Halifax?
I do not.
All right, I'm going to pivot for a moment. Staff Sergeant Surette, and I understand that neither of you were directly responsible for setting up the comfort station in Onslow, correct?
Correct.
But you were present while those discussions were happening.
The discussions between whom?
The meetings during which the members were discussing setting up the comfort center.
Yes, it was tasked to Staff Sergeant Halliday for the comfort center to find a location and get that established.
So, Staff Sergeant Surette, I'm going to, and I promise this is the last time I'm just going to read a block quote, and this one's not as long. So we're actually going to go to comm number 0049654. This is the transcript of the interview with Staff Sergeant Surette. I think it's page 45, but it may be 44 because I've been wrong. Yeah, so we'll start at the bottom of that page. So, Staff Sergeant Surette, you were asked a question by Willie Cruz. Mr. Cruz states, and I'm just flipping completely again. So Brown and Melanson are later involved in Onslow. Was it broadcast? Would they have known about the comfort center then? Because you made a point that they made a broadcast where the comfort center was being set. And if we could scroll down, there's some confusion in the next couple lines as to who were being discussed. Willie Cruz clarifies the officers that were involved in the shooting at Onslow. So Staff Sergeant Surette, you state, yeah, well, that's a good question. I think so, because they were in and out of the command post both before and during that interview. Could you elaborate or explain what you mean by that interview?
Melanson and Brown were tasked directly by Jeff, I believe, to interview Lisa Banfield. So when she came out at Leon Jodry's residence, we sent Ert to pick her up. She was assessed medically quickly there, transported out of there to the, I believe to Highway 2, the intersection of Portapique Beach Road and Highway 2, assessed again by our EMERT personnel. And my understanding was that at that point, they went to the hospital, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, all that to say, it was quite some time before they actually were able to sit down and interview her. So this stuff takes time. And I know they were trying to proceed in a trauma-informed manner, given what was going on. So they had been tasked to interview her, and as they were getting some of the information, they had been back to the command post. I can't say if they came back together. I can't say if they came back from the number 2 highway and then while they were on their way to the hospital or something like that. Either way, I know they had been in and out of the command post to update the command structure quickly on what was being said. So that's what I'm referring to there, because my understanding is after that, they also responded to the calls from Wentworth Road and Glenholm, and were heavily involved in that entire sequence of events. So that's what I'm clearly, I haven't read it all, but what I see there, that's what I'm talking about there, I believe.
Okay, so I'll get to that. So you continue, and we were talking about the comfort station quite frequently at that point, and Steve was setting it up. So I would think that they would have known about that. And I think that there were some, I say I think because let me think about this. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure when the member was dispatched to the Onslow Fire Hall, he was dispatched over the air. So people would have heard that there was a comfort center, and that's where he was going to be there for the comfort center. Did we specifically get on the air and tell everybody that there was probably not, no. I don't recall that, but it was kind of one of those things that was happening. And anyone paying attention would have known that was going on. And so this is just another question of clarification. When you say that was going on, you mean that there was a comfort station set up at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade Hall? That's
what I'm talking about there, yes. But when I said that, if I can clarify, in preparing for today, at that point, I wasn't aware of their meaning Melanson and Brown's involvement in that entire sequence of events with the shootings in Glenholm or Wentworth Road, and then the events at Glenholm and then Plains Road. I wasn't aware they had gone through all that. So I would just not revise that, but I would say that I don't know if they heard that or not, because there's a lot of things going on at the time. And I think my point at that time was not knowing that they had been involved in that entire sequence of events and had been in and out of the command post, that they likely would have known of the comfort center, but I can't say that for sure either way.
Oh, no, that's fine. I think your following comments actually say something to that effect. I can't see that they wouldn't have known, although they could have been so focused on their interview that they missed it. It was there was a lot going on. So the point is to some extent made. You couldn't have known exactly what they knew, just that it was knowable. That's a fair statement.
It is. And our other concern there was we didn't want it broadcast on the media because we didn't want the gunman to know that was being set up as well.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. So this is really to either of you, but I'll start with Staff Sergeant West, because at the end of your interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, you were asked what recommendations you could think of.
Yes.
One of the comments you had made was how can we better leverage technology, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate on what technology you felt could have assisted that evening that was lacking.
Okay, I think a lot of that ties back to my testimony from this morning with Mr. Burrow, when we're talking about whether it's the ability to know not just where our members' vehicles are, but where our officers are, whether they're ERT officers, general duty officers, GIS officers, or whatever. There's technology there and things mapping and stuff that's more readily available to us in a very technology-enabled world that we're in right now. So along those lines is, okay, what's available to us? What can we leverage to help us better do it? Another tool in our toolbox to help us do our job.
And so I'm not sure if you're familiar, there was an app that we had learned about through Staff Sergeant Mills and now Corporal Milton had provided evidence earlier in the week and had referenced this attack app.
Yeah.
My understanding is that's an app to locate members who also have that app on their person. Is that a fair?
Yeah, and stuff along that lines, and without giving like brand names, but that type of, I think it's referred to as ATAC, Blue Force Tracking or whatever. It's technology that would enhance situational awareness in the sense of where our members are and how to move our members around, knowing real-time information as opposed to just plotting points on a map.
And I guess this ties into, you made a comment that GPS-enabled devices would have been beneficial.
Yes.
Can you comment on whether or not having better access to thermal imaging for the members would have been helpful that evening?
I guess I'd go back to thermal. It would just be another tool that's in your toolbox that if the situation allows you to deploy it, what it brings to you. But it's a tool in the toolbox that could be utilized.
And I'm glad you mentioned the tool in the toolbox, because that's my next question is that you had mentioned that, to your understanding, and I won't go into the quote, it was already covered this morning, you were not aware that Alert Ready was one of the tools in your toolbox that evening, correct?
It was not a tool in our toolbox that evening.
So I did just want you to clarify one point on that. Is it that you didn't know it existed, or that you didn't know you could use it?
It was not a tool. And I'll go back to, like Kevin said, yeah, we'd heard alert the previous week about COVID, but it was not a tool in our toolbox that we knew of to use in a critical incident setting.
So Glenn Byrne, and that's the OCC operations commander, who was present at the Great Village Fire Hall?
That is correct.
And he didn't mention anything to you about using Alert Ready?
I do not recall him mentioning anything to me.
Same question, Staff Sergeant Surrett. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Byrne about
Alert Ready? No.
And you were aware that in 2006, the EMO had offered the RCMP direct access to this system?
I was not aware of that.
They didn't know about it.
Okay. So my final questions are somewhat related to that. You may have been aware that at about 8:44 a.m. on April 19th, Constable Stevenson had broadcast an inquiry to OCC Dispatch as to whether there had been a discussion about issuing a media release to the public regarding the replica cruiser. Are you aware that that was something that was put out over the radio?
I did not hear that. I was not aware of that at that time.
Okay. And so that, Staff Sergeant Surratt, same question.
I read it after in the transcripts, but I wasn't aware at the time, no.
So Staff Sergeant Halliday had stated that there was no point at which he had a conversation with anyone who denied the release of any of this information. I don't know if you're aware that that statement was made by Staff Sergeant Halliday.
No.
No.
So I guess this is really my final question then. Do you recall if either of you were approached, say, between 8:45 and 9:10 a.m. that morning, whether you'd been consulted about whether there should be a media release regarding the perpetrator's mock cruiser? Did anybody mention that to you at that time or ask for your input?
I was not spoken to about the release of information.
Staff Sergeant Surratt, same question.
No, I read that in preparation. I read that in some of the transcripts that it had been denied, and I was confused by that. I don't remember any discussion at all about that.
Those are all my questions. Staff Sergeant, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. Mr. Bryson?
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeants. My name is Josh Bryce, and I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided in Cobequid Court in Portapique. So thank you for being here today to answer questions. Have you followed the proceeding? Like, have you watched yesterday's testimony of Staff Sergeant Halliday and
No, I've had limited following of the proceedings.
Okay, you weren't briefed on what Staff Sergeant Holliday had testified to?
No.
Anything? Okay.
I did watch some of Staff Halliday's, but that was actually two questions you asked. I've not been following the proceedings, but I did watch Staff Halliday's partially yesterday, not all of it.
Great, thank you. So my first series of questions is in regards to essentially the critical incident package and what it takes to activate the critical incident package. I'd like to get a better understanding of that. So Madam Registrar, if we can pull up Exhibit 1466. So just while the Madam Registrar is pulling that up, so in this case, would you consider the critical incident package activated upon the phone call to you at 10:42, Staff Sergeant West? Is that technically when the package is activated?
No, and the critical incident package cannot be deployed without the authority of the support services officer.
Okay, so what time would you say that the CIC is activated?
Well, I'd have to go back to my notes as to whatever time I received a call from Staff Sergeant Halliday. And then I think I mentioned this morning after I spoke with Staff Halliday, I spoke with Superintendent Darren Campbell, received the authority to deploy the critical incident package. From there, I spoke with Corporal Tim Mills.
Okay. And so once that's deployed, I'd like to now get a better sense of the tangible benefit, the first tangible benefit that we see as a result of that deployment. So would that be the ERT response to Portapique at roughly 12 o'clock?
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
Sure. So when we talk about the critical incident package, for me as a layperson, it's words.
Yeah.
But in terms of actual resources on the ground, what's the first tangible resource that Portapique sees as a result of this deployment of the critical incident package?
I guess it would be the initial IA team that arrived from there, understanding that from the time I received the call to the standing up of the team, they have to get to headquarters to get kitted up. There's time to get to everything, and then the travel time to Portapique. So I believe, yeah, 12 o'clock. If you're saying that's when they showed up, that would be the first resources that I'm aware of from the critical incident package that would be arriving there.
And that was ERT?
I believe they were the first. I can't say 100%. I don't know if any of the bolt-ons arrived before ERT, but ERT would be their IA team would be the first resources from of substance.
Okay, and that was, I believe, at roughly 12:03, I think.
It could be. I'm
Staff
not sure of the
Sergeant
time.
Mills, yeah, and that would be in the record, so we can certainly clarify later on. But just to get a better understanding too of how it's activated, and we can look at what, if any, delays exist and how perhaps to make them better.
Okay.
So the first thing we have here is the 911 call from Ms. Blair that activated the response of IARD to attend the scene. I'm assuming that wouldn't activate a critical incident response based on that phone call alone?
Not alone, no.
Okay. So the next event we have is the event of the children calling, indicating that their parents are now deceased and that there's a house burning and a male has left in a police car. So that in combination with the 1001 call, would that typically activate the?
Well, it's when the information's, well, we can't control when they contact us. So
Right.
when I say they, whether it's risk manager or somebody who's boots on the ground. So we get calls early on, it's very dependent. So we don't control when they call the critical incident commander. A lot of times we need to have some sort of members on scene to add some validity to what's getting called into the police.
Right. Okay, so let's look at that. So we know that IARD arrives on scene. They start arriving at roughly 10:22. I may be off on a minute or two. And
I assume by IARD, you mean the initial 3 officers or 4 officers that
Yes.
showed up there
That's-
who did an IARD approach to the situation.
yes, that's
Okay,
correct. Yes.
Okay.
So when they arrive on scene and they interact with Andrew McDonald at roughly 10:28 after he's been shot by the perpetrator, is that the incident that would activate the critical incident response? So just to refresh, so at that point in time, we have the original 911 call at 10:01. We have the calls from the children. So there are reports of multiple people being deceased. We have Mr. McDonald, who was shot by the perpetrator, and we have a perpetrator that's in a vehicle mobile seen departing that specific area. So is that the event that would activate the calls to you and so on?
It could be, Kevin?
You know, it's kind of speculation at this point because at the end of the day, when Jeff got the first call to him, all those were factors which he would have considered him and been advised of.
Yeah.
To break it down and say at what point did it become an ERC call is very difficult because that's not how the information came to us, or to Jeff in this case. So when Jeff gets the call, there is all that, but then, and then there's more, right? So at what point does it transition? For us, it transitions when we get the call, we get the totality of the situation that's going on, and we make that decision as to whether or not. So to break it down beyond that, it becomes a little problematic if you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, here's what I'm getting at essentially. So based on my understanding, all the facts that supported the call to you for the critical incident response were known by roughly 10:28. That's after the interaction with Andrew McDonald and the observations of the perpetrator fleeing in the police car. So at 10:28. What I'm trying to address is the delay it takes to then reach you. So from 10:28 to 10:42, we have 14 minutes in this serious incident that's unfolding. Do you have any comment on the time it takes to activate this critical incident response in an unfolding mass casualty?
Well, I think with this, neither Kevin and I are in the position to speculate what took place between 10:28 or when I received the call. We don't know like what the officers on scene were doing, what's going on. So I don't think it's fair for myself or Kevin to speculate why there was the period between, was it 10:28 and 10:42?
Yes.
So I don't think it's fair or appropriate for me to speculate, well, what was the delay? Was it an appropriate delay? What were they tasked with? What were they engaged with? So that's my thoughts.
Do you know of anything else that, like when you were briefed in the call at 10:42, was anything else, were you advised of anything else other than up to the shooting of when Andrew McDonald reported being shot?
I believe it was basically what I said I had received from Staff Halliday when he called me.
And was there any other information besides the shooting and the original 911 calls that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
So just in turn, because one of the concerns that I'm trying to express and ask questions about is the delay. And do you have any suggestions on how time can be minimized in terms of when we have an unfolding mass casualty to being able to deploy assets in a matter that's unfolding at a very rapid pace?
I guess it goes back to we have to have officers on the ground to provide some validity to that as to what's causing the delay of X number of minutes. Like I say, we can't speculate, but we have, as we mentioned this morning, that there has been steps moved forward to streamline the process to cut out the calls between the boots on the ground, for lack of a better term, and to get to the critical incident commander to make that judgment call that it meets a critical incident and begin the process.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move to public communication. Now, is public communication part of the critical incident response?
It's part of it. We know it's part of it. Is public communication in the critical incident response? No, we do not. It's not part of the critical incident package. We do not have a media component that we call out.
Yeah, no, I didn't ask if it was part of the package. I asked if it was part of the critical incident response to a mass casualty, to an incident.
Yeah, strategic comms, I think, is a better terminology to use as opposed to media. Strategic comms plays a role in all our police operations. I believe early on, Staff Sergeant Halliday was engaged with strategic comms, and that was delegated him to deal with that.
Okay, so just looking at this event, in hindsight, were you satisfied with the public messaging, the public communications that had unfolded as this was developing?
When you talk about looking at things in hindsight, you have to be very cautious as to judging what happened, knowing what you know now, as judging what and looking at what was going on at the time. Steve was engaged with strategic comms early on, and decisions were made about messaging going out.
Okay, so let's look at that then, and we can actually see what we knew at the time, and we can look at the messaging that was out, and perhaps we can come to some agreements. Madam Registrar, if we can pull 13633. So perhaps we can just take a look at the first tweet there. This is a report of the tweets that were sent out by the RCMP. So the first here is a tweet at 11:32. RCMP NS is responding to a firearms complaint in the Portapique area. It has some addresses. The public is asked to avoid the area and stay in their homes with doors locked at this time. So this is a tweet that was, and that's fine there. Thank you, Madam Registrar. And that was the tweet that was sent out. Sorry, if you could just keep it up on the screen. Sorry. I'm just going to go to some others. So that was the tweet that was sent out at that time, is my understanding. Did you see that tweet?
No.
Okay. So this was done by someone you had delegated to
No, that's incorrect.
okay, so tell me how that tweet came to be.
I have no idea. I was not within the command post. I was not in command at that time. That was before my arrival at the Great Village Fire Hall.
Okay. So I understood from Staff Sergeant Halliday, so you have your command triangle. You're at the very top of this critical incident, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And on one side, one branch, you have Staff Sergeant Halliday that was working with you, under you.
The command triangle, as I explained earlier, was myself, Corporal Tim Mills, and Staff Sergeant Royce McCrae. Under that, Steve Halliday, Staff Sergeant Steve Halliday, was a uniform command, so he's providing support to the command triangle.
Okay, so Staff Sergeant Halliday testified that he had delegated that task of social media to Sergeant or Staff Sergeant McCallum. Is that your understanding?
From reading the documents, the foundation, yes.
Okay, so I get the sense that you're trying to separate your chain of command, your triangle, from the social media side of this response?
Well, what it is, I've asked Steve Halliday in his role to address that side of the house. It's been
Yes.
delegated to him.
He's under your control, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm just, in terms of this particular tweet, responding to a firearms complaint, this is at 11:30. Do you think that's a fair depiction of what's occurring in Portapique at that time, based on what you know?
Well, like I say, I wasn't aware, I have no part in that. I'm not part of our strategic comms person, so I don't know what the discussions were between whom the persons involved in that, so.
Staff Sergeant, I wish I could do that with my associates and shield myself by saying it was their work product, but I'm just trying to understand from your side that this is a person under you administering this tweet, and you're claiming you just have no involvement or you can't really speak to it. Is that? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ms. McPhee has a question or something to say.
Thank you. I was just going to object to that question. Staff Sergeant West has already stated that he wasn't in command at the time. He's also stated he has no specific knowledge of the type of communications that went forward in order for that tweet to be released. And he also has no specific training in public communications in order to give opinion evidence on this, which doesn't advance our work here to hear, his opinion on this particular tweet.
Mr. Bryson?
Yes, thank you. This tweet was sent out as a response to this mass casualty. It was part of the critical incident response. He's at the top of the pyramid. Mr. Commissioner, I suggest it's relevant. He can look at it. It's a person under his direct supervision and control, and he can certainly make comments on the success of that social media policy that was unfolding from 11:30 to the next day. And he should be able to look at the work of his subordinates and be able to say that, yes, this was this was an accurate depiction of what was occurring, or it was not inaccurate, or there's things we can do better. So they're my comments with respect to that.
Well, I understand the question. Was this an accurate depiction of what was occurring?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think you can ask that.
Yeah.
But I agree with Ms. McPhee. You're going to have to lay the groundwork through his experience or otherwise in communications.
Thank you. So Staff Sergeant, based on what you know and what you learned upon arriving at the command center, so you became aware of the Andrew McDonald incident at Orchard Beach Drive where he was shot?
When I became aware of that,
Yes?
that was in the early morning hours.
Yeah, and that's fine because this tweet stood from 11:30 to 8 the next morning,
Okay.
right? So there was no amendments to this. And this is what this document is suggesting, that the only tweet that was out there was the 11:32 and that remained on the site until late in the morning. So that's why I'm also asking you these questions. So you were aware when you took command, you were aware of Andrew McDonald, the shooting that occurred?
I was not aware of the Andrew McDonald shooting till
6:25.
6 o'clock in the morning, 6:25.
Oh, 6 in the morning? You
Yes,
didn't-
yes,
So you weren't apprised of this information until 6 in the morning?
that is correct.
So you knew about, so you didn't know about the, you knew about the 911 calls?
I knew there had been a number of calls. I wasn't privy to what the content of all the calls were. I wasn't aware of the Andrew McDonald shooting until it was brought to our attention by Staff Halliday in the morning.
Okay, so I'm having trouble then in figuring out why you activated the critical incident package then. So this was just based on the calls?
Based on the information that Staff Halliday had provided to me.
Okay, and that information did not include anything about actually meeting a victim, a shooting victim?
He did not mention in that initial call to me, he didn't mention names, who people were. I was advised that people had been shot and houses had been lit on fire, and there were explosions.
So let me ask it this way. So up until 8 in the morning, so think back to everything you knew as of 8 in the morning, that 11:32 tweet, was that an accurate depiction to what was occurring in Portapique, to the best of your information and belief?
Well, at 11:30, I was advised when I was called, I go back to what I was advised, the tweet mentioned there's a firearms complaint in Portapique area, public's asked to stay. So the police are responding to a firearms complaint. What additional information could be in there, I'm not sure.
You think that reasonably informed Nova Scotians of the severity of the situation that was unfolding is essentially my question.
It advises them of a firearms complaint. Could it have had more detail? I don't know what more detail you fit in, how much room there's. I'm not a social media person. Could it have been crafted with more other information? Hindsight, 2020.
And what's your answer to that?
That there's probably various tweets that could go out.
Yeah.
The content of whatever the discussions are between the people who are requesting it and the person who's crafting it.
Okay, I'm just trying to address the substantive content. I mean, this is a situation where you have based on your own understanding, 5 or 6 people are deceased within Portapique. You have a perpetrator that's mobile. But you can't say whether that tweet is satisfactory or not. Oh, I see.
I'm going to renew the same objection. We're going over the same grounds here. I think we have to lay a foundation at least for what kind of expertise he might have in order to provide his opinion on the tweeting that did or did not go out. And again, at the reasons for perhaps what the tweets were saying at various points in the evening. We just don't have a foundation for this.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I didn't think I'd run into this opposition. I thought the point was fairly obvious, and then I can move on, that a firearms complaint tweet is simply not informing of the severity of the situation. And I was asking for, I suppose I was asking for his views on that. I guess he's given his evidence that he's content with it, and I'll move on.
No, I didn't take his evidence to be that he's content with it. Your last question was this satisfactory? And harking back to the first objection, whether or not it's satisfactory in a social media world and the number of what the strategy is. I think you've made the point, at least as far as I'm concerned, that we know what was happening at the time and we know what was in that tweet. And the challenge, I guess, is there anything inaccurate in that tweet? I don't think your question is the tweet misleading by what it contains? Is the tweet misleading by what it doesn't contain?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think you've made that point.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to look at the, so perhaps we can take the tweets down. And if we can pull 1653, these are bolos that were produced. Can we scroll to the very first one? Oh, okay. That was the first one. Yeah, 1207, okay. Have you seen this bolo before in regards to this incident?
No, I have not.
Okay. So you had no involvement in crafting the content?
No, I did not.
You know who did?
No, I do not.
And in terms of the subject matter, just take a moment to read it. Okay, are you finished?
Yes.
Yeah, so same question in regards to this bolo. Do you think the content in this bolo reasonably informed other policing agencies of the severity of the situation that you were dealing with through the night?
I believe, yes, a BOA was sent out, provided some initial information to other policing agencies and other RCMP as well across the province.
Okay, and do you think this reasonably represents the severity of this situation that was unfolding in Portapique at that time?
Yeah, I believe it did.
Okay. So I want to move to Cobequid Court. Do you recall any discussions on the night of April 18th through the 19th about Cobequid Court?
No, I do not.
Okay. Why is that?
Why is that? Cobequid Court?
Yes.
I don't understand what you're getting at.
Okay, I'm just wondering, so we know that 41 and 46 Cobequid Court contained a total of 5 victims of this mass casualty. And I'm just wondering, based on your recollection, if anyone turned their mind to Cobequid Court specifically through the night?
Cobequid Court? No.
Okay. Did you look at a map and see that Cobequid Court was contained within Portapique?
Yes, we knew the roads were there.
So you knew Cobequid Court was within Portapique?
Yeah, along with the other roads.
Okay. So when I look at the Colchester comms, and that's your main form of communications with members, correct?
Yes.
The radio traffic?
Yes.
So when I look at the comms from 10 o'clock that night to 11 o'clock the next morning, there's roughly 6,000 lines of text, and there's not one reference to Cobequid Court. And so my question is, besides looking at that radio traffic, but you're telling us you have no recollection of Cobequid Court?
No conversation specific to that roadway, no.
Okay. And in terms of Cobequid Court, we know that it appears that the first member on scene in Cobequid Court was 4:46 p.m. on April 19th. That was 46 Cobequid Court. Do you know that, or
I can't speak to that.
were you aware of that fact?
No.
So that's 19 hours after this mass casualty began. And it's my understanding that that's when the bonds at 446 and the Oliver Tucks at roughly 450 were discovered. Can either of you speak to that 19 hours in terms of what happened?
I think it's pretty clear what happened up until 11:25. I don't think we need to go over all that again. And at that point, it transitions to a major crime scene. And admittedly, there were a lot of areas to search, a lot of places to go, and a lot of crime scenes to manage.
And are you aware of any records prior to 446 that show someone turning their mind to Cobequid Court?
I'm not, no.
And even like the hand-drawn map that was put up, the other streets have handwritten names. I don't see a handwritten name next to Cobequid Court even on the 11833.
Okay, I can't comment on that.
That's the map you didn't see. But you did see a hand-drawn map, it's just not this one?
Yes,
So there was another hand-drawn map in the command center?
yes.
Okay. Just a few other quick questions here. So just on air support, I just want to make sure I heard you properly. In regards to air support, did you say knowing what we know now, having air support wouldn't have made a difference?
I don't believe I said that.
I'm sorry, say again?
Okay. Just in terms of air support, did you say that knowing what we know now, air support wouldn't have made a difference?
Are you saying would or wouldn't?
Would not have made a difference?
No, I don't think we said
I
that.
thought I heard that on direct. You did, okay. You agree that having air support would have made a difference?
I think what I said was that it would have been every piece of equipment that we can have at our disposal is going to enhance our response. I don't know if it would have made a difference because I can't speculate to that, but I know it would have been nice to have it.
Yeah. So, well, it could have located Mr. Ellison hiding in the woods, right?
Potentially.
It could have located Ms. Banfield within Portapique.
Potentially.
It could have been used to locate the perpetrator at Glenholm very quickly.
Potentially.
You indicated that the evacuation effort, I think when you said when things cooled down a bit, is that when?
I think I mentioned that once we had the opportunity to start working on an evacuation plan, once we saw that how it was going to be a protracted event, we started to work on our evacuation plan.
And that was at roughly 2:50?
I think, I believe we had conversations throughout the night about evacuation and all that, but once it was later in the morning when we started to have our discussions as to how we were going to facilitate an evacuation plan.
Yeah, I remember being part of those discussions, so it was after 5:40.
And finally, just a question, you were asked several questions in regards to public alerting, but I'm just wondering if you have any information to know why the province was apparently on standby, why EMO was on standby in case RCMP wished to use the Alert Ready program.
I'm not able, there's no comment I can make on that.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes. Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, I believe you're up next.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant West and SURETTE. My name is Tara Miller, and with my colleague Alex Tagu, we represent one of the family members of Kristen Beaton. So I'm going to ask you just a couple of themes of questions. Shouldn't be too long. I want to start first with getting a better appreciation of your arrival, Staff Sergeant West, at the command center in Great Village. I think you had said in your evidence this morning, when you arrived, in terms of its setup, it was effectively empty. And would you have expected that more would have been done to get that ready for you when you had arrived at 1:02 in the morning?
No, typically the command post, it's not up and running with everything there for us. Usually it kind of coincides with resources starting to arrive, in the sense that it's usually all of our resources are headquarters based. So it's kind of, as we get there, it starts to get
Populate.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the resources that were there, I get a sense that some of them were rudimentary, and if I can use that
Yeah.
word, paper that was on the wall, markers. I did hear you, I think, Staff Sergeant Surratt, talk about a screen that would have broadcast a map up on the wall. So were there computer resources for you in the headquarters, the command center?
In the command center, when Kevin spoke of the screen, all that is technology, tech equipment that is brought to the command post by the tech support person that comes with the emergency response team.
Okay, with the ERT team?
Yes.
Okay. So in the absence of the ERT team being there, you wouldn't have had any of that technology?
From the computer base, no.
Okay, and had they, my understanding is that ERT arrived before you did, Staff Sergeant West.
Yes.
So was the tech person there when you arrived?
No, I don't believe, I can't say exactly when Corporal McDougall showed up, but he was not there when I arrived.
And Corporal McDougall was the tech person with the ERT team?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So the technology that did arrive was with the ERT team?
That is correct.
Okay, and that would have included computers, screens. Would it have included access to emails?
I believe it would have, but I guess it would be cellular based, so I assume it would have had access to emails.
Okay, so but for you two gentlemen, would you have access to emails if people were trying to email you?
No, we did not have computers with us,
Okay.
or I did not have one with me.
Did you, Staff Sergeant Surratt?
Nor did I.
So you would have been reliant on phone or radio?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you feel in hindsight and with a forward-looking mandate that having access to emails might have been helpful for you?
I see it as being a benefit in the sense that it's available to us. It's not something that would replace that phone call for that important information, those radio transmissions, and recognizing that if and when you have the ability to refer to email, but
Were you aware if there was any pictometry resourcing in Command Center in Great Village?
I believe that's one of the software applications that the tech guy for ERB has access to.
Do you know if a pictometry was accessed that evening or that morning?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. And then the boards, the paper boards, how often would they have been updated? I think I heard your evidence to be Staff Sergeant West, you or your scribe would update those, correct?
Yeah, and I can't say how often it was. They'd be updated at various times through the operational period.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of people in Command Center, I appreciate that there were a large number of people. People were sort of flooding there in terms of a contact point. But I'm going to narrow in on what you had said earlier. From your perspective, you wanted uniformed command at the headquarters, and that was Staff Sergeant Halliday?
Yeah, at the command post, not at headquarters.
Sorry, yes, at command post. And I think you said the benefit of that is it's face-to-face for information flowing. You can catch everything.
That is correct.
Okay. And so in terms of other uniformed command, would Staff Sergeant Carroll have been at the command post?
Yes, once they transitioned from Bible Hill detachment, I believe Staff Sergeant Carroll was there as well. Staff Sergeant McCallum was there as well.
Okay. And how about Staff Sergeant O'Brien? Was he present at command post as well?
I can't recall when I would have saw, and it's Sergeant O'Brien, when he would have been there.
Okay.
It was after 7. I believe he arrived after 7 o'clock.
Okay. AM.
Yes.
And would that have been valuable for him to have been there earlier?
I guess it's dependent on what roles and responsibility would be tasked down to him as a uniform, the ops NCO.
And then lastly, Staff Sergeant Rehill, he was the risk manager. Would he have been in the OCC? Is that
Yeah.
where he was located?
He remains in the OCC.
He never comes to command post
No.
or the risk manager?
No,
Okay,
that is
thank you.
correct.
That's what I wanted to be clear on. Mr. Bryson asked a few questions about air support. Of course, we know that the RCMP asset in Moncton was not available, but what we really haven't heard about, and I wanted to hear from you two in terms of your experiences, had that asset been available, what would it have brought to the search? And I'm going to suggest that it would have had a spotlight. Would that have been accurate?
I guess it depends on what apparatus is attached to the air asset at the time.
We're talking about the Moncton RCMP.
Yes, and they have various, what they have, I forget, I think it's called an array, what they have
Yeah.
attached to it. So it could bring a spotlight, could bring what those type of technology.
So these things like a spotlight, FLIR, they would all be helpful from an operational standpoint in terms of searching for victims, for the perpetrator, for anything
Yeah.
from the air. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say, and I think Kevin alluded to that earlier, what an air asset will bring to is just another avenue of being able to get better situational awareness of what you have.
Fair enough. And I do appreciate that, but what I'm trying to do is drill down in terms of what are the components that would make it more complete.
Oh.
So like a spotlight, like would it have a loud hailer? Would it have, like the tab had a loud hailer to call out things? Would it have that?
I honestly don't know what all the pieces of equipment that they'd have on that
What
asset.
about, there would be an RCMP member, I would assume there with a gun who could act in a sniper or sharpshooter role. Is that fair to say?
I think that would be more of a question directed to our emergency response team as to what the capabilities from an aerial platform when it comes to a sniper. If that's what you're getting at.
So Staff Sergeant Surratt, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, in some cases, and I think even to fly, the last time I had any exposure that they do come, I say they, the pilot comes with a spotter in the aircraft. But I would have to think that if we had deployed that asset that night, that we likely would have explored the possibility of putting an alert member in that helicopter as well.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move from that to an area that my friend Mr. Burrell reviewed with you this morning. He asked you about discussions and decisions around roadblocks and checkpoints, but the timing of his review was from approximately 10:15 to 10:25 a.m. on, and this would have been, of course, after both Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien were fatally shot on Plains Road. So what I want to do at this point is go back in time and work through some other points through the morning and get some information from you too in terms of what CIC's role would have been earlier in the day. If I understood your evidence this morning, I think you said that at 10:15, 10:25, when there was this discussion and dialogue around where are we going to block a road, are we going to put checkpoints, what are we going to do, it became ERT's. Became the decision of ERT or the responsibility of ERT. Did I understand that correctly?
No, the responsibility, I think what we said was that the decision on where to place ERT in what we would call strategic locations to supplement the GD members, the general duty members who are more numerous and more spread out, that we would allow the ERT to position themselves where they felt they were in the most advantageous position.
Okay. So in terms of, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to go, like I said, back in time. I understand from the timeline that, and we can pull up, Madam Register, if we could, the command decision foundational document at page 131, paragraph 272. And gentlemen, this is going to be pointed at you, Staff Sergeant West, because the Staff Sergeant's right, you wouldn't have been there at this point. But this was, my understanding is when Staff Sergeant Halliday arrives at the command post at 2:20 a.m. in the morning. And at that point, he's talking about understanding that the perpetrator had previously threatened to kill his parents, and there was a concern that he may target them again. And obviously, there was a concern about where his parents would be in Moncton. And then also concerned later on in that paragraph that the perpetrator might try to escape to his residence in Dartmouth. And so he engaged Staff Sergeant McCallum with respect to containment efforts in Dartmouth. And at this point, if we go down, Madam Register, to paragraph 273, we see that Staff Sergeant Halliday also reviewed perimeter around Portapique with maps. And I think I was looking for as a reference to checkpoint at the Cobequid toll area. Seeing that there?
In the second line from the top.
Thank you. Thank you. So at that point, Staff Sergeant West, would you have been aware of that information from Staff Sergeant Halliday?
I don't recall having that conversation with him.
Okay. Would you have been aware, regardless of how it came to your attention, that there had been a checkpoint set up at the Cobequid toll plaza?
I do not recall being informed that there had been a checkpoint set up at the Cobequid.
Okay.
toll
So you
plaza.
weren't aware of any information about checkpoints as of 2:20 in the morning?
No, that's correct.
Okay. Did you give any, okay, if you weren't aware, I'll move on from those questions. So at that point, whose responsibility would it have been, Staff Sergeant West, to task and action checkpoints throughout the province?
Typically, that would have been funneled down through me, through the uniform side of the house.
Okay. And we understand that, of course, Staff Sergeant Halliday was taking care of that, but you don't have any awareness of having that
No.
information passed back up on you. So if you had a concern, for example, that there hadn't been a checkpoint set up to get into Halifax, for example, because we knew that that was a concern that the perpetrator may go to his property in Dartmouth, you would have had no awareness of what was or wasn't in place at that time with respect to that identified potential location for the perpetrator.
I guess really at that time, Staff Sergeant McCallum had been heavily engaged with Halifax Regional Police to make them aware of that. But I was not aware of checkpoints at that time.
And the purpose of checkpoints, again, my layperson understanding of it, really is to monitor entry and exit points and major transportation routes where you believe the suspect may be going.
Yeah, and using the terminology checkpoint, is that actually what is actually happening? Is it a matter of some vehicle roadside watching traffic go by, or is it people out of vehicles checking vehicles? So when you say checkpoint in that context, I'm not even sure what would have been taking place at that checkpoint.
Well, what would have been your expectation for a checkpoint set up at the Cobequid toll pass?
Basically, that would be monitoring traffic.
Right, yeah. Looking for the perpetrator.
Yeah, so whether you call it a checkpoint or stationary vehicle, roadside, it's monitoring traffic, looking for the suspect
And
vehicle.
it's different from a roadblock because a roadblock stops traffic, but a checkpoint is a member who is assigned specifically to monitor an entry and exit point on a major transportation route.
It can take on that meaning, yes.
Okay. Madam Register, if we can go to page 191 at paragraph 397. So that was at 2:20 in the morning, and now, as we understand from your evidence and others' evidence, through the night there was no sightings of the perpetrator, and focus became on trying to evacuate people in Portapique, among other things. But something critical happened at 6:44, and that would have been when Ms. Banfield came out of the woods and provided a host of information, but particularly with respect to checkpoints, she advised ERT, and this is we found at paragraph 397, that the perpetrator told her he was going to go kill her sister who lived in Dartmouth. And you'd agree with me that for the perpetrator to travel from Portapique to Halifax, that would involve going through Truro.
Yes,
Okay.
Truro, or through the highway, yes.
Yeah. There's a pretty tight sort of access point there from the Trans-Canada Highway 104, Highway 102, the secondary road, Highway 4. And that would have been an intersection that could have been covered with an officer and mobile unit dispatched there to monitor that entry exit point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, when you learned of that information, was there any, and certainly by this point, I think Staff Sergeant Surrett, were you there at this point, or you came at 7?
No, I was there at 5:40.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
yes. Did either of you give any consideration, knowing that you now had evidence from Ms. Banfield that there was an expressed intention by the perpetrator to head to Dartmouth to cause harm to her sister? Did either of you give any thought to establishing a checkpoint at that point?
So I think it's important to note where we are in the whole timeline at that point. First of all, I don't want to give the impression that we are just throwing that information aside. We had members of HRP actually went and took Lisa Banfield's sisters, not into custody, but took them for safekeeping. So we took care of that, and we had, I know that we eventually did have members in the Moncton area find his parents and deal with that from that perspective. And as far as the checkpoint at 6:44, I mean, don't forget, we've already gone through the timeline where it's closer to 8 o'clock before we have confirmation that that fourth car exists. So were we thinking about checkpoints at that point? No, we were thinking about everything that we had to do to safeguard the people in both areas and to determine, ascertain if in fact there was a fourth car.
Right, but as I think you said earlier, you were trying to cover off both eventualities or possibilities that he might still be in Portapique, and he might be somewhere else. And I appreciate the efforts that were made to, protect Ms. Banfield's sister and his parents. But at the same time, you did know that there was a possibility that he could be going to both of those places physically to cause harm, correct?
Correct.
I want to move now, Madam Registrar, to page 248, paragraph 527. And gentlemen, this is an entry from 9/31/13. OCC dispatch receives a call from Nicole Ziegs at the Intelligence Center in New York State, and she's conveying that they've received information that the subject has possibly fled and looking to see if there's any reason that he may be heading to New York State. Would you have been aware of that inquiry from the individual from Intelligence Center in New York?
No.
No.
All right. So if you weren't aware of it, there could be no steps taken, I guess, to action anything arising from that. Okay. And who would have been monitoring the OCC dispatch at that time?
I can't say. I don't know who would have been the risk manager. That information is
Yeah.
within the OCC, within the setting of the risk manager. So as
Who would-
to,
oh, apologies, go ahead.
okay.
Risk manager or Glenn Byrne.
No, Glenn was still in the command post. So I don't think it's our position to say who would have been monitoring that information from our perspective within the OCC. It's not
But within
information.
your command post, it was Glenn Byrne who was there monitoring the radio for you, correct?
He was there for the
Or
emergency
radio.
response team. He's the radio operator, August, for the emergency response team.
Okay. Then if we can go, Madam Registrar, to page 252, 253. So it'll be at the bottom of page 252, and this is paragraph 539. This is the 942 OCC call, which broadcasts the information that there is a fatal shooting in Wentworth. And the key piece of information there is that there was a female deceased, heard a bang, saw an RCMP vehicle, left heading to Truro. Would you both have been aware of that broadcast at 942?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, having information in terms of who you reasonably believe to be the perpetrator in a marked RCMP car traveling in a southerly direction towards Truro, what steps were taken at that point to initiate a checkpoint, again, at that sort of Truro center?
At that point, our efforts were directed at getting resources into the Wentworth area with uniform resources as well as our emergency response team.
There are a number of people, though, that you have working below you on your team. And I guess my question is, if I appreciate that was immediate response to deploy resources, but was there nobody available that could also have as a secondary duty been focused on making sure that while we're taking care of this, we're not forgetting this, and that we are taking proactive steps instead of reactive steps, proactive steps to make sure that we are monitoring an entry and an exit point, which the perpetrator may very well travel through, given that we have information that he's traveling to Truro. Was there no one in place to do that?
Well, I think I can say that I didn't think of that, but I was aware peripherally that there were members, there had been a shift change between 7 and 8 at the various detachments along the 102. Everybody was aware of what was going on. The risk manager may be aware. So I didn't think, or can't speak for Jeff, I didn't think of it, but I knew there were members through that entire corridor that were paying attention and responding. So
But if all your members are flooding into Plains Road, into Burt, do you have any overall situational awareness about what is actually going on in terms of an entry and an exit point into a major transportation route where
No.
the perpetrator may be heading?
No, and I think the members in, perhaps from Bible Hill up were responding to that, but I'm fairly certain in saying that members in Enfield, for example, in Halifax district, were not responding past Truro to go up to that call. There's enough members there. And I guess the only thing I'm saying is that they were all being deployed by the risk managers to various points, as is evident as we go through all this. So all I can say is that it never occurred to me, can't speak for Jeff, to set up an actual checkpoint at that time.
Okay. And did it occur to you or to either of you that it might be appropriate to engage the Truro police at that time with all of your resources being deployed to respond, that it would perhaps be a good idea to engage the Truro police because that was their area? Did that occur to either of you?
Well, I know that there was discussion about both Truro and Amherst police at various times throughout the morning in the command post. And I know by reading the transcripts that there was some contact with both of those police forces at various times. I don't have those times in front of me. I don't remember. But I do know that we made several efforts to ensure that they were aware of what was going on. Specific to that shooting, I don't think that happened. I think everybody's focus was on that response at the time.
Okay. reflecting back, gentlemen, with this information, of course, now it's the benefit of hindsight. We know he did actually travel through that point, traveling south as was identified at 9:42. Do you think there's something that if you were doing this over again, you would be able to execute something that would have made sure that we respond proactively, but we also manage these entry exit point proactively as well?
Yeah, in hindsight, there's probably a few things we do differently.
Okay. It's interesting too, because we know, and I looked at the earlier excerpt from the foundational document, that there was a checkpoint at the Cobequid toll pass that was in place early in the morning. And if we go to Madam Register, page 222, at paragraph 467, this is at 8:02 on Sunday morning. Risk Manager Briers received a phone call from OCC Commander Glenn Byer. And is that who you said was the ERT?
Glenn Byrne.
Glenn Byrne, sorry. Was that who you said was the ERT operator?
He's, yeah, he is the radio person, August for ERT.
Yeah. And so he is advising Risk Manager Briers that he's going to update J Division in New Brunswick, and also that he wanted to make sure that the toll booths at the Cobequid Pass were notified. And then if we go down to paragraph 468, Madam Registrar, it's right there. We know that not only were the Cobequid Pass toll booths notified, but there was actually an RCMP vehicle parked at that toll booth. So it looks like with thought about that and action, there was a car there to monitor that entry and exit point, and it had been there perhaps since 2:20 in the morning. So the exit out of Nova Scotia through northern Nova Scotia into New Brunswick was taken care of there. And that looks like it was as a result of somebody turning their line to it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now, gentlemen, to some training, but in the context of the McNeil report. And I think earlier this morning you referenced the Moncton tragedy. The McNeil report, as we know, is the report that was dated December 1st, 2014, after the tragedy that took place in June of 2014. It was a review with a variety of recommendations. You both, of course, I would assume, were aware of what happened in Moncton, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And did you, either of you have any involvement in Moncton in terms of responding?
No, I did not.
Did either of you have an opportunity to read the McNeil report after it was published?
I read parts of it.
Okay.
I did as well, but it was quite some time ago.
Yeah.
And did you read parts of it on your own, or was it in the context of training that was provided to you through the RCMP?
On my own, in my case.
On my own.
Okay, so that was going to be one of my questions. Do you know if any of those recommendations were actually implemented and actioned in Nova Scotia?
I can't speak to that.
I don't know either.
And are you able to say, and maybe you can't, this might be a question for somebody else, who would have been responsible for implementing those recommendations in Nova Scotia?
Can't answer that.
Oh, I don't know who it would have been directed to.
Okay. And are you able to say, and maybe you can't, how would this information, outside of your own self-initiative, but how would this information have been transmitted or shared with our CMP members in Nova Scotia?
I really don't know.
I don't know, because it was never, I don't think, like in our group as incident commanders, it's not something that was presented to us or anything like that. I would think that the emergency response team members would have had some sort of it, but I can't speak for them either. But a lot of them were tactically based, a lot of the recommendations.
Okay. In terms of your CIC training, I recall, Staff Sergeant SURETTE, that you were trained in 2010.
Yes.
And Staff Sergeant West, you were 2015.
That is correct.
So for you, Staff Sergeant West, was there any component of your training, your CIC training, that would have woven in any components of the McNeil report?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And then again, moving forward from 2015 to 2020, again, I believe I have your evidence on this. I just want to be clear. There was no training offered to you. There was no sharing of this information. There was no actioning of these recommendations outside of, by the RCMP in Nova Scotia proper, outside of what you took on to read yourself.
Took on to read ourselves or discussed amongst our group or something like that, but nothing formal.
Okay.
That
And
I
I
recall.
believe Staff Sergeant SURETTE, you said you did actually try to my words, correct me if I'm mischaracterizing, you did actually try to implement something out of the Moncton report. You said there was training that came out of the, or something coming out of the Moncton report. It's part of our training to get pertinent information out.
Yeah,
Do you
I think,
recall what you were talking about at that point?
yes, I think I said that that recommendation came out of Moncton. I don't think I said there was any training, but I think I was referring to the communication on the radio by the incident commander. And you know, getting on the air and saying that you're, this is who you are and that you're in charge or that type of thing. That was born from, I know that that had its kind of its genesis through the whole Moncton thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Moncton, I mean, there's no apples to apples here, but there were some similar components from what happened in Moncton. You had an active shooter who was, there were a number of resources deployed. It was not not something that was probably a scenario that had been tabletop before. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And what I would like, Madam Register, if we could, this document, the McNeil report, has not yet been exhibited, but it is a COM number 50877. If we could make that an exhibit, and if you could bring it up, and I'm going to start with page 42 of that report.
That's Exhibit 1622.
Thank you. So, gentlemen, I appreciate this was some time ago that you perhaps reviewed this. This is a recommendation 3.6, which falls under a category supervision during entire incident. And the recommendation is where it does not already exist, each division should establish a policy and protocol through emergency operational plan to identify entry and exit points and major transportation routes that should be alerted and monitored in the event of a relevant crisis. Those words, the entry, exit points, and major transportation routes were the words I'd used earlier with you in terms of Truro and Amherst and Halifax. Is that something that you can say has been done in the Halifax or in the H division?
I'm not aware of, as it states there, an emergency operation plan to identify that. I've been retired for a year, I'm not sure, but I'm not aware of any emergency operation plan that's been established for that.
And up until, so just before I go to Staff Sergeant Surrett, up until your retirement a year ago, were you aware of anything that had been done to that point?
No.
No. Okay. Staff Sergeant Surrett?
No, I'm not either. We do have an emergency management section within the RCMP at headquarters, H Division headquarters. So I would think that that query should go to that office.
No. So is this the first time both of you are aware of this recommendation coming out of the McNeil report?
I probably read it at the time, but it doesn't look very familiar to me kind of thing. I probably read it at the time, but that's it.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Register, one last location to go to. If we could go to paragraph 56. Oh, sorry, page 56. Thank you. And at the bottom, we see military assistance. What I want to draw your attention to is that provisions exist for the RCMP to request the assistance of the Canadian Armed Forces CF in operations where specialized or unique capabilities are required. This can also extend to the use of specialized equipment in the possession of the CF. In relation to this incident, there were several areas where this may have been applied. And then the report goes on to talk about armored vehicles, aircraft, and ground trackers. If we see the second last paragraph, the CF also possesses aircraft and ground trackers who may have been able to assist both in the early stages or if the matter was prolonged. Do either of you remember reading that part in the report prior to today?
I don't recall, and it's been quite some time since I would have read that, so I don't recall reading that.
And I can say that from experience that it's fine for an RCMP review or something to say that the military themselves, I would suggest, have likely not been consulted in the authoring of that paragraph because we have a good relationship with the military, don't get me wrong, but for example, they are very reluctant to become involved in domestic affairs, criminal type domestic affairs. We have had their assistance in the past over long protracted periods, but as far as calling them and getting some assistance right away, especially in what we would call a hot zone or where there's firearms active, has, in my experience, has been denied as opposed to approved.
So I guess we're importing, I guess, what the author of this report was saying about it. When I take the CF also possesses aircraft and ground trackers who may have been able to assist both in the early stages or if the matter was prolonged. If that's accurate, that certainly would have covered both of the scenarios you found yourselves in on the 18th and 19th, correct? With an active shooter, because the Moncton incident involved an active
Yeah,
shooter. as well.
correct. And I guess it comes down to, it's not a matter of simply a phone call and saying this is what I need. There's processes in place with requesting military assistance.
And that is, I would suggest, perhaps an area for more exploration for the commissioners and in terms of our recommendations moving forward. But I did want to highlight that
Yes.
for you and for the commissioners' attention. Thank you, gentlemen. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. McDonald?
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeants. I'm Tom MacDonald, and I am the counsel to Tara Long. Tara Long was Aaron Tuck's sibling. They had the same birth mother. I wanted to ask some questions from your perspective as critical incident commanders relating to those first few hours in Portapique on the night of the 18th of April. So we know, Staff West, that you got a call at 10:42 from Staff Halliday on the 18th, asking it be declared a critical incident, for lack of a better word, and you were the on-duty critical incident commander, and then you're the critical incident commander once that call comes, am I right?
Yeah, however, I'm not in control or command at that time.
Understood. You're
Yes.
in command and control at 1:19
Yes.
on the 19th when you arrive in Portapique, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. What is your understanding of who was in command and control of the critical incident in that 2.5 hour roughly timeline that it took you to take the call, leave Dartmouth, get to Portapique?
I believe it would be the risk manager working in conjunction with the person on the ground. Who I believe Constable Basalt was the on-scene commander, for lack of a better term, known the senior member there.
For the IR group?
Yes,
Right.
that's correct.
Okay. Is it fair to suggest that Staff Rehill was also a temporary critical incident commander?
No, it's not a fair statement.
Okay.
I think he's, at that point, Staff Hill is helping control the initial critical incident response. He's not a critical incident commander in the sense of training skill set that goes with it. So he's working as, and I believe Kevin referenced it early on this morning, talking about the initial critical incident commander course. It's a one-week course that I believe all risk managers, even when I was in the OCC, risk managers taking most senior NCOs and most uniformed members in this division have taken that course.
So I heard you say that this morning. But having said that, is there a gap there then for that 2.5 hours that there is no on-site critical incident commander in command and control? Is that a gap?
No, because your critical incident package is not in place at that time. So it's actually dealing with the front line, the uniform, general duty, policing response, and addressing what's being done at that time. So when we're talking about the critical incident response is the critical incident package and the response that it brings. So I'll fall back on that is whether it's the risk manager, whoever the senior NCO that's taken charge, they're controlling their resources, their initial critical incident response to this matter.
So this is, as you've both, I guess, said today, something that wasn't tabletopped. It was a one of, at that point in time, what turned into this mass casualty. Is it your view that a risk manager had the appropriate training to deal with a situation like that on April 18th?
Well, when you stated right from the start, it's the one-off. How do you tabletop and exercise that like this? How do you control it? What's your response? I guess you're dealing with what the initial response is. You're getting your members there, you're getting containment, and you're getting set up, knowing what you have, and awaiting the critical incident package.
But is the risk manager properly trained to deal with that situation on the 18th, would you say?
I can't speak to what Brian's training would be. But
Generally, a risk manager in general in that
Generally?
situation. Yes.
he's in the position with a situational awareness to best control those resources and the response until the critical incident package is in place. Yes.
Sure, but you're in a unique position because you were a risk manager before you were a critical incident
Yes,
commander.
that is
right?
correct.
So from that perspective, you've worn both hats. Would a risk manager have had enough training to deal with this situation? I realize you didn't take
Yeah.
the critical incident course.
Yeah,
I know that.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You mentioned both that when you took your Canadian Police College training, the critical incident training, and I think it was Staff SURETTE said at the end of the exercise, which is at the end of your 2-week training, there's a simulation, I guess, for lack of a better word, and at the end of that exercise, there is a lessons learned session.
I don't
Did I
know.
get that right this morning?
Yeah,
You know, in
I-
other words, a review of everything you've done in the 2 weeks and at the end of the simulation?
Yeah, the simulation itself, the scenario itself is a pass-fail.
Yes.
And then but you are debriefed at the end of that, regardless of whether you've passed or failed. So I guess in some sense, yeah, they would critique your performance and offer points of improvement, if any, or whatever the case may be.
I thought, and if I got it wrong, I'm not trying to trick you.
No.
I thought you used the words lessons learned, but let me ask you this. So there was a debriefing, I believe, Staff West, you said, after the perpetrator was apprehended, for lack of a better word, back in Bible Hill.
Yes, at the Bible Hill detachment.
And would there have been best practices? I realize it's right on the heels of this whole incident, but a discussion of things that could have been done differently throughout the 2 days?
Not at that time.
Okay.
That more was to wrap up the critical incident response and the handover to the major crime, because now it's gone from being a critical incident to a major crime investigation.
And are you, either of you, we'll start with you, Staff West, aware of whether the RCMP in Nova Scotia has conducted an internal investigation 2 years on now to see what, if anything, could have been done differently?
I'm not aware.
Are you, Staff Surratt?
No, not aware of it at all.
If the commission wanted to find that information, where would they go? H Division?
I have no idea, really.
Yeah, I think it would start with our own headquarters, yes. I mean, I don't know where else you'd start.
Right.
Perhaps Commissioner Lucky, I don't know.
Yes, well, I would think the buck might stop with her, but H Division would be a start. We'd
Yes.
agree?
I agree.
Okay. Are either of you aware of specific operational changes the RCMP has made as a result of Portapique, whether it's in Nova Scotia or across the country as the National Police Force?
I am not aware of anything.
Nor am I.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chief Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Ms. McPhee?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I know you know who I am, but I'll say it for the record in any event. It's Patricia McPhee, Counsel for the Attorney General of Canada. And I know it's been a long day, so I'm just going to keep it really brief. This morning, my friend Mr. Burrell was asking you some questions about a change in circumstances that occurred around 9:42 the morning of the 19th. That would have been the Wentworth call. And I think Staff Sergeant Surratt, you mentioned that changed the nature of the response at that point, and it became there was more of a focus on the IARD response.
I think we use the term, vehicular IARD response, yes.
Can you tell us what that means, or just elaborate a bit on what that meant?
Well, we've kind of coined the term. I don't think it's anything we've used formally, but I guess my point was, and I think we'd agree, that at that point, to backtrack, I'm sorry, this wasn't your typical, what we will call a typical a CIC call where you didn't have the stronghold, you didn't have the person contained in a house or a building or a small geographic area, and we were actively searching for him. So when 942 came along, I think at that point, it even became even less of a critical incident, a typical critical incident call. It transitioned to basically a manhunt to stop the threat, which we've used that term a lot, but we don't use it lightly. I mean, everybody who was out there wanted to get to this guy and stop this guy from killing more people. And at that point, it becomes a much more, in the command post, it becomes a much more collaborative type thing. Overall, I think we both agree the incident commander is still in command and has to be ready to step in to take over the scene if it becomes a barricaded suspect again or something like that. But when there's that many moving pieces, I think our focus became on where can we move our resources for the best chance at success in stopping him, which is not a typical CIC call, right? A typical CIC call, as I've said, repeating myself, but you know where he is, you've got him contained, and you're doing all the things that you can from both a negotiation and tactical perspective to cover off all your bases. In this case, it became basically a manhunt, and people were responding. Some were in contact with us, some were not, I believe. So that became very difficult to manage. Although everybody had the same goal, it became difficult to manage. I think that's what. So does that answer your question?
I think so. Does it mean that then at that stage that the people on the ground, the general duty officers, for example, have more autonomy because of the nature of what they're doing at that stage?
I think perhaps, they may have viewed it that way. I know the risk manager was engaged in trying to direct them. We were trying to direct ERT, which was an easier task than directing all the GD members. I don't think autonomy is the right word. I think they probably all would still see themselves as confined by the geographical area of their detachment. If they had been told previously to monitor one or two exits or intersections, they probably continued to do that. So it wasn't a free-for-all, don't get me wrong. It's not just throw caution to the wind and everybody floods an area. I think there's a bit more control than that. But as far as physically having time to decide where you're going to place your resources and give them a defined expectation at that location, that's impossible to do under those conditions.
So just one more question. One of the council this afternoon had asked you if anyone called, or if you specifically, either of you actually, had called the HRP CIC that night, or I guess the morning. And would there be any reason for you to call the HRP CIC that you can think of?
No.
And you were aware from, I think, your testimony and your answers this afternoon that HRP had been notified of the ongoing events, correct?
They were notified early on. I believe Staff Sergeant McCallum was the point of contact with HRP early on.
Okay.
And much as described by our ERT members, the interoperability piece is huge. So even though presumably the HRP or Cape Breton Regional Incident Commanders have the same course as we do, they operate under a different standard operating procedures within their own organization as well. So that interoperability piece would probably be something that I'd be concerned with if we were, just as I wouldn't be comfortable going to Halifax Regional and taking over a critical incident from one of their incident commanders, not knowing the capabilities of the team or how they're trained and all that type of terminology that they use, all that type of thing.
Okay. Thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
1 second. I think I may have one more question. One question I wanted to ask you about that I've neglected to bring up. There's been some characterization of the command post and that the resources at your disposal, they were rudimentary, to use the term used this afternoon. Specifically, I think we talked a little bit about the use of flip charts. Do you have any comment on the use of flip charts? Like, does it meet your needs in an event like this?
For me, they meet my needs. It's low tech. It works every time. It makes it very easy for the oncoming person to read what you have. It's not computer-based. It's not anything like that. It's been a tool that I've used all along. Kevin's been involved with the program longer than I have. I find that for me, I find it very effective and the ease of use for us.
I agree with that, and I would say the problem, if any, with the boards is the same as if we had to input it by typing. It comes down to what you have the time to do and if that's the priority right at this given moment. So there are times when not enough information gets onto the boards because of other things taking priority, but that would be the same if somebody had to sit there and type it into a document of some sort. It makes no difference. It's the same principle.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee. Mr. Burrell?
That concludes questioning from council, Chief Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your sharing today. I can only imagine the chaotic conditions that you were trying to manage. And I know everybody's tired, so I'll keep my questions pointed today. And they're mostly forward-looking questions, looking for suggestions for improvement and that type of thing. So I have to dig a little bit into them. So I'm going to pick up first and foremost from Ms. McPhee about the use of the boards. Recognizing the value of them, they're only as valuable as the information that gets put on them, the information that gets observed on them, the decision points that get shared from them, and the certainty of people acting upon those and closing the loop. I think, would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree completely with that.
In the SMEAC design, the E, as you
Yes,
indicated earlier, stands for the execution.
that is correct, yes.
And of all of the boards and understanding that that you as critical incident commander and the scribe are the only ones that are responsible for putting information down on that board, deciding what goes on it. The exception to that is the E in the execution piece, which I understand to be really the purview of the ERT team leader.
Yeah, and yes, in a certain sense. On that, under the execution, a lot of times we'll have a bunch of abbreviations on there for
IA,
immediate action, deliberate action, all the other ones, surrender, breakout, and what other plans. And usually that will be a checkbox to say that, yes, I've gone to the ERT team leader. I need your IA plan. Okay, he gets back to me, tells what it is, my checkbox. I say it is. He's got to document it. So I don't document his plan, but I'm populating that document saying, yes, we now have an IA. And as it goes through, you'll get plans coming through at different times, depending on what the situation is. But yeah, that's information that's populated after plans are being developed, and the tactical plans are developed by our component.
Right. And I understand that you were having some communication issues during your role as incident commander. I'm concerned about the fact that it wasn't only once, but twice, if not 3 times, but most definitely twice, that the ERT team leader did not follow through on your request to come to the command post. And as one of the points on the command triangle, ERT is very prominent in that triangle. In hindsight, and I know that's difficult to look at it through the rearview mirror, but isn't there value in having the people that you require at the command post to stop, come in, get up to speed on all of the information that is shared knowledge, to develop a plan before they go out to do their activities?
I guess I'd take it one step further. The true value is having the adequate resources in place to have what we call TAC ops in the command post. because really that addresses the issues that you have with getting people back, taking them out of the operation, getting them back to have the briefings, develop the plans. That night, we did not have a large component of VRT members available to us, so that was a decision that was made at the time. But if we're talking about looking forward, moving forward as to things that we can take forward from this, that whole component of having TAC ops, having that, or whether it's their team leader or the 2IC that's in the command post with us, with that direct point of contact for us.
So on that specific note, I would expect that having Staff Sergeant Surrette there with his ERT experience would provide some added value.
Yes, and like I say, we have a luxury, we're a small division here, and I've worked with Kevin quite some time, and some of our incident commanders are former ERT operators, some are not, but it's just another source of information, for lack of expertise, that brings to the table. And not that we would ever develop the tactical plans, but with Kevin being there with me and being, or even available to me throughout his drive up there, it's another very valuable resource that I have to help me through the process.
Thank you. On the issue of setting up the command post, is there a standard or an accepted standard of time that a command post should be set up?
Not that I recall seeing, and I think back to my critical incident command course, we talked about command posts, but I don't recall where there's kind of what the acceptable time would be or anything like that. I guess it's very situation dependent comes down to travel time, to the facility you're at. Like say before, we've had command posts set up on the side of the road in a suburban as well before.
Thank you. The the training that you do when you come back to your home unit after critical incident command, I understand is very flexible depending on what province, what division you work out of. Here in Nova Scotia, with your critical incident command training and any tabletops exercises that you do you involve your other public safety partners like ambulance, fire, and emergency operations?
I believe, I'm just going by my memory now, once a year, we typically, pre-COVID time, we'd have a large-scale operation. And I believe that some of those large-scale exercises, we've had bolt-on parts with some of our other outside, as well as we've done large-scale operations with the military as different partners, working with partners within the, Canadian Armed Forces, Coast Guard, Navy. We actually had ones involved in the U.S. military as well.
Yeah. We also did a large-scale training operation in Yarmouth, of all places, because of the ferry, and we involved Transport Canada and CBSA as well. So those take a lot of time and a lot of planning, and as we've said, unfortunately, we all do this task off the side of our desk in conjunction with our substantive role, and those things take a lot of time and effort. So should we do them more? In a perfect world, yeah, absolutely.
Was there any consideration given by either of you or perhaps somebody further up in the command structure, thinking specifically the support service officer? I think that's the right acronym, and this is aside from the public alert issue. Any consideration given to asking EMO to stand up an emergency operations center to work in conjunction by having an RCP liaison officer stationed there?
I do believe that, I think the answer to your question is no, not from our perspective. But I do believe that when Steve Halliday was tasked with setting up the comfort center at the fire hall, that his first call, I believe, was to EMO.
I think it was their local representative, I believe, but okay. I can't speak to what that was.
I think I read that.
But yeah.
But as far as representation or anything like that, it's certainly not something that we thought of at the time in a busy command post. Whether someone else thought of it and initiated it or didn't, or acted on it or didn't, we can't say.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Stan?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the information that you were briefed on as you're coming on to take command. You mentioned that you didn't recall if the car that you were driving had a mobile workstation in it.
I don't recall, and if it did, wouldn't have been fired up. It wouldn't have been turned on.
And why would that be?
I don't know why, I just did not turn it on that night.
And so if I understand correctly, the mobile workstations are where the CADs come in, the dispatch from OCC that provides information to the units that are out on patrol.
I believe,
with
yeah,
what's happening?
the dispatches. Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't have a laptop with you, so you weren't getting emails?
No, that's correct.
Okay. And in the car, did you have I guess you were listening to a radio, so you had the car radio, and did you also have a portable radio?
Yes, I would have had both.
Okay, and you had Officer Lewis with you. I'm afraid I can't recall his rank.
Yeah, Sergeant Lewis.
Sergeant Lewis, and so I just wondered what channels would you have been monitoring?
We would have been monitoring Colchester Talk Group.
Okay, and you had the call from Staff Sergeant Halliday at 10:42. And you said it was a brief call and he just gave you some general information. People are shot, houses are on fire.
Yes, that's correct.
And so did no one, and I guess the other thing is that once you then get to your command post and you put up your boards, and no one can use a marker to put stuff on the boards unless you direct it. So how do you get briefed about the information that would have been in that first hour that would have prompted the call from Staff Sergeant Halliday?
Well, that would be coming from Staff Sergeant Halliday through my conversations with him up to that point on the phone, and then when he came to the command post.
So there's no systematic review of the information that would have already been available to, for example, the people who formed the yard formation, or is anybody reviewing those CADs and that information that's going out?
From the critical incident side of the house? No, there's not.
I think it's important to note that we're, at that point, we're fully tasked with taking command and setting up our command posts, gathering the information that we can. I know what you're saying, but to stop, fire up a computer and read files at that point is an impossibility. Same with emails. It's one thing to say, okay, it'd be nice to have a laptop. We didn't have time at any time that I was in the command post did I have time to check my emails.
So I guess I'm just wondering, because it appears there was critical information in that first hour coming from people who either were making 911 calls or who were shot by the perpetrator themselves and observed him and what he was driving. I'm just trying to ascertain how best to ensure that that kind of information does end up on the board.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what's the simple answer? I don't know if there's a simple answer, but yeah, definitely could there have been a better flow of information, pertinent information that's been, whether you say gleaned, processed, or whatever, the important information coming forward. Yeah, there would be benefit.
And I think, not to make excuses, that's not what I'm trying to do, but I think the magnitude of information coming in from all angles made it difficult to keep it all straight too. So I don't want to blame anybody for not passing the information on, but clearly there's a gap there. Yeah.
I'm just even thinking, I saw both of your expressions earlier when you were asked why you didn't have a driver. And it occurs to me that if you had a driver and a mobile workstation that was fired up and someone reading the information on that during your travel to set up this command post, that you would have been pretty up to speed with at least what information was available in the CAD system by the time you arrived.
Yeah. If they're going to provide me with a driver, I'd come out of retirement.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But it's a fair statement. Like, how do we better get that information to the people that need to know?
Well, I'm just wondering if there's something quite simple in terms of ensuring that somebody's reading the information that's actually been provided so far, because it's a bit surprising that you would arrive and take command 3 hours in without the information about Andrew McDonald reaching you, and certainly that it doesn't reach you until the following morning. So I'm trying to ascertain what is the gap in, what is the structural gap that would ensure that that kind of information is captured and shared with the person at the top of this triangle, as opposed to just hoping that you catch the broadcast.
No, that's a fair statement. And I think I mentioned this earlier today when we talked about, is it a real-time crime analyst? Is it somebody has that task to review that information and provide that? I don't know what the answer is, but is there value in having somebody that can go through that? Because like Kevin said, there's information that's just coming, it's coming, that it needs to, there's value in having somebody, okay, here's what has come in up to date, and not just relying on
Word of mouth.
word of mouth.
So there's no one that is assigned to that task as far as you're aware currently. That's not a position or a role that is part of this structure that.
No, not that I'm aware of at
mobilized.
this time.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you again, officers. It's been a long day. It's been a difficult day for you, and we very much appreciate you being here and helping us with our difficult and important work. It's we very much appreciate it, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's also been a long and difficult day for the ASL interpreters and the French language interpreters who have been really worked to the max today. And I just want to acknowledge their contribution to ensuring that members of the public have access to these proceedings when it's not always that easy to accomplish. So just wanted to acknowledge your efforts. Thank you so much for that. And of course, it's been a long and difficult day for the folks who are participants in this process and who are deeply engaged with the material that we're reviewing. And I know sometimes it is dry when we are trying to understand processes and procedures and standard operating policies and so on. And it's not easy to have this information that is retread on a daily basis for you in so many ways. And so just want to acknowledge as well that this is not easy for any of you. Thanks so much for participating in this process, for engaging in it here in person and also remotely. With the help of witnesses and participants, we do continue to build on our understanding of what happened on April 18th and 19th, along with how and why it happened. As of this week, the Commission has presented a total of 18 foundational documents supported by over 1,200 source materials. These foundational documents are a way to navigate through the mass of material that has come into the Commission pursuant to the subpoenas that we've issued over the months. This week, we've also heard from 5 witnesses, all current or former RCMP officers, adding to the over 200 witnesses we've spoken to in our investigation to date and the many voices we're hearing from during public proceedings. While proceedings continue, the Commission team and the participants continue to prepare for coming foundational documents and witnesses. In the weeks ahead, we'll also continue to explore how and why things happened as they did, with more commissioned reports, roundtables, and our first small group sessions to come. To do our work well, we're calling for public submissions focused on the kinds of recommendations that you would like to see. You could share something you've read that you think is relevant to our work, or you can propose a change that you'd like to see in your community. Public submissions will inform our final report and the development of recommendations to help make our communities safer. So far, we've heard from individuals and organizations across Canada. Thank you for everyone who's speaking up, and remember, you can make more than one submission. We want to hear from you because we believe community safety is a shared responsibility and it's an opportunity. By sharing your input, you can help to inform our work and findings and recommendations and play a role to help make our communities safer once our work concludes later this year. Your continuing engagement is particularly important because once we've completed our work and shared our final report, it will be up to Canadians, including policymakers, public institutions, community groups, and members of the public to take the recommendations and make them into action. As noted yesterday, there will not be any proceedings tomorrow. We'll be seeing you when public proceedings resume next week on Wednesday at 9:30. I believe we'll be in Truro as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 25th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.